everything.
Is this thing on?
That is on.
I think we're on. I think we're live.
Uh-oh.
What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, May 16th, 2025, but it's not just any Friday. It is Mullet Open Friday. We are live from Lost Pines Golf Club in beautiful Bastrop, Texas, the sites of the 24th annual Mullet Open. We will talk all about this incredible tournament. We will talk all about the beneficiary from this great tournament. We've got plenty of sports and plenty of fun to be had for the next few hours. Bucky and I are here. Chaos Theory with Wags and Rodney will be broadcasting live here. Zay's going to be out here. We're going to have a bunch of the TSU crew out here all day long. It's going to be a spectacular Friday for us and a spectacular day for Central Texans everywhere. Good morning, Buck.
Good morning, BK.
You all right?
I'm tired.
Yeah?
Yes. It was a long day yesterday. It's been, our buddy Tom McKay says he's had a long week. It has been a long week. And I was starting out by doing something stupid, trying to play around the golf on Tuesday, thinking it was just a wonderful 80-degree day and it's not going to be a problem. I'm paying the price, and it was a lot to do yesterday. The truck came and got all the prizes from my shed and came out here and started unloading and then started moving things around. But I don't forecast any rain, so I think everything is going to be. I think this is another Mullet Open. I believe, Tom, this is 24 years, and we've had one Mullet Open that had rain, and that it never got called, but the guys were dodging lightning and everything else, and we made it through.
One of the 3 years that I actually played in it.
No way.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. He caused the thunder and lightning that day. But
I had to quit playing it because of that.
You didn't go Caddyshack, having the round of my life?
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
In fact, one of the guys in my group won a hole-in-one.
Oh, yeah. And
Oh,
so it's now 20, I would say, yeah, out of the 24 years, 23 have been fantastic. And actually, this would have been the 25th Mullet Open.
If it wasn't for
the COVID.
Yeah.
The COVID's got us the 1 year. So we try to do this for 25 years. For 24 years, it's been fantastic. And, you know, we've been very fortunate with all the great sponsors like Tom McKay, Audiovisual Consultations. Tom has been a big part of it. I can't say enough about Tito Beverage and what Tito has done for the boys out at the Burke Center for Youth. It's incredible. They say we'd love to have a gym. Tito says, where should I put it? The product that I have, I started off with one case of Tito's, which nobody knew what it was, where it came from. It came from a little distillery right down the road here.
I thought you just got water from Town Lake and put it in a bottle.
That's what people thought it was. And
Yeah.
I remember the labels were falling off the bottles. I think somebody was licking the labels and slapping them, and they were sideways. And 24 years later, and as I said to Tito, he said, "You've never tried my product." I said, "Nope, and I never will." And he says, "That's amazing." But I said, $10 billion to you tells me it's pretty good. He says, "Well, it's the best."
Well, Tom McKay is here. That's the third voice that you've heard.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Tom doesn't drink.
I was going
Tom
to say,
has not tried it
you and
either.
Tom are the two biggest consumers of Tito's that I've ever met in my entire life.
Tito's came out after I quit.
Yeah,
Long
right after
I
I quit. The year after I did that, Tito's started out. He says, "You've never tasted my product," and I'm like, "No, sorry about that." But there's a lot of people I know that have.
I was going to say I've tasted enough for the three of y'all, so I've got us covered.
I'll vouch for the man's
Yeah,
help me out here.
It's early philosophically.
No, philanthropy.
He's a
philanthropy.
He's a full-on rapist.
My
a
Lord.
philanthropist. Sorry.
There you go. My Lord, that man will do anything for anybody. Tito's Beverage is awesome.
Yeah, and Tom has done stuff with the Burke Center. He's been out there where the boys are, and Tito is, as a matter of fact, that's where he lives. He lives out there now, and I guess he's probably brought up all the acreage that's out there in Driftwood. But it's been wonderful. Academy Sports and Outdoors has been a part of it. Cavenders, of course, they will be here giving away stuff, and I mean, there's just so many different people. But this started out as just a part of a bit. When I first got into radio, and we were just going to have just the listeners have a little tournament. And then it started to get kind of weird. It started out at the old Circle C, and it was a 2 tee time deal that the first year that we did it, Brown Distributing gave us all the beer. And after the first flight, all the beer was gone.
Of course.
We didn't have enough beer for the second flight. So we started to say, well, it can't be about beer because these fools drink too much. And the first flight drank all the beer up, and we had to run to HEB and pay for the second round of beers for the flight. So we just, Brown Distributing has been wonderful. You know, it's just, and like I said, all the gifts and stuff we put together. Sue Patrick has given, you know, since we've talked with Jay has a couple prizes in there. Jay has more than a couple things in there because there's some things that Jay has tried to give to me as a gift for my birthday last year.
Yep.
That are going into the prize package.
They
weren't acceptable. They weren't acceptable at the house.
He's been giving you birthday gifts every month for the last year. Your birthday was last June.
Yes.
And I think you've gotten 11 gifts from Jay and our friends at Sue Patrick. And I think 10 of them are here.
Yes, because we got to keep one.
Yeah.
We got the electric, what was that thing? Lazy Susan.
Yep.
That we kept. And
You're a
it's not we. We're not we.
He's a commander giver. I don't think we can call him Indian givers anymore.
I was just going to call him a re-gifter.
Yeah. Those things have been re-gifted numerous times before they got to me.
Yeah.
You're so cheap that you won't buy presents, so you just give away presents somebody gives to you because you don't like it?
Yeah. What am I supposed to do with them?
Wow.
What do I do? I'm not turning those over to Goodwill. I have to turn those over to the people.
Yeah.
And do you know the people that come to play in this golf tournament? They're going to accept anything. I think we all remember the year of the Bud Light when Bud Light was losing all kinds of money. Of course, you know. Though I heard numerous guys said, "We're not going to take that beer. We're not going to accept that beer."
It went away.
It was gone.
Gone.
It was free beer.
It was the last beer to go.
But it was gone.
And guys were like trying to be coy about it.
Oh yeah.
Know? They're like, "Oh, is anyone looking?" No, I'm good.
Oh no, we can't accept that beer. And I'm like, there's no Bud Light. Where's the Bud Light?
No.
It's all gone. We can't drink your beer anymore. Really? It was for free,
Yeah,
and it was gone. But thank you to all the sponsors and all the participants. You know, there were a bunch of guys who, when I started this deal, you know, came to this, and they were old then. So what do you think they are 24 years later?
Dead.
No.
Oh.
Now there's a couple of them that aren't around either.
I don't know.
But they have their kids that come and play now, you know, and the Hyatt Lost Pines has been, you know, as I said, we went from Circle C to Falcon Head, from Falcon Head to Flint Rock Falls, from Flint Rock Falls to Lost Pines, and we've been here ever since. So this has got to be, I got to believe this is 12 years here, 10 to 12 years at Lost Pine. They do such a great job. This is one of their biggest tournaments of the year, so it's a big deal. And, you know, it's a nice place. It's a nice place to spend a staycation, bring the kids. This place is so kid-friendly.
Yeah.
After a while, you're running into a kid. Like every 15 feet, you're going to walk into a kid somewhere. But, you know, families and kids are welcome. And I'm not particularly good on this golf course because it's long, hot, and I'm old.
Yeah.
But
it's a bad combination.
It's a really bad combination.
Bucky's good at Peter Pan.
Yeah, he is. The mini golf.
Yes, that's my spot.
You bring out the driver for that course too?
Well, if I have to at those par threes, I definitely will. But it's good to be here, BK. It's good. This staff has been wonderful to us. And, you know, there are plenty of prizes. I got to believe this is Tom, I would say this is the only golf tournament with a $5 raffle for 24 years. That's been
a $5 raffle that you're pretty much guaranteed to walk away with at least $50.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, you're right.
Inflation has hit everything else besides
this raffle.
Yep.
Be careful because there is a year 25 and inflation may hit
right now. If you're out there listening to this, by the way, and you're not planning on coming out here, take the afternoon off and make some money and come here and get on this raffle because Bucky's going to give you something worth more than what you were making this afternoon, probably.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is fun. This is fun. As I said, Tito's galore out here, all the different. No, Altstadt Beer. They've given a bunch of cases of beer. And, you know, at the end, we get that. We don't let them get sloshed on the course. They take that home and get sloshed in the car.
Yeah.
On the ride home.
Cruise on the way home.
On a Friday,
It is Friday.
Yeah, it is Friday. So come on out. We'd love to have you.
Yeah.
Thanks to folks listening. But good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those who fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for the job that you do. We do appreciate it. To you and your families, do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed.
And so you guys have a lot of sports to talk. I am going to go and move some things around for Do I need to know? I do need to tell the people how much I made for them yesterday.
Well, I was going to ask, do you plan on coming back before 9 o'clock? Because
I think we ought to make him gamble now while it's still fresh in his head. He's old. He always likes to tell us that.
So let's give your gold star locks.
Okay.
You did have a winning night last night. 2-1.
Thank you, Stars.
You had the Denver Nuggets in the NBA covering the 4.5. They won that game outright. They have forced a Game 7 against Oklahoma City. You had the Lose-A-Peg Jets against our Dallas Stars last night. You've been dead on with that series, 5 for 5. So I'm hoping you pick the Stars in tomorrow's Game 6 back in Dallas. The game you lost, Wags' Washington Capitals.
What is wrong with me?
You had them winning Game 5 at home, staving off elimination. They couldn't do it. Carolina is on to the Eastern Conference Final.
The panties?
So that's your game tonight. So we got to get your weekend picks. So you're up 10,000 units last night, which means you're back in the money. You were up $3K for the NBA and NHL playoffs, but we need your Friday and Saturday picks for the people. We will start with the NBA.
Glad I didn't take Rosie in golf.
Yeah,
wow.
That would have been a mistake right there.
Man,
A lot of Longhorns to talk about in golf and baseball.
Guys.
It was a great Thursday for the University of Texas. But your one NBA game tonight, Boston at New York. Celtics, Knicks. The Knicks back at the Garden trying to close things out and make it to the conference final for the first time since 2000. New York is a 2.5-point home favorite. I know where Tom's leaning with this one. What do you have for the people, Buck?
Well, I think it's over for the Celtics. That was a nice victory the other night, but they're done. They're not getting back to Boston.
Okay. So you're going Knicks.
I'm going Knicks, 10,000 units.
-2.5. Tom, you disagree?
Completely.
Or you think we'll get a Game 7? You think we're going back to
Celtics will win in 7.
Wow. Coming back down from 3-1. That'd be the most New York Knicks thing ever.
Yes, it would.
Right? They go up 3-1. The best player on the other team is out for the remainder of the series, and then they gaff it, lose 3 straight. That'd be very Knicks.
I was in New York for Mother's Day weekend, and they were having a home game there for this series. And all I can say is any town where people are walking around, guys are walking around in basketball jerseys, not going to the game.
Just
your
walking
town
the streets,
just needs to go away.
just walking the streets of New York. With
That
Knicks
is the
jerseys
worst
on.
look.
It is a
ever.
bad look.
No undershirt, just the sleeveless jersey.
Losers.
Yeah.
You can get away with football jersey, but you can't get away with a basketball jersey.
You don't wear a jersey anywhere other than
No.
to the game.
That's true. You don't walk the streets of New York with a jersey
Just
on.
got another man on your back.
Unless
That's not for me.
it's a Yankees jersey.
Oh, then it's
Then-
okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, because there's no names on the back of
Yes,
the Yankees
it's just
jerseys.
Yankees, yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. I thought you'd be dressed up in your full Yankees uni today.
No, I don't. It's too early in the season for that.
Okay.
Plus, Boone's still the coach.
Booney is still the coach.
Yes.
You're a guy. No games tomorrow in the NBA, but we do have a Game 7 on Sunday. Nuggets, Thunder. Again, Denver wins last night. They stay alive. This one back in Oklahoma City. The Thunder are 7.5-point.
Oh, you're not going to give me like an 11.5-point line again?
It's not me. I'm just reading the paper.
I see who makes up the lines in Vegas now. But I'll take the Thunder for another 10,000 unit play.
All right, OKC moves on. So now we go to the hockey here. 2 series are done. 2 remain. Game 6 tonight. The Florida Panthers have won 3 in a row against Toronto, including a 6-1 blowout north of the border a couple of nights ago. Series back to Sunrise. Do the Panthers close it out? Or sorry, the Panties.
The Panties close it out with a 15,000 unit win. That's all.
Whoa. Tom, your thoughts on that pick?
Toronto's going to win it by 1.
Okay. I know you had Toronto before the series, right? Are you still
I do.
going with the Leafs?
7.
Okay. And then tomorrow night, Buck, this is the first time I've ever wanted you to pick my favorite team.
Yes.
Dallas Stars hosting Lose-A-Peg, Game 6 back in Big D.
Yeah, the Stars get it done.
Close it out.
Yeah, but hey, can you get the puck out of the zone,
You
please?
sound like me yelling to my TV.
They were just trying to give Winnipeg a little bit of good feeling.
Well, they did.
It's fine.
Yeah.
They're fine.
They're fine.
Help them out a little bit. You know,
Dallas doesn't lose at home.
it's a charitable organization. The
Yes.
Dallas Stars Foundation, they do a great job. They were showing some charity
That's a 10,000 unit play for Dallas.
on the Stars tomorrow
Yes.
night. Okay.
And that'll be a good game, though.
As long as the Stars win, that's fine.
That one's gonna be a two goal game.
2-goal win for Dallas?
Yeah.
And the handshakes at the end of that one?
Yeah, it'll be a beautiful thing.
Very good. Buck, any thoughts on the PGA Championship or Texas baseball you want to give before you start roaming around?
Well,
finish your setup?
congratulations, University of Texas championship.
Yeah.
Whatever happened? What slump?
Right.
What bad pitching? We talked about it yesterday. We said we'll never even knew it happened.
Yeah, if they go out and win the SEC, then what are we going to remember about this season?
We won't know that they slumped at the end and they had to have a game to get it done. It's just a win. It's just a championship.
They got the win, and they also got some help from Tennessee last night. We talked about it going into yesterday. Texas's magic number to clinch a share of the SEC was 1. Their magic number to win the SEC outright was 2, meaning any combination of Texas wins and Arkansas losses. If that equaled 2, Texas was going to win this league by itself. Texas wins in Norman. How about Max Ballou? His first game since March 28th. He hits the game-winning home run in the top of the 9th to break a 4-4 tie. And then in Fayetteville, Tennessee on the road, they take it to Arkansas. They win that game. I think 10-7 was the final score there. Texas did its job. They got the help needed. And
Tennessee did its job. I hated them to have to help out.
It's okay. Think about this. It's amazing is how the SEC baseball had throughout the year has had 6 teams at least in the top 10 the entire season.
Yeah.
And they've all flipped around. This conference is so good in baseball.
Are you sure it's that good? Because Texas kind of came in there in the first year. Is that?
We're really good at the beginning. Oh my God.
How good is he?
Oh, yeah.
And Dylan Valantis, look, he struggled a little bit by his standards last night. He gave up a run, which feels like the sky is falling.
And it did feel like it when it was happening.
Yeah, because Texas actually was
when
up.
The sky was actually
falling.
My
God.
Oh, my God. Texas was up 4-3. They were down 3-1. They came all the way back, 2 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th to take a 4-3 lead. And then Dylan Valantis, who's been one of the best pitchers in America all season long, he comes in to try to get the 6-out save, gets into a little bit of trouble, gives up a seeing eye single in the bottom of the 8th. And it's tied 4-4, and you're like, oh, my God, this is exactly where we wanted to be. Valantis gives it up. Now what's going to happen? And then, again, Texas puts 2 men on. Tommy Farmer, who had a great night, 3 hits for him. He hits a leadoff double. Ethan Mendoza reaches on an air. And Max Ballou, who had missed 30 games, he was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts before that at-bat off of Oklahoma's best reliever, a 3-run bomb to straightaway center. Texas goes up 7-4. Valantis gets the final 3 outs. And, Buck, it's always fun to win. It's always fun to win a championship. But to get to celebrate a championship on your biggest rival's home field,
that's fun.
It's got to be a little fun, huh?
Oh, that had to be for the team. Just the fact of, the losses, and all of a sudden you needed to have that win. And you got it on a Thursday. You got it immediately. So now you don't have to struggle and think about it through the rest of the weekend. Who cares?
Well, I'd like to win a series against OU because, it's 7-19 and OU still sucks.
There you go. Of course you would.
So I'd like to win at least one, if not both of these next 2.
I won't even know what happened to the series except for they're getting rings and they're champions. So
yeah,
that's got to be a great feeling for the kids to get out of that slump. I mean, although you're right, you do want to. It's not about just the championship. You got that. Now you want to move on and keep playing well. So now they've got a great opportunity. But once again, thank you to everybody. Tom, thank you for your support all these years. And we got an 85-incher over there. The support from him last year was so big.
He was too supportive last year.
Yeah, it was too supportive. The TV was so big that the guy was like, the guy who won it was, I said, are those tears of joy? He goes, I can't fit that in my truck.
Oh, he was crying?
I was like, how am I going to get that in my truck? I said, we'll see you tomorrow. The TV will still be here. He had to come back he had to borrow another truck.
Yeah, so we had to drop down to an 85-inch.
Yeah.
Wow,
yeah.
tiny.
Yeah.
How will the people live?
I don't know. I don't know, but thank you guys. And I'm going to go there and start getting a little sweat on. And thank you for joining us, Tom, and being on with us this morning. It's always fun to have you.
Thank you, Buck, for everything you do for the community. And here's something we're going to do. Shout out to Noe, who sent a $49.99 super chat, another SEC title. We don't ask for super chats that much. A lot of other channels are begging for your money, and they won't read your comments unless you
We're not
pay
begging
them
for money. We quit begging?
I don't think we've ever begged. You guys have never begged.
We don't like to beg, but here's what we're going to do. We're not begging today, but every dollar that we get from a super chat is going to go to the Burke Center for Youth today.
That's awesome.
In honor of Mullet Open Day. So if you can obviously go to the Burke Center for Youth website, burkecenterforyouth.org, and you can donate directly there. But if you're tuned in and you want to support the Buck and obviously the great work that the Burke Center for Youth is doing, 100% of super chat donations will go to the Burke Center for Youth today.
Yeah, and by the way, the Burke Center does a fantastic job. As that, Tom's been over there. He's met with Steve, and it is a wonderful place where there's a lot of structure for these young kids, and they are kids. But believe me, they're there when they're in 8th grade all the way through 12th, and once they are no longer wards of the state. It used to be when I first started this, they were like walk to the gate, And it was like, see ya. You're 18 now. You got to go. We can't do it. There's nothing we can do. We can't have. But now they make sure the kids have licenses, jobs. They have I don't want to call it a halfway house, but
No, but you can go up to 21 in transitional period.
transition, yeah, the transition area there. So it's been fantastic. It's changed over the years, and they do a fantastic job with those kids there. And heck, man, those kids they need a break. They really, really do. And I would say 99% of it, the things that have happened to these kids was something that they had no power over. It's just happened to them. They just, whether it's an unfortunate family, things that happen with the families, or they're just stuck in a bad situation. But the Burke Center gives them an opportunity to really get it going. And I've met numerous people that have hired those kids on, and it has been fantastic to have those kids out there, working.
Yeah.
Because I always said, it's always good to have those kids working for you instead of robbing you.
That's a better choice.
It seems like, I'm serious. That's what I always thought. I said, support these kids, because it's better to have them helping you than robbing you or being in trouble. So I love the Burke Center for what they do. I really do.
Been around for more than 50 years.
Yeah, that place is something special.
Yeah, started in 1973. Their mission to promote healing and inspire hope for children in crisis, and the vision for the Burke Center for Youth. All children deserve a safe and supportive environment in which to flourish through therapeutic treatment, foster care, and adoption and reunification. Our ultimate goal is to help children rebuild their lives in a manner that will break the cycle of abuse and give them the tools necessary to excel.
And they're 24/7. They're there all day, all night long. They don't just come in and go to school and disappear. They're there the entire time.
Shout out to Matthew, $10 donation. Shout out to CB512, $10 donation. Our man CB, $5 donation, saying congratulations on another successful Mullet Open. Thank you all for your support. If you're listening on the app and you can't hop over to YouTube to Super Chat, just go to BurkeCenterForYouth.org.
Yeah, I would say send it there. That's easier.
Yeah, that's either way. The money will get there either way, but if you want to give it directly to them, obviously they would appreciate it. BurkeCenterForYouth.org. It's a tremendous, tremendous charity that has done so much for so many folks here in Central Texas. Again, opened up in 1973 when Buck was about 52 years old.
Yeah.
Rounding down?
Yeah, I think so. We're going to round down a little bit. 52, 53.
52. Any thoughts? Gringo Horn, $20. Thank you very much. Any thoughts on Johnny Vegas? Speaking of the great day for Texas yesterday, you hear that a lifetime Longhorn is leading a major after day one. Not a surprise, but it's not that guy, and it's not that guy, and it's not that guy. It's Johnny Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, when Johnny Vegas left and became a professional golfer, my first thought, sorry about this, guys over at Sue Patrick. Sorry about this, Jay, but he was round. Remember how he's still kind of round-shouldered?
You're calling him fat?
No, I didn't say.
The guy's leading the PGA Championship. It's his first ever major lead, and you're calling him a fatty?
No, the first thing I thought was Johnny Vegas is going to have to do something with his body type, because that's a long career of traveling around, eating well, making money. I said he's got to change his body type. And I'm not saying he's not a wide receiver. I'm not saying he's going into a real athletic field, but I mean, with the travel and stuff, I thought that guy could balloon into being,
He'll be like Phil Mickelson. He'll start drinking coffee when he turns 55.
You think he'll chill out a little bit? Because he's a round-shouldered guy. He's not what you call fat. He's he's got to be about 6'3".
It sounds like he's what you call fat. Because you're calling him fat. That's what I'm hearing. He is 6'2". Okay. Actually, 6'3". He's listed at 6'3".
That's what I was thinking.
230. That's a linebacker right there.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Put him in pads.
Yeah, he's a golfer. 230 is a big man.
You just hate him because he's Venezuelan, right?
No.
You hate everybody from that country, that whole continent.
I just said I thought that once he got to become a professional, he would change. His body type would change. He really hasn't.
I guess hasn't needed to.
It's probably why he hadn't won.
Oh, well, he does have 4 wins on the PGA Tour. He's never won a major. His best finish in a major is 22nd.
There you go.
So he's also...
And he'll fall below that in this one.
Oh, come on.
You think by the time it's all said and done?
Dude,
that
Thursday.
I wouldn't pick, believe me, I'm not
you
picking
don't expect to see him after today, probably, do you?
I'm not picking him to win this thing. It'd be amazing if he does, but hopefully he stays in the top 20. Can we get him there?
No.
Can we keep him there?
No.
What is he, Harold Varner the Thursday?
I don't know. It's pretty impressive, though. Johnny Vegas had never held a lead in a major ever. Forget at the end of a round. Like, he had never been in first place or tied for first place at any point in his major career.
That's it. I'm just rooting for that tugboat now.
You're going to do what to him?
He's led for one round. This is it. He's done.
This is it. Yeah.
You think so? He's done.
That's his first time. It's never going to happen again.
Well, it's a great story. The fact that he's in this spot.
Yeah, I watched the big three play board. There's one hole they all had a double bogey on.
About that. Well, that's a big storyline from yesterday is muddy balls. You never want to have muddy balls.
No, I don't think so.
There's a tip for kids in the car line.
Oh, you're great, kids.
Never want to have muddy balls.
Yeah, because they don't roll properly.
Right. So that was the scene. Yeah, it was weird because you had the top 3 players in the world in the same group with Scotty, with Rory, and with Schauffele. And all 3 of them double bogeyed. I think it was 16. They were playing backwards, so it was their third hole, but I think it was 16. And Scotty and Schauffele hit the fairway on their drives. They had perfect tee shots. And then they both said after the round, it's like, well, there was mud on the ball, and that yanked the ball about 10 yards in the other direction. So they weren't thrilled. A lot of other players voiced their frustrations with the muddy balls, and that was
What if they're going to lift place and clean today?
They had 4 inches of rain, and these guys didn't expect the ball to get mud on it.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's going to get muddy.
I know there are a lot of folks out there who are like, you play it as lies, figure it out. But when and Scotty said this after the round, and Scotty was like, he didn't make a bunch of excuses, but he basically said, when you've been spending your whole life trying to hit a golf ball a certain way, when that happens, it just completely changes everything. It's a completely different game out there. And there were golfers who were like, it's almost better to avoid the fairway because your ball's not going to get as muddy. And the PGA came out and said, no.
Well, they've got to play the rules that my group plays. You just don't touch the ball. Huh.
Your group does not play.
Yeah.
We play by the rules here.
Yeah, your group will pick up the ball and throw it forward 50 yards.
Sand traps, I don't play from those.
No.
I love to ground my club in the sand trap.
That's your favorite thing to do. You build a nice little hole behind the ball so you get a little easier shots.
All right. Well, thank you, guys.
Right.
I appreciate it. It's time for me to go
do your thing.
Go do the thing.
All right. There he goes. Bucky Godbolt again. The 24th annual Mullet Open. The Buck's been doing this for a long, long time. It's been a huge event for so many people here in Central Texas, and we're honored to be a small part of it here with Texas Sports Unfiltered. Wags and Rodney will be out here shortly. They're going to host Chaos Theory today, so we've got a bunch of live programming coming your way from Lost Pines Golf Club in Bastrop. And as the Buck said, if you've never been out here, this is a fantastic place to spend a night, to spend a weekend. If you're looking for a vacation without having to get on a plane, Tom, we've had all sorts of airline stories and airplane stories on this show. If you want to take a nice vacation without having to go through TSA and deal with all the crazies on board those aircrafts, not a bad place to be. I didn't realize you had your same headset. I knew you switched seats. I didn't realize you kept the same headset.
I flipped us all around.
That's on me. That's on me.
No, I had I'll tell you, the only thing about it is it's harder to get here than, I'm not trying to say it's hard to get here, but harder than to get to the airport. So the traffic coming out can be a little bit slow with these left turn lanes don't turn. Yeah, it is a tough turn off of 71 to get in this place. And they sent me around the back way through the service entrance for some reason today. So that was it. Didn't slow me down.
They thought you were dropping off the TV today.
I guess. I don't know what it was doing.
Yeah, you got once you turn into this place, you have another 15 minutes to get to the actual clubhouse.
Yeah, you get to shoot at deer and stuff on the roads. It's kind of cool.
Did you do that? Did you find any today?
Tried.
No luck today?
Couldn't get any venison today, though.
Couldn't get any. Well, there's still time. Maybe on your way out of here. It'll be okay. So, Tom, you're a big Texas baseball fan. I know you've watched this team a lot this season. What a year it's been for the Longhorns. And hey, they've dealt with some adversity, right? They lost their best pitcher a couple of months ago. They lost their preseason All-American, Max Ballou, for 30 games. They've dealt with a few other injuries. Obviously, a first-year head coach. So you got that transition of the roster going from David Pierce to Jim Schlossnagle. And in the toughest conference of the sport, the Longhorns find themselves alone at the top.
It's been the season started out stronger than anyone would have expected. But to watch it continue on throughout this whole thing, they ran into some problems when they had so many injuries going on at the same time. Mm-hmm. But the way that this team always bounces back, it just seems like a peculiarly strong team. I mean, I don't know how to word that any other way. I mean, it's just they play as a team so well. Somebody is going to pick you up, and you can see them doing it. You can see them telling each other that. They don't get concerned about too much. And I guess that Schloss he's just really good at motivating because, my Lord, these guys will play together like last night. That was ludicrous.
That was ludicrous because they were down 3-1 going up against one of the best pitchers in the SEC.
And what's really cool is that home run happened about 25 seconds after the buzzer at the Texas Stars' first win against Milwaukee in round 3.
Good start for the Stars.
It was so special.
4-2 the final last night?
Yeah, it was very decisive.
Yeah, we'll take that.
Yeah.
Wish both Stars got a win last night, but that's okay.
Now they wanted to come home to do it.
Yeah, do it in front of their home fans. But, for Texas baseball, look, they started the year with a loss to Louisville in a 10-inning game. It was a game that Texas had a lead in the 9th inning in. They let it slip away. And obviously it's one game. Any baseball fan knows you should never overreact to one game. That's like, all right, not the ideal start to the Jim Schlossnagle era. And then Texas just went on a huge run. And then in the SEC, everybody around them is slipping up. The Longhorns win their first 7 series in conference play. Talk about sending a message like, hey, we know your league's really good, but we're Texas. We're going to walk into your trap. We're going to take over your trap. And Texas, despite the slump the last couple of weeks, they did so much through the first 2 months of conference play that they put themselves in a position where all they needed was one game to win in this final weekend of the year. They get it done, and now they got 2 days to sort of celebrate.
And this conference is so strong. The amazing thing to me is that they're winning. They just won the Southeastern Conference regular season, and they're ranked 3rd.
Yeah.
I mean, LSU, who's behind them in conference, is ranked above them in the standings.
And Texas beat LSU this season.
This conference is just so unbelievably strong. I think they still got 6 in the top 10, do they not?
That sounds right. Yeah.
It's just unbelievable. So no matter who you're playing, they have the capability of winning games.
What's the excuse going to be this time for SEC fans? Texas's schedule was easy. They cheated.
Well, who cares what they say?
I know.
As long as if you're the winner, you get to just laugh back.
That's it.
You don't even have to say anything.
That is it.
And I haven't been a whole, big, huge rah Texas guy my entire life or anything. But this year I'm going to say, have at it, boys. Just laugh back hard.
Well, I think every Texas fan and coach.
I've been Texas baseball forever, but
yeah, I think every Texas fan and player and coach has heard for years that Texas isn't SEC ready, right? Like, oh, congrats, you're doing some good things in the Big 12. You're winning these conference titles. You're winning these Directors' Cups, but come through it in a real conference. Last night was Texas's 8th conference championship of the academic year. Nobody else in the SEC is more than 4. No, by the way, there are still 3 left. One of them is the conference championship, the conference tournament championship in baseball. Texas has a chance to go win that next week in Hoover. That would make it 9. But yeah, as of right now, Texas has double the amount of conference championships as anybody else in the SEC does. I would say the school was ready for the jump.
I think it was pretty ready, except for in basketball, of course.
Yeah, and not every sport.
Which we will always just say that Texas could just not have basketball.
No, really don't say we. I will never say that.
Well, you could.
No, I won't. I'm too much of a college basketball guy. That's like my one goal in life.
That's why they should get rid of it, because they don't have a college basketball. They have a high school basketball team.
My one goal in life is for Texas to be a basketball school. Not over football, not over baseball, not over the other stuff, but like for people to regard Texas as a legit contender in college basketball, men's college basketball. They've got the women's game figured out. But on the men's side, that would be nice.
They do have swimming and diving. That takes the place of basketball.
Oh, yeah. They got that figured out. I mean, they've got conference championships in tennis. They didn't win one in volleyball this year, but, I mean, they won 2 volleyball national championships in a row before this season. So, yeah, the Longhorns, they've got stuff in place right now.
They also have an amazing way of keeping coaches, the University of Texas, for almost every sport, which is one thing that tells you why their basketball team is really garbage, is – they change coaches so damn fast, it's not even funny.
Yeah.
I mean, baseball's had, 4 in the last 60 years?
Yeah.
Something like that.
That's with David Pierce being here for a short amount of time by Texas standards.
Yeah,
by Texas standards.
9 years
right?
only.
Right.
Only 9 years.
Yeah, exactly.
And only made it to the World Series twice.
3 times.
3 times.
3 times.
There you go.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, only.
Right. Yeah. That's the standard for Texas. Yeah, well, I think it's the best job. We talk about it a lot in football, but I think it applies to a number of different sports. Like the University of Texas is one of, if not the best places to coach in any sport in college sports. I mean, you see examples like the new men's swimming and diving coach. Obviously, Eddie Reese retired after last year. The team that won the national championship in 2024 was Arizona State. Texas went out and convinced that coach to come take over the program. Like that's it. That's the power of the brand of Texas. the resources. Obviously, in the era of NIL, Texas is able to flex its muscles a little bit more than they ever have before. Like, it's a great place to coach. So, yeah, Jim Schlossnagle, A&M fans are pissed. Their message boards were hilarious to look at last night. Any Aggie meltdown we can find, we're going to look at, we're going to joke at. But, yeah, like that, to go out there, an A&M team that was just in the national championship series in Omaha a year ago, to go poach their coach, like that's huge. That's the power of Texas. And obviously it was a great decision for the Longhorns because they didn't need a major turnaround. This was a team that made the tournament last year, but to go from where they were last year to where they are right now, winning the best conference, being a top 3 team in the sport, it's pretty remarkable, the job that Schloss and his staff have done.
Oh, it's incredible, especially considering that, A&M and Tennessee, 2 of the teams in the conference, were in the championship last year.
Yeah.
And Texas beat them both.
Yeah, they swept A&M. That was fun.
Yeah, they had to regret that one a little bit.
Yeah, that's no regrets on this side.
We have some family and friends down at A&M, and they might be listening. So I'm not going to dog them
too hard. Sorry to hear that.
It's not my choice.
Oh, man, what a run. What a run for Jim Schlossnagle and Max Wiener and Troy Tulowitzki and Nolan Kane and just this entire staff. And look, David Pierce deserves some credit. The blind Texas Longhorn fan comments on YouTube and says, you got to give David Pierce credit for recruiting a lot of these players. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of this roster was put together by the previous staff. You think of Max Ballou, you think of Jalen Flores, you think of Will Gasparino, Luke Harrison. I mean, a lot of the dudes who were instrumental to this conference championship were brought in by the previous coaching staff. So David Pierce deserves some love for putting this thing together, but obviously Schloss going out and getting Adrian Rodriguez to flip his commitment from A&M, going out and bringing in Jared Spencer and, Ethan Mendoza from the transfer portal and a few other guys who have helped as well. Like, it's been a combination of both of those guys. Pierce deserves credit, but Schloss has pushed all of the right buttons, and that's the key to a quick turnaround.
Well, I'm going to go along with you on that, except for one part added to it, and that's that if Pierce had the same backing that Schloss has had, I think Pierce would have been, quite honestly, just as good.
Maybe he would have been. And look, that was, I think, part of the reason why Texas made the change is that it was clear that Pierce was not getting the backing that he and Texas needed to be this competitive.
So Schloss do a speech at the benefit for RBI Austin this year, and he was that guy's pretty inspirational. I can tell you that. I can see how he can get a team together and get them riled up a little bit. He got all those professional baseball players and all those guys that were there and all the money people that are at the benefit to boy, did he get them tossing bucks around.
How about that?
I mean, that guy, he can tell you, he can convince you into doing anything.
We got to get him at the Mullet Open next year.
There you go.
To get some more money raised for the Burke Center for Youth. You hear that, Buck? Apparently Jim Schlossnagle is a great motivator, and he's very good at raising money for charity, getting people to donate to charity. Might have to get the baseball coach out here next year.
Can you just give me the money?
That'd be nice. Buggy says, can he just give me the money? Yeah, that's what this is all about, giving the Buck the money, right? Yeah. No,
we know the way Bucky lives. He ain't taking any of the money.
No, he is not. But it's been fun to watch, man. I had no clue what to expect from Texas baseball. Like, even if the Longhorns were still in the Big 12, I would have been like, all right, you got to temper your expectations. It's year one. Then you couple that with the move to the SEC, which has won the last 5 national championships in this sport. It's like, what is Texas going to look like this early on? I was a huge fan of the Schloss hire. I think we all were. Mm-hmm. Obviously, fuel to the fire was stealing him from Texas A&M. But his resume with what he did at TCU, with what he did in his short time in College Station, it was a no-brainer hire and the best hire that Texas could have realistically made. But I was like, all right, it might take 2 or 3 years to get Texas to a spot where you felt like they were contending on a national level again.
Oh, I think everybody expected at least 2. I don't think I can't imagine anybody thought that this was going to happen in year 1.
No.
I don't even think Schloss thought this was going to happen in year 1.
Right?
This is a little ludicrous.
Yeah, it is. It is. And
it's fun.
Oh, it's a lot of fun.
And if you get a chance to go out to any of things at Dishbulk, they're going to get a super regional, I'm imagining. If you got a chance, go out there if you haven't been, because that ballpark also is a blast to watch.
It is. And yeah, they've locked up. We'll see what happens in the NCAA. What is that?
I don't know.
Combining the SEC and the NCAA into one tournament.
NCAA doesn't really exist. You know that.
Yeah. I wish they didn't exist at all, but the amount of work they do, they don't really exist. But we'll see what happens in the conference tournament. I think if the season ended today, Texas would be the #1 overall seed in this whole thing. But the important thing is just be a top 8 national seed. And I think regardless of what happens these next 2 days and what happens in Hoover, Texas is going to be a top 8 seed, which means the regional will be in Austin and the super regional will be in Austin. So there will be plenty of opportunities to get to the dish for a game.
Well, all 16 teams are playing in the SEC tournament this year. They're not cutting it off at 12 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So if that happens and they seed them, Texas is going to get Missouri.
Well, they get a double bye. So they probably, it'd be nice if they did.
I was going to say,
Mizzou
if they
would
get
win
Missouri,
a couple games.
yeah, they get a couple wins and they're going to be the number 1 or 2 seed in the country.
Yeah. Well, Mizzou can only beat A&M, right? That's the only team in this conference
I
they
didn't
could
even
take
realize
down.
they did that.
Oh, my
I
God.
thought they only had 3 wins. Oh, there was, yeah.
All against A&M?
Okay.
Yeah, they were 0-24 in the SEC before they got to College Station. And then
See, what's wild is college, even A&M, though, the teams all the way from A&M up, I think A&M's, 13th or 14th in the conference?
yeah, around there.
All of those teams, the top 14, can actually beat anybody else on any given day, depending on the pitching. And if there's one good bat that gets lucky.
Sure. That's the impressive part about what Texas has
SEC
done.
is so tight.
It's so deep and it's so tight. And yeah, they're going to get, 12, 13, maybe even 14 teams in the NCAA tournaments. Like, it's loaded this year. And for Texas to overcome the injuries that they dealt with, it's not just any injury. Every team deals with that. But to lose your best pitcher and to lose your best hitter and to still win this conference with 2 games to spare, like that's remarkable stuff right there.
And still, Texas State beats them.
So, yeah, I know. They can have those midweek games. That's all right.
Oh, Texas State's a good ball club.
They are. And UTSA beat Texas, too. I saw a NCAA tournament projection yesterday that had Texas and UTSA in the same regional. So,
beautiful.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, so I get some revenge for that. But UTSA having a pretty good season down
You got to
in
win
Alamo
2
City.
in the tournament. You're not getting that.
No.
You can win on Tuesday. That's it.
Yeah, that's exactly. Y'all have your Tuesday wins. We'll take the SEC championship. But I was wrong. I'll be the first to admit. I thought A&M was going to be better than Texas this year. I thought in 2 or 3 years it'd be flip-flopped and everybody would realize that Schloss was the reason the Aggies were so successful, and now Texas has them, and Texas is back to where they should be. I thought it would take time. I thought Texas would be a tournament team, but I never saw this one coming. And, it's a good problem to have. It's been fun to watch. So happy to be wrong on that one.
Is there anybody, just out of curiosity, because I didn't look at the Big 12 at all. Is Kansas or anybody even in the top 20?
Kansas is, I don't think they're ranked. They've been ranked on and off this year, and I think they'll be a tournament team.
So Texas would have had a total cakewalk.
Oh, in the Big 12? Yeah. Oklahoma might be the second best team in the Big 12 if they were still in there. This week's rankings, West Virginia at 16 is the highest ranked Big 12 team. And then you've got.
And they were just throwing them a bone.
Literally, that's it. That's the only Big 12 team ranked in the top 25 this week is West Virginia.
Wow.
So, I think Texas would have, they're 21-7 in the SEC. They probably would have been 25-3 at this point in the Big 12. Like, it's not a good conference this year. And that was the question, right? Texas had success in the Big 12. Can they have it here in the SEC? They proved they could. Now go win a series. You got 2 more against OU. We'll see what happens. Maybe the motivation won't be there because you've wrapped up the conference title outright. But, again, a chance to win a series and get some momentum. You believe in this kind of thing, Tom?
I believe that, honestly, that the motivation is there no matter what in this series. There's guys who have been on this team. There's 5-year seniors on this team.
Sure.
You don't think they want to beat OU no matter what? It doesn't matter if you just transferred in. You've got that embedded in you by this team.
Yeah.
You got to beat OU.
Right.
That's worse than – A&M and Texas are a rivalry. Texas, OU, it doesn't matter. They got to win those.
Got to win those and got to win them in their ballpark too. You don't get the chance in football to beat them at their place. You get the chance to in these other sports. So go stick it to those inbreds up there, please. Am I being too nice to them? It is a charity event we're at, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. We're live from the 24th annual Mullet Open at Lost Pines Golf Club in Bastrop. If you're tuned in, you can hit us up on the Coda text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. By the way, mentioned this earlier, any super chats that you send, if you're watching on YouTube and you send us a super chat, 100% of that money will go to the Burke Center for Youth. If you'd rather donate directly to them online, you can do so. BurkeCenterForYouth.org, a fantastic organization that has changed so many lives for young kids around Central Texas for more than 50 years. That's what today is all about. BurkeCenterForYouth.org. burkcenter.org if you want to help make a difference there, or if you send us in a super chat on YouTube. Again, all of those proceeds will go directly to the Burke Center for Youth. A couple of quick sponsor shout-outs here on TSU. Want to give some love to CentexTickets.com. When's the next Texas Stars game, Tom?
Sunday.
If you want to be at the HEB Center
You've
in
got
Cedar
about
Park.
600 tickets available only, too.
There you go.
It's almost sold out already.
That's awesome. Love to hear it. CentexTickets.com if you want to get to that game. If you want to get up to Dallas tomorrow night for Game 6 between the Stars and Luzapeg, they've got tickets for you at CentexTickets.com. And, of course, when postseason baseball returns to the dish, if you want to be at UFCU Dish Falk Field, CentexTickets.com has all the seats you need. Don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 when you check out. You're going to get 10% off at CentexTickets.com. Some love to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. I know Mike McCall and his old man will be out here today hacking away in the Mullet Open. If you want to upgrade your home, new kitchen, new bathroom, maybe some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to Mike and his great team at McCall Custom Homes. They've been around for 40 years, started in Central Texas. They've stayed in Central Texas, so they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly, truly special. They're giving out free estimates to TSU listeners right now. Just head over to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com for more. Again, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. And a shout out to 34 Wine and Spirits as well. I know they came through. I think we're going to have that giant wheelbarrow of liquor again this year. One of the big raffle prizes that the Buck's been giving away for decades now. That's a fan favorite right there. And 34 Wine and Spirits provides that. The best liquor store. They're a wholesale distributor. So if you've got graduation parties and you need the booze, 34 Wine and Spirits has you covered. Go see them on the Southwest Parkway.
You know, it's funny. I know 34 Wine and Spirits is Ricky Williams. I'm looking over here at this auction stuff you guys got up here, and I see that the only guy that might be the better 34 ever is up there as well. They got a jersey of Earl Campbell's over there.
Oh, how about that? I love you blue. Oilers.
Ricky Williams and Earl Campbell, 34 jerseys over there. Look at that.
And you mentioned this earlier, Tom. Like, you don't have to be playing in the Mullet Open to partake in some of the festivities here. They've got
to partake in any of the festivities. Just come out here and eat a ton of food, and good food, by the way.
Great food.
Bring a few bucks so you can buy some raffle tickets, because you're guaranteed to leave with more than you came and you're full belly and everything else. Plus, Bucky's got so much damn liquor around here for two non-drinking drunks like us. It's amazing how much liquor that guy supplies.
Well, intern Brock just got here, so that beer might be disappearing within the next few minutes.
Look at that smile. He knows he's stealing two cases right now.
Oh, yeah. Congrats to Brock, by the way. Just walked with the cap and gown. And a graduate of the University of Texas.
Congratulations, bro.
It's well done. Yeah, they've got the raffle. They've got the silent auction here as well. I see a Roger Staubach signed uniform, Ricky Williams signed jersey. There's really cool. I don't know if you could see it from where you're at, Tom, but on the very left here, there is a signed Texas Torpedo Ricky Williams Sports Illustrated cover from back in the 90s. They've got that framed. They've got trips. They've got purses for the ladies.
I got the Vince Young one they had out there about 4 years ago.
Yeah.
The Sports Illustrated cover signed by Vince Young, and gave it away to a buddy of mine who's a big sports memorabilia guy. But, yeah, these are there's some great memorabilia.
See a signed guitar. I think that's a signed Willie Nelson photo over there. They've got a Roger Clemens signed Astros poster over there. So, yeah, come by Lost Pines Golf Club. You can sign up for these silent auction items. You can be a part of the raffle as well. And yeah, it's a fun day, man. It's a fun day.
Next year we can have a Pete Rose signed Hall of Fame induction, but that he signed it, of course, previously. But
yeah, it'd be tough to get him to sign something.
But
now.
he should be in next year.
I hope so. You think they're actually going to vote him in? We are talking about the baseball writers.
I know, and
here.
if they don't, now we all know that the baseball writers are absolute garbage.
I think we've known that for years, haven't we?
But they were told they couldn't vote him in. Now they can.
Yeah.
If they don't put him in, I'm trying not to cuss today, so I'm not going to say what I want to say about him.
Well, you're allowed to on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
I know, but I'm the one who says we shouldn't drop quite as many F-bombs as we do, so
yeah.
I'm going to try not to.
Yeah, you hear that, Wags? You hear that, Rodney? Just kidding.
Wags. I have. Oh, that's good. Yeah,
it is.
I love when Wags apologizes after saying it and he says it again.
Oh, F. Oh, sorry. Oh, F. It's good. Okay, what are your thoughts then while we're on the baseball topic on steroid guys? Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens.
I don't think they ever should have been voted out. They should have been allowed in the whole time.
Yeah, that's why I'm worried about Pete Rose getting in, is that, the baseball writers have this holier than now like thought process that they go with.
That's even less than the steroids, though, the gambling.
Yeah.
Nobody ever said that he gambled against. If he bet on himself, I don't understand, quite honestly, how that was such a horror. I understand it's against the rules, but you bet on yourself.
Right.
You didn't bet against yourself.
No, you bet on yourself.
You didn't
and you
throw
bet on
the game.
Exactly. Like the Black Sox scandal in 1919 can be viewed differently.
Yeah, but Shoeless Joe, there's no way he threw that. So the fact that they finally are putting him back on the roster.
You're not old enough. You didn't go to those games with Bucky,
I watched
did you?
all the documentaries on that one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm from Chicago. Come on, man.
True. That is true.
That was a there's
ban
no
him for
way.
not wearing shoes? Like, why else would he be left out here?
Now there's no reason.
There's no reason. No. And he's eligible now. It's like they put a few other dead guys, or they took them off the permanently banned list.
Yeah, I think it's funny. All you have to do is die to get into the Hall of Fame now.
Just like that. That's all it takes right there.
You don't get to do it alive, but after you're dead, we'll tell your family how great you were.
They do say it's a lifetime ban. So I guess once the lifetime is over, the ban is over too.
Yeah, that's kind of garbage.
So I think the steroid guy should be in. Hopefully Pete Rose gets in. And Steven brings up a good point. The Veterans Committee will be the guys, I think, who are in charge of Pete Rose's decision.
And I think they'll put him in immediately in.
Yeah, I think they should.
And I don't think they'll allow the steroid guys in still.
Really?
No, they've got something still against that whole era.
Yeah, even though it saved baseball.
It did. It was a blast to watch.
Sure.
I mean, I was through the Sammy Sosa, McGuire time. That year was so awesome.
Those home run chases in the late 90s.
It was just fun.
And Barry Bonds hitting 73 in one season.
I mean, everybody knows chicks love the long ball.
Chicks love the long ball.
Let it go.
And they love the small balls that you get from steroids. I think that's the second half of that expression, if I have that one right.
I don't know if they like that part.
Nah, yeah, that might be a bad side effect of all of that. Tom, I want to get your thoughts on NBA playoffs, but more importantly, the NHL playoffs. You're a big Stars fan. You've got the Dallas Stars hats on this morning. We can go into NBA. You know that if Ike's listening, he doesn't want to hear about hockey. Oh, right, yeah. Domino's
so, Ike, I'm not going to talk about hockey if you're listening, okay?
Domino's Ike is a communist who doesn't like hockey, but that's all right. It's all right.
I respect Ike in that way.
We still love him. All right, NBA playoffs. You've been on Boston all year long. At the start of the playoffs, you picked Boston to win. Even after Jason Tatum went down, you said you still like Boston.
They're a good team.
They are.
They're a team.
They look good in Game 5 the other night.
The Eastern Conference has been so strange in the playoffs. Just weird.
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't want to see Pacers Knicks. Come on.
I know.
That's just I never want to see the Knicks ever.
Right.
I mean, I grew up in Chicago with Jordan and the Bulls and everything else. Knicks are evil. Sorry, they're the evil empire.
Okay.
So they need to go away.
You don't feel bad for them?
No,
they
not
haven't
at
been to
all.
a Final Four in the NBA since 2000. They've waited their turn. Now's their time.
They play in the Garden. How can you feel sorry for them?
It is.
I mean, they get to play in the venue.
Yeah.
I mean, there's gardens all over the place, but they're the Garden.
That is the Garden.
I mean, come on.
Sorry about that, Boston.
Oh no, you don't even call it there. They call it TD Garden. You don't even say the Garden there.
Yep, it's different. So you're still picking Boston to win it all, even without Jason Tatum?
I would pick them right now to win the East. Still,
okay.
Yes.
Get over Indiana.
The West is tough.
Yeah, that's interesting.
West is good. I mean, Oklahoma City is really good. So there's no telling what's going to happen with the basketball finals ever, because quite frankly, I think basketball is way too run by the referees than any other sport.
Definitely that.
And so if they decide that like the New York Knicks are supposed to win this next game, even they're going to win the next game. Boston doesn't have anything to say about it in that situation.
Right.
So it'll depend on if the league finally says, "Hey, refs, stay the hell out of the way."
You a believer that these games are rigged?
I don't think they're rigged. I think that the referees have an agenda going in somewhat where they'll say, we're going to give more fouls to one team than the other.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be so lopsided so often.
Okay.
Because anything can be a foul. Almost all of them are subjective. I mean, they'll touch somebody in one play and they'll get a foul. Next play, a guy will get mugged and they won't call a foul.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem with basketball right there, is the officiating. And it's not always the ref's fault. I've talked about this a lot. Like, officiating is hard. I was an intramural ref at UT, and those guys move about 1/1000th of the pace of an NBA player. And it was like, I gained a whole new respect for officials and the job that officials have to do just by doing that. Because there were calls like, I know basketball really well, and there were calls that like, oh, shoot, I missed that. Like 30 seconds later, I'm like, damn, I missed that. And I called that over there. I should have called that over there. I can't even imagine how difficult it is with the NBA. But the problem is the rules are so subjective. Like they go back and forth on whether or not basketball is a contact sport or if it isn't. So like if you call this thing a foul, like a tiny little bit of contact, the players think, all right, that's going to be a foul every single time. But then they won't call it the next time around, and it's the players are confused, the coaches are confused, the fans are confused because there's just no consistency on what is a foul or a violation and what isn't.
Yeah.
I don't know how you fix that. That's the problem. They got to decide if they want to be like a contact sport, like I don't know if no blood, no foul, but like it's got to be a hard foul for it to be called, or if any little bit of contact is.
It's the playoffs.
Yeah.
Let them play. I mean, I remember the bad boys, and Jordan rules, everything else that you used to watch them. They were so physical.
Yep.
And basketball was really fun to watch. Now it's a little bit too opened up. These scores are so high. Defense is pretty much non-existent. It's just let's shoot, and they shoot so many threes now. It's not even funny. So it kind of takes a lot of the fun out of it. Let's go to the hole and see if you can get something.
Chicks don't dig the long ball in basketball.
No, I don't know. I guess they do. But
Maybe it's what everyone's doing these days.
although if I looked at who was walking around the arenas when I'm in these towns, I don't go into basketball arenas, but I'm around them sometimes because hockey games are the day before. So you see these guys walking around. I don't see a lot of chicks wearing the basketball uniforms.
Interesting.
See a lot of chicks wearing hockey jerseys, though.
Although the best jerseys in sports.
And yes, I said chicks. Sorry. Hun, if you're listening, ladies.
You can't say that? You can't say chicks
you're
anymore?
not
We've lost that?
You're not supposed to say chicks.
What are we supposed to call them? Broads?
Ladies.
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 Ladies is better than broads, huh?
Yeah, because some of them aren't so broad.
Some of them aren't so broad. Some of them aren't so lady.
Well, that's true, too.
Yeah, that's where we're at nowadays. You got Oklahoma City, it sounds like, in Game 7 against Denver tomorrow?
I do.
Okay.
I like Oklahoma City a lot. That team is that's another well-rounded team. I mean, when you get a lot of these teams where you don't have the superstar, seems like they can play more like a team, and the teams that have a superstar on them tend to always, like when Curry went down, that was it. It's done.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter what he was doing. He's the star.
Yeah.
Can't lose the star.
No, that's as simple as that. Like once Steph Curry went out, I think everybody knew that series.
If you have
was done.
7 players that are really contributing, which I think that's what Oklahoma City is, I think they're the better team.
Yeah, they're the deepest team, and they had the best record in the NBA in the regular season for a reason. 68 games. I mean, they're loaded with talent. You know, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is their best player. He's their MVP candidate, but they've proven time and time again, like he can have an off night and they can still find a way to win, which not every team can say that. So depth matters. And
you can have LeBron James and Luka and still get knocked out in the first round. It doesn't really matter.
Only won one game in the first round. Yeah, so superstar talent, look, you got to have that, but you also have to be well-rounded, and Oklahoma City is. And, you know they're going to a Game 7, and the pressure's on them. Like I said it yesterday, if Denver wins Game 6, then all of a sudden all the pressure goes on Oklahoma City because they're the number 1 seed and the game's in their barn. And if they lose this one, it's a total failure of a season. So they've got to deal with that. I think they will. I think they should still be considered the favorites right now to win it all with the Tatum injury especially.
That's kind of the way I'd sway over Boston possibly, but yeah, I still like Boston.
Okay.
And I don't like Boston. I shouldn't say that. I think Boston's a better team.
Even though the kid is
that.
up there.
She likes the Bruins.
She turned into a Celtics fan too?
No, she doesn't watch basketball.
Okay, I know she's way more of hockey, but Bruins I can deal with.
She's a Red Sox fan though, I can tell you that, because she has already been to games this year, and I haven't even been to baseball yet, barely.
That one hurts. Well, Alex Bregman up there doing great things for Boston.
Boston looks good.
They do look good. And the Rangers beat the Astros last night. Pitchers duel. Jacob deGrom.
American League
Brown.
West
oh my God.
is, let's just put it this way, a joke.
It's a competition to be the skinniest kid at the fat camp, as they say.
The American League East, the records are the same as the West just about, but that's because those teams are all good.
Yeah.
The American League Central, I think you get the Twins, now Detroit, Cleveland, and the Twins could all beat anybody in the West, in my opinion.
Yeah, the Central's actually good. The Central's been the worst division in the sport for a decade, and right now they're the best in the AL.
Well, they got the best records.
They do.
I think the East has the best teams, but it's just I don't know. I think that the American League West it's one of those that you just have to hope that they get into the playoffs. If you're an Astros or a Rangers fan, you got to just hope they get into the playoffs and get something going.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, the Astros are 22-21 right now, and they are a game and a half out of first place in the West. So long season. Rangers have won 6 in a row to get back in a good spot. They're a half game out of first place. Seattle right now. Seattle's 23-19. So it might only take 85 to 90 at the most wins to win this division this year. And that's fine. The Astros have lost a lot of talent. You figure they could maybe take a little bit of a step back because of that. The Rangers last year were horrible. 2 years ago, obviously, they won it all. Last year, they dealt with a lot of injuries. They missed the playoffs. They didn't even get to 80 wins. But it doesn't seem like you're going to have a spectacular season to make it to the playoffs in the West, which that's a good place to be. And Seattle always chokes, don't they? They always choke. So even though they're in first right now, I think.
Well, they didn't when they had Ken Griffey Jr.
No, they didn't. You're right.
So 40 years ago, they were okay.
I was going to say, in the 90s and early 2000s, although they did choke when they had the best regular season record in baseball history, the Yankees got to them in the playoffs.
We all know, though, that that's historically the way it happens in every sport, just about.
Well, if you're the number one seed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. In hockey last night, we saw the number one seed in the East go down. Winnipeg's the number one seed in the West.
They're going down tonight.
They're
tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, they're down 3-2 in their series. So, regular season success does not always equate to success in the postseason. Yeah, it's just getting hot at the right time. I mean, look, the Rangers, when they won it all 2 years ago, they were slumping going into the playoffs. They coughed up the division to the Astros on the final weekend of the year. In the playoffs, they turned it around. They got hot. They hoisted the trophy.
It even happens in football. If I'm not mistaken, didn't the New England Patriots, the one year that they actually had the best record in football, they wanted the New York Giants beat them in the Super Bowl?
That was when they were, 18-0 going in?
The Giants beat them in regular season, didn't they?
No.
Oh, no, that's right. It was the end.
Patriots were 16-0 in the regular year. They were trying to, do what the Dolphins did and be the only other team to go unbeaten and win it all.
That was the helmet catch game.
That was the David Tyree helmet catch game.
Go.
Absolutely. And, that's the Giants' defense. Incredible job. Incredible job against Tom Brady. 2 Super Bowl wins for the Giants against the Patriots there. So,
we're being pointed out that Texas beat Boston, swept Boston this year. So we got to admit that, yes, Texas can win a few games.
Yeah, they did. I mean, they
talking about the Rangers, not the Longhorns.
I don't know if did they sweep Boston? They didn't sweep. They took.
I don't know. Somebody's calling us a fool on there, or me a fool for saying it.
No, they took 3 of 4 from Boston to open the year, and then they lost 2 of 3 from Boston in Boston a couple weeks ago. So, no, there were no sweeps involved in the making of the Rangers Red Sox 2025.
If you got right-handed batters who can pull the ball, Boston is your park.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah.
That's
Breggy is having a field day up there. He is just loving life.
I need to still haven't been to a game at Fenway Park, and I'm going for a wedding next month, and of course the Sox are out of town. I'm like, I need to extend this trip a couple of days to go to a game.
We'll go up there together.
Make it happen. Okay, I appreciate that. All right, Tom McKay filling in for the Buck. The Buck rolling around right now. We are live at the 24th annual Mullet Open into hour number 2 of Bucky and BK. Chaos Theory will be broadcasting live out here as well. I think Wags and Rodney will probably be here shortly, so we'll get one of those guys on the headset. We'll do a little crosstalk here with Tom McKay of AV Consultations, who is sitting in. A great day out here. Again, BurkeCenterForYouth.org if you want to make a donation to the Burke Center for Youth, the beneficiary of today's event. 24 years of Mullet Open golf. Should be a fantastic turnout today. A nice, cool spring Friday. Should be a lot of fun and
only
relaxing.
95 today?
Yeah. A nice cold front here. Only 95 today for the folks who are playing golf. I do not participate in this event. What I do after the show is over, Tom, I go to the lazy river and get drunk and hang out all day until the barbecue comes.
Yeah, I'm going to actually have to miss the barbecue today because the kid is finally coming home.
There you go. Done with the semester.
Done. Well, she's been done for a week. I think she's just working up there this week. And then she's coming home to be inducted into the Georgetown Palace Theater Hall of Fame.
Congrats to her. That's very cool. Very exciting. We'll be there.
Kind of cool.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So come out and support BurkeCenterForYouth.org if you want to make a donation there. And again, all super chats on YouTube today will be going directly to the Burke Center for Youth. We'll take your thoughts, talking a lot of Texas baseball. The Longhorns winning the SEC regular season championship How about 1 year in the SEC and 1 conference title? It's a pretty good ratio.
In a lot of sports.
In a lot of sports. Yeah. 8 conference titles for the University of Texas.
Was rowing one of those?
Rowing is one of those.
I had a feeling it was.
Yeah, they've got a shot to win a national championship. They have won 3 of the last 4 national titles. They just won the SEC, so I don't know when the actual NCAAs happen, but they've got a very good shot to win 4 and 5.
And we will know it when they light the tower orange, because that's the only reason anybody would know.
Yeah, Twitter and them lighting the tower. I know they practice. As a guy who used to kayak in Town Lake,
Yeah.
I would see them practicing. They're always working hard out there, but I have no idea how one watches rowing. I don't know.
You sit and go, golfer clap.
Yeah, I mean, like, how do you find it on TV? They put it on TV?
Oh, I'm sure it's on one of the ESPN 1 through 5 or 10 or whatever.
ESPN 8 the Ocho.
My Lord.
Maybe they put it on there. Yeah. Also, the men's tennis team, that's another SEC champ. They are playing in the Elite 8 today against UCLA. So best of luck to the Texas men's tennis team as they try to get back to a Final Four. There's another team that has a shot to not only win the conference, but win a Ngati this season. So, yeah, it's been a pretty good first year for Texas in the Southeastern Conference.
And I'm sure that's doing nothing for the NIL money.
No, not at all. Yeah, I'm sure people are pissed about that.
Oh, look who showed up.
How about that? Double
Mr.
R.
Double R.
Dressed in all black for someone's funeral. Is everything okay? Yeah, he was wearing that shirt yesterday out at Barton Creek Golf Club. Now we got Double R back. We got a headset, Double R, whenever you're ready to roll. But, yeah, Wags will be here too. Zay will be out here as well. It's going to be a full house. Yeah, CB is asking where's the star of the AV Consultations commercial, the kid. On her way back to Texas.
She's getting on a plane in about 2 hours, CB. It's unfortunately she isn't going to make it for this. We wish she was.
Wish she was. All right, I do want to get your thoughts. By the way, today is a great national day. And we talk about like the national day calendar a lot. Today might be the best national day of the year. We're going to talk about some of these in a second. But you did say earlier you were not picking Johnny Vegas to hold on to his 2-shot lead. Oh, there you go.
Look at that. The kid is actually listening in, apparently. She's texted.
There's a first time for everything.
Yeah.
Thanks, kid, for watching. She's still the social media manager and the website manager for AVC.
And commercial writer. So if you guys ever wonder who writes those commercials, by the way, that's actually her. And we're going to record some new commercials next week.
There we go.
She's in town finally.
So if you like them, give her credit. If you don't like them, blame Tom.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Do you have
Well, everybody blames me anyhow.
That's true. That's how it works. So you're not picking Johnny Vegas in the PGA Championship.
No.
He's got a 2-shot lead. He tees off at 8.
It was Thursday.
It's Thursday. I know. So who are you picking? It's my transition there. Not a lot of big names near the top.
Well,
of the
they're not
right
yet.
Now, right?
This is the PGA Championship. It flops quite a bit. I don't know. What did Rory end up with yesterday?
+3.
That's okay.
Okay. 10 shots back of the lead on day 1.
Yeah. He's probably not going to get there. I would have loved to have seen Justin Thomas, of course, do something, but he just kept bogeying yesterday. Did he end up still like +4?
I think he ended okay. He ended +1.
Oh, so he made it back. I was watching that on the plane,
yeah.
And he was on like the 11th hole whenever I landed in Austin.
He had a big chip in that kind of salvaged the round yesterday, got him back on track. Scotty Scheffler was 2 under. He's off this afternoon, but I
could see Scheffler and Thomas actually in the final group on Sunday.
Yeah, I think the biggest names that are in the mix right now. You got Colin Morikawa at 3 under. He's 2 under today, so on the course very early, off to a good start. Max Homa is 5 under today through 6 holes. Got off to a scorcher. He is 3 under for the championship. So you're seeing some very low scores put up there already. Adam Scott in the mix, Victor Hovland in the mix. The problem with me with the PGA Championship, it's too many jabronis playing. It's too many guys that I just don't know.
Well, that's the interesting thing, because this course, this tournament, I mean, it tends to be won by experience.
Yeah.
A lot like not the level of the Masters, but a lot like the Masters. And so whenever you watch these guys who come out and they shoot these great rounds in the first rounds, just kind of go, they're not going to be there. It's like the Masters,
right?
And unless it's one of the top players that's at the top and after the first day, because they could stay there. Most of them, golf is 4 days in a row. You're not going to have 4 great days.
And that's why Rory was such a popular pick, because he's won at this course 4 times.
Right.
Obviously, he won the Masters a couple
And
months
he
ago.
could go out and shoot 600 today and be right back in the hunt.
They could. Maybe he's been partying a little too
The
much.
stuff usually comes back. I mean, remember the
Yeah.
Masters, everybody was talking about, oh, it's going to be 13, it's going to be 15. And then, well, there it all changes, and everybody goes, wait a minute, that wasn't supposed to flop.
Right.
Yeah, it was. It happens every year.
Regresses to the mean a little bit. Yeah, I like, at the PGA Championship, you get the golf pros playing in this thing. You get all sorts of just people that you don't see in other majors in the field. I'm cool with them being around.
Hole-in-one yesterday was awesome.
That was great. I don't even remember who that was.
I think it was a club pro.
Maybe in a club pro. Like, I'm okay with those guys being in the mix. I'm okay with those guys, being leaders after round one or round two. When it's all said and done, I want to see the big dogs eat.
Well, most of those guys don't make the cut.
Right.
And so by the weekend, it's the names usually.
Yeah, and I think we'll get that. So
I could see Vegas making. I mean, Johnny could go a ways, but he isn't. I don't see him leading even after day two. He shot his wad the first day.
Johnny Vegas?
Yeah.
I'll be rooting for him. He's the first Venezuelan to ever have a lead after any round of any major. Doing it for his country, doing it for the University of Texas. Be cool to see him at least stay in the mix this weekend. Today, I think the good news for Johnny Vegas is he played so late yesterday that he's on the course right now. Like, not a lot of time to think about it or to get cold. Like, he just goes home, goes to bed, maybe watches some hockey, watches some basketball, and then he's back on the course.
You saw the size of the man.
The issue would be, I think, tomorrow and Sunday, if he's still like
He has
in
no
the lead.
rest from yesterday to today, and he is a big man.
because he's too big.
He's gonna be tired. That boy's gonna be tired.
Do bigger people get tired?
That's a lot of walking.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
It's not like the Masters where you're walking uphill the whole damn time. But it's a lot of walking.
Yeah, it is. It is. No, you're not pro kart for the PGA, are you?
Oh no, God
Okay,
no.
Just making sure.
I'm not pro card for any of them.
Are you a walker on the course?
And you can walk a golf course in 2.5 hours, so it means you can play it in 3.5 hours. Why are they taking 6?
You could. I'm not doing that. I'm out on that deal. Give me a cart or I'm not playing. If I see it's cart path only, I'm out for the rounds. Can't do it. Like, I'm not good enough, and I don't want to walk around enough to justify doing that. I need the cart. I need to drive right up to the ball, and I need to drive to my next. I wish I could take the carts on the green. I'm mad that I can't even do that. I got to walk from the cart path to the greens at the end of each hole. What are we doing? At least let me go close to the green.
You're terrible.
Yeah, no, I'm lazy.
Yeah, that's a good word.
That's what it is. Thank you very much. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Apparently having a couple of app issues. We're tinkering here just to make sure that you guys can hear us loud and clear, but apologies for those. If it's not working, definitely check us out, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch. We are rocking and rolling there, and we'll, of course, have these shows podcasted right after they are done. All right, a couple of sponsor shout-outs here. We've got you like food, Tom, don't you?
I absolutely love foods. Everybody knows that.
I've got a list of the best.
You don't get this fat if you don't love food.
It's a good point. I wasn't going to say it, but I was thinking.
You can think it.
I was thinking it. Thank you for saying it. We've got a combination of maybe your two favorite things, baseball and food. The best ballpark food items around the majors in 2025.
And if hot dogs isn't number one, they're wrong. It's that simple.
Oh, we're going like these are specialty items.
I know, and I
This
hate
is not
that.
the dogs
Just
and the
give me a dog.
nachos. No, look, I'm with you on that, right?
Unless I'm gonna bow down to the damn people in Boston again, because their Italian sausages are fantastic instead of a dog.
Oh, they sell them at the ballpark?
Yeah.
Oh, at Fenway? Oh, now I want to go to one of those games. So we're going to get to a list of the best and most unique ballpark grub. There's an ESPN article, or I guess some guy went to every ballpark in the majors, and he's like, here's the best stuff and the craziest stuff in the 2025 season. But before that, shout out to some of our other sponsors. Relax the Back. I am not in a Relax the Back chair right now, and it's going to hurt. Love our friends at Relax the Back. They're giving away a couple of things here at the Mullet Open. So if you're coming out here, you've got your chance to win. But if not, check out their two great locations. One up north, 183 and 360 by the Container Store, and then one in the Hill Country Galleria as well. They've got mattresses, they've got recliners, they've got massage tools, they've got just pads that you could put on your seat in the car so you're more comfortable while you're driving around. They got everything you need to make your back pain a thing of the past. Shout out to Jason and the gang at Relax the Back. And also some love to Woods Comfort Systems as well. It's hot. I don't think you need to make sure that your heater is working. You do need to make sure that the AC is working. And if you've got any sorts of problems, don't try to tough out the summer without good, strong air conditioning. Our friends at Woods Comfort Systems have been around for 69 years. Very nice. And right now they are offering a $69 off special on any AC repair or installation. So if something's going wrong, head over to woodscomfortsystems.com or give our friends a call at 512-842-5066. Woods Comfort Systems, where comfort is our middle name. All right, Buck.
You can call me Buck. I don't mind.
All right, Ty, you guys look the same.
Yeah, we're both old as shit.
Another thing I wasn't going to say, but was also thinking.
You know it's true. We all know it's true.
So thank you very much. All right, we've got our first food item here. We're going to do a little screen share so you and everybody else watching can tune in. Obviously, if you're on the app, we'll let you know what we have here. We go to San Francisco for our first item. These are loaded garlic fries.
Throw them away.
Throw them away.
Throw them away.
You don't even want to hear what's in them?
It's in a San Francisco Giants helmet.
Oh, that's why? You've heard the story of Bucky and his friend. Actually, it might have just been Bucky and a bunch of randos at a Yankees game back in the day. One of the guys had one of these little souvenir helmets. They were all standing in line to use the pisser.
Oh, no.
The line was too long, and one guy just unzipped it and peed in the little helmet and then passed it to the next guy who peed in the same helmet. And apparently, when the owner of that helmet got it back, he just poured out the piss and put it back on his head. So every time I see one of these little souvenir
what
helmets,
city was that in?
This is, I think, a Yankees game, New York.
No, that doesn't surprise me. Much.
No, it's using your resources right there. I don't want to wait in those lines.
Yeah, it sounds like something Bucky would do anyhow.
Yeah, well, Bucky would be the guy who puts it back on his head. He pees in the hat and then gives it to other people to pee in the hat, and then he puts it back on his lid. These are made with French fries, kimchi, fried Spam. You a Spam guy, Tom?
No.
Garlic, parsley, salt, and pepper.
I usually delete all Spam.
Like delete, like you eat it, and that's how it's deleted?
No, just delete. You
You
erase it from your inbox
I see
and
what
you
you're saying.
throw it away from the helmet.
And you ignore the potential spam calls, the 500 of those that you get every day. Get rid of those. All right, so no go on the loaded garlic fries. By the way, that was an item for Korean Heritage Night, and I know you hate the Koreans, Tom.
Oh, man.
That's a joke I make with Bucky.
I know.
Yeah, he actually might. I'm not worried about you.
I don't hate anyone. I just like everyone. I don't hate anyone.
Is that on a shirt yet?
I think so, yeah.
It needs to be. What about this guy? This is Houston.
Ooh.
We go down to Dyken Park. Can I call it the Dyke?
Let's just call it Midday.
Okay, and it's still Minute Maid Park in your eyes. It's weird driving by there and not seeing that giant orange.
I honestly hadn't even noticed. Is that sad?
Yeah. Most people, I think, still call it the juice box down there. This is a fried chicken waffle sandwich made with pepper jack cheese, bacon, onion jam, and honey chipotle aioli.
That should be at the Waffle House.
Should be.
That's a chicken sandwich on waffles. That's chicken and waffles.
It's chicken and waffles. It's fried chicken inside 2 waffles. You've got bacon jam, you've got cheese, and you've got
I never understand
sauce.
how the ballparks are all trying to just kill all their fans. When they serve the most heart-threatening food, and I'm not trying to be Mr. Health here or anything, but my Lord, that thing looks unbelievable.
Here's why they're willing to do it. They're probably charging $25 for this thing. So
okay.
The return they get is worth maybe losing one fan to diabetes.
Yeah, because that's only about a $3 sandwich.
But if you're a season ticket holder and you have one of these every night, you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
You're going to be in a little bit of trouble there.
You're going to have the freshman 15 every year.
Yeah, I like that. All right, on to I haven't looked at this one yet.
Who's this?
This is from the Miami Marlins.
They have to have good food because they suck at baseball.
They do suck. This is the ultimate hot dog tower.
Oh, that's in the sweets.
It features 4 hot dogs, 4 Polish sausages, and 4 corn dogs.
That's only for the first 3 innings.
And it comes with loaded salchipapas. Am I reading that right? You heard of that word? I just offended somebody.
That's the thing on top.
That's the thing on top. Also comes with ketchup, mustard, relish, sauerkraut, and sweet onions. Those are your little bowls for toppings right there. What do you think of this guy? The loaded hot dog tower.
How are you going to carry it, though? That has to be in a suite only because you can't carry that thing around.
It's got to be delivered to you or it's got to be in the suite, right?
Yeah. I mean, I want to sit in a seat where I can only hold, 2 things at once at the most.
This is great though, because I want to eat 4 hot dogs at the ballpark. So
yeah, but they walk around. You can just get one every inning.
Yeah, that's true. Just order from somebody there.
And then they're hot and fresh instead of stale and cold.
A hot dog. I've never seen anything
Looks good,
like
though.
this before. Yeah. I wonder how much this runs.
Oh.
4 dogs, 4 Polish sausages, and whatever the salty papas
That's
are.
at least $90.
You think so?
At least.
Would you pay for it?
No.
Okay, I wouldn't either. All right, we continue on here. The best ballpark foods of 2025. If I can get this to load, we're going to go north of the border.
Uh-oh. I saw cotton candy.
For this one, we've got cotton candy fries. If our website will let us share, fries loaded with cotton candy. Can we get this to work? This is great content here. We know y'all love this. You're welcome for all of this right here.
For everybody watching, it's coming.
Here we go. Cotton candy fries.
Oh, that just looks nasty.
Screen share. It's not like a super huge item. When I heard about this, I'm thinking it's going to be like a giant souvenir helmet of fries. It's just a small little tray of French fries with some drizzle on top, and then just like a little piece of cotton candy.
And the drizzle
as the
is blue.
The drizzle is blue. I don't know what that is. Like a frosting and icing.
I mean, if you're going to serve fries with something that's not ordinary, serve it with chocolate or vanilla ice cream so you can dip the fries in that.
I like that. It's like the Wendy's Frosty bit, right?
Yeah.
Everyone dips their fries in the Frosty. That'd be great. This doesn't do it for me. Like, I'm okay with cotton candy. I couldn't tell you the last time I've ever actually purchased it at a game, and I love fries, but it's not a combination that the people need.
I usually just wait for the kid next to me to realize he can't eat anymore and take the rest of his.
Or the parent to get pissed off that the kid is losing his mind and be like, "You're done.
Yeah.
You're done eating this."
I'll eat it for you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I got your back. All right, we've got, speaking of the helmet bit, how about banana pudding helmets from the San Diego Dads?
You notice how many of these bad ones are from California?
You're not in on this?
It's a baseball game.
It's banana pudding, though. It's good stuff.
Hot dogs and Cracker Jack.
Yeah, you're just a classic guy. You don't need anything else. No frills.
No.
You actually eat Cracker Jacks? Those things are nasty.
And peanuts.
Peanuts are fine.
I love one of the worst things for me is I'll eat that whole bag of peanuts. I just put all the shells on the ground. I love the crunchy sound when I stand up and jump around.
No, step on them. You're not one of those guys who puts them in a hat or anything.
Oh, no.
You just leave them for the ballpark crew to clean up after the game.
They're really good, those cleanup crews.
Yeah, that's their job, right? You're keeping them in business. It's very nice of you.
Now this I like.
All right.
Oh, you were showing something there.
I know.
That
We're
looks so
scrolling down. We're adding a few to the queue so we don't have another issue with loading anymore. Moving on here, we go up to Arlington. Of course, the Rangers a few years ago brought us the Boomstick, the 2-foot-long hot dog. This year they have added a Boomstick burrito. It is a 24-inch burrito. It's actually made on a 26-inch tortilla. I believe I pronounced that right, Rodney.
Not even close.
Double check me on that. Filled with rice, beans, taco meat, nacho cheese, pico de Joey Gallo, lettuce, and sour cream.
If they would have replaced the ground beef with like brisket or something, that would have been really worth it maybe. But
maybe you can get a little chicken or a little brisket in there.
I don't see how anybody needs a 21-inch burrito.
24.
24-inch burrito.
You're underselling this thing. You split this with somebody, right? Like
No, you don't. You don't split food at a ballpark.
Well, if it's 2 feet long,
It doesn't matter.
What?
No. You're like, do you buy 2 beers and share it with somebody?
Oh, yeah, my right hand and my left
There
hand.
you go. You
Yeah.
don't share your stuff at the ballpark.
No, but it's if you want to eat something like you said, it's too much food for one person, right?
There's no such thing.
I don't know. I mean, do I get performance enhancers? If I get a couple of gummies in me, then this Boomstick burrito will be done by the 3rd inning. I don't have to worry about anybody else getting a bite. I'll take care of that. John says toilets will be full at Rangers games. Yeah, hard to argue. Steven says super monster burrito. That's what it is. I would absolutely try this, but
that I would actually try. That.
Yeah.
I would love it if it had brisket in it or some other kind of beef. But it's ground beef. It's okay. It's Taco Bell.
Yeah, could be. I think you wish it was Taco Bell quality meat that they were serving here. All right, we go to Yankee Stadium for this one. Another helmet item. This is called Patroni Tiramisu. You a tiramisu guy, Tom?
That's actually really good. I've had that at Yankee Stadium.
Really?
Yep.
Remember how much this ran?
That's expensive as hell.
I bet it is.
That's somewhere around, I think that's $22 or something like that.
Made with espresso, mascarpone cream.
You don't think I know how to pronounce any of this stuff, do you?
I don't know.
I know how to pronounce lasagna. That's it for Italian right there.
Yeah, way to go, Garfield. Also, lady finger cookies and cocoa powder.
Oh, it's good.
You give it the stamp of approval?
Yeah, it is. That is very good. That is a dessert that will have you wired for quite a few hours.
That's just it's a lot of cinnamon powder on top, or cocoa powder on top of that thing right
It's
there.
good.
Okay, so that's Yankee Stadium for that one. I think this was the one, not that one, but I think this was the one that you were referencing a moment ago of an item that you were a very big fan of. We go to the south side of Chicago for our next item here.
I didn't even know that was Chicago either. Yep.
How about the Celebration Cake Shake?
You know what's funny is, they serve those at Black Tap, the burger joint up by the Dallas Stars games.
Mm-hmm.
That's those things are a meal in themselves, and they are so good.
Made with birthday cake, ice cream, confetti cake, a pinwheel cookie, and a maraschino cherry.
Maraschino.
Thank you. Hey, look at that. You got some of these words. That's why we keep you around, Tom.
Well, that used to be the cocktail little thing you had to put in the cocktails when you were serving them, I used to drink back in the way long time ago.
Did you ever bartend?
Yes.
Oh, so you know all about this stuff then.
Used to own a couple of joints.
Up in Dallas, right?
Yeah.
Forgot about that. All right. Well, there's so many on this list. We're not going to get to all of them.
Look at that. Is nasty.
We've got
that looks like a moldy corn dog.
I will show this one. All of them, because we got some other. What Up corn dog. This is in Seattle, your favorite city, Tom, if I'm not mistaken. The What Up corn dog is honey battered corn dog with a spicy crunch served with nacho cheese. So I don't think there's like any special flavoring. They've got it blue. They've got the outside of the corn dog.
It's green.
Coated in Mariner's bluish green. Yeah, I guess
it's just gross.
It does look green. Yeah, well, just get a corn dog.
Yeah, that looks like a moldy. That looks like a moldy corn dog.
It does look like a moldy corn dog.
Or somebody sprayed mulch on, or what do they call it when you go out and do the grass gets sprayed on there with the side of the highway?
Okay, that's what it looks like to you. Yeah, I don't think I would try that. Just give me an OG corn dog. You know, Bucky hates the corn dogs though because they remind him of Dogs Johnson's. Because I guess he looks at those a lot.
I don't know why he's doing that.
He's got a lot of experience in that category. I can't quite figure out why he does.
Now, that looks tasty.
So we got a s'mores quesadilla here in Philadelphia. Includes Nutella, mini marshmallows, and graham cracker crumble, and a flour tortilla served with a chocolate dipping sauce.
And if you're a visiting fan, it's also served with a punch to the face and get cussed out by a Philly fan because the Phillies have the worst fans in the history of sports.
And some batteries thrown at you too.
Just garbage.
Yeah,
fans.
they're just not human beings.
If you're from Philadelphia and you're listening, fix your people.
Fix your people, please. I keep saying we're not going to screen share anymore, but some of these things look so good. I feel like we have to.
If they serve that anywhere but Philly, I might have one.
Yeah, this would require you going to Philadelphia.
I'm not doing that ever again.
Seems like a bad idea. All right, a couple others worth reading. A slugger dog with the Kansas City Royals includes a chorizo topped. It's a chorizo dog with Doritos Cool Ranch crust and an avocado aioli. Too fancy? Too crazy for you?
Well, so you're killing the hot dog.
Yeah, you don't even get the hot dog taste. You've got the dessert nachos in Colorado. You're going to need a lot of food and drink to watch the Rockies play this year. They are horrible. Fried flour tortillas tossed in cinnamon sugar and fresh berries topped with powdered sugar and a caramel drizzle served with a side of whipped cream.
That's in Colorado.
It's in Colorado.
You know, everybody at those games has the munchies.
Everyone at those games.
So they don't care what they're eating. They'll I need more food.
The two Colorado Rockies games I've been to, I was in that category there. You have
They call it Rocky Mountain High for a reason.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Arizona Diamondbacks, you can get a chicken parm sub and filthy mac fries. Cajun-style crinkle-cut fries smothered in white cheddar mac and cheese, cheddar cheese, pork belly bacon, and cola barbecue sauce.
My gosh.
Yeah, loaded fry. You out on that?
Oh, that's okay. I don't know why at a ball game, though. These are like food you eat sitting down at a restaurant almost. It's also, everything drops all over you at a ball game.
Right. And you can get it for a lot less at an actual restaurant, and it's going to be a lot better because it's not mass-produced like it is at the game.
Yeah.
So if you're going to get, I don't know, if there's some ballparks, like I'll go and have a specialty item at a certain ballpark, but really just hot dog and nachos is all I need.
Hot dog, peanuts, give me a bottle of water so I have a spit cup by the third inning, and I'm good.
Yeah, that's it. You're set. So there you go. The best ballpark food items in 2025, according to ESPN. Tiramisu number one on your list?
Tiramisu's, yeah.
Not
if I'm
the
going to any
Glizzy
of those,
Tower.
and actually the Philly one would probably be my number one on the list if it weren't in Philly.
No, the s'mores quesadilla.
Yeah, that looked pretty
I
good.
don't want to make that at home. I'm intrigued by that. It's a good business
That requires
idea.
cooking, so that's not happening.
No, you're right. That's a little too much work. I'm going to Uber Eats somebody to come cook that for me, I think is what we're going to do. All right. Mentioned it that this is a big national day. I want to get Rodney on the case for this one to get a fuller discussion. I don't know where he ran off to. We'll go flag him down, but we'll get to this in a second. I do want to give a congratulations to Texas A&M, though. It's something I do not do often. It's something we do not do often here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
I'm trying to wait for this one because I have no idea where you're going here.
They did win first place in the SEC in something this year. Congrats to A&M. First place in the SEC in severance money spent in 2024.
That's why they couldn't afford to keep Slosh.
The Aggies spent $27.5 million on severance last year alone, by far the most in the conference.
That's a lot of money.
Auburn was second at $10.8 million. Texas was actually third at $7.2 million.
Is that still just Herman?
Some Herman and I think some David Pierce probably going to that as well. No Rodney Terry money yet. That will click
Herman's
in
still
this
getting
year.
money.
Yeah, Tom Herman's still getting paid for doing a not so good job here. But
anywhere.
Good point. Houston had a couple
No, he
good
did
years
not.
down there. That's how he got the job at Texas.
Because he used somebody else's players. He can't recruit.
Oh, right. Yeah. A&M spent 4 times as much as Texas on severance, and most of that obviously going to Jimbo. Double R, don't go for too long because we're going to want you here in a second. 28 mil. So A&M first in something in the SEC. I feel like we're being nice, giving them some love on a Friday show.
That seems like negative love, but okay.
No. Me?
Yeah, that's that little bit of hate thrown in.
They're
with the
first
love.
place.
Love and hate are, they're right next to each other.
They're
You know
paying
that.
people. That's good. They're paying their employees.
No, they're paying their ex-employees.
Oh, you're right. I do say it all the time. My dream job is to be a fired SEC football coach.
No doubt.
Is there a better gig in the world?
You just live off of that forever.
Because you're getting paid. Most of that money is fully guaranteed. Jimbo Fisher got $76 million to not coach anymore. Like, that's the dream right there. You get a big time. Doesn't have to be SEC. It could just be a major
You've got a setup where you can see from there.
college football job. And if you just get let go, then you don't even need to work again. I know a lot of these guys want to get back to work, but you can just coast and do whatever you want.
I don't think Fisher's in a real big rush.
I don't know if anybody's in a real big rush to hire Jimbo Fisher,
That's
but
true too.
I also don't think he should be in any sort of rush to get back on the sideline. Good morning, Double R.
Yeah, how we doing, boys?
Better now
Great.
that you're here.
Yeah, good. Always fun getting across 71 to get in here,
Oh, my God.
Actually, today wasn't bad. Just kind of made my own hole.
I
right
turned at about 5:45 a.m. thinking like, all right, that'll be easy. There's going to be no one on 71. This will be an easy turn. I waited there for 5 minutes. I kid you not, 5
I turned at the
minutes
stoplight before the turn, and it comes in from the backside.
to the service road.
Oh, nice.
I didn't know that until my map brought me that way.
Yeah,
I might need to try that.
that's a good way out of
It
here.
comes right into the parking lot. You don't hit any of this stuff.
Oh, they always say you sneak in the back way and, works every time.
You're all about
It
that.
doesn't work every time.
That's true.
You can't get a disease from sneaking in the back way of Lost Pines Resort,
That's right.
right?
Okay.
I think that's what I heard.
Maybe you get some allergies or something.
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
pines and stuff.
Weird smells and stuff. Yeah, you don't want
Other
any
than
of
that, you're okay.
Other than that, you're okay. All right, so this is good. I like having a 3-man booth here for this because I teased it earlier. This may be the best National Day of the year. We're all fans of the National Day calendar, for better and for worse. There's so many options today that
Let's give a shout out to Rolando Andrade. Landscaper of the year, baby. Right there.
Rolando, good to see you, brother. Welcome. You guys don't have to be quiet, by the way. I saw you y'all can talk. We're good. We'll start off with this one. How about National Barbecue Day, gentlemen?
Oh.
Now that's a day.
Speaking of barbecue, shout out to Louis Miller Barbecue, who will be providing dinner this afternoon.
Good food.
Great food. Wayne Miller and his team out in Taylor have been a big part of this event for the last few years. But I will ask you guys, first and foremost, the best. If you could pick one item to eat from a barbecue restaurant for the rest of your life, what are you going with?
You already know what mine is.
Going brisket?
Yeah.
Classic.
The same thing. I mean, it's like I've eaten that all my life.
Yeah.
So I don't know any different,
Until you get to New York City.
Don't eat any barbecue up there.
New York City brisket is, you're Jewish.
I am.
It's Jewish brisket.
Oh,
Very dry.
We're okay.
Very dry,
We're not-
overcooked.
Oh, yeah.
No fat.
You're right. The Jews can cook brisket, but if it has to be kosher, it's going to be a loofah.
Yeah.
It's going to be bad. Who makes better brisket, New York or Lincoln Riley? Remember that picture that went viral a few years ago?
I think that thing still had a pulse.
That's
yeah, I think I saw the heart beating in a video of that thing.
It was terrible. It was terrible. Yeah, brisket. I feel like Bucky's going to go with duck sausage.
I'll tell you what's so weird is because like St. Louis is a big barbecue town.
Sure.
But like here in Texas, I mean, me personally, having grown up, I mean, in the barbecue capital of Texas, for crying out loud, no offense, Elgin or any other place, but it's like here, to me, sauce is not a big deal. It's like I would prefer to have it without sauce most of the time because I want the meat to have the flavor. I don't need to add flavoring to it if it's really good brisket. But like St. Louis, it's about the sauce. Got to have the sauce.
Kansas City's about that too, right?
Yeah.
Like that's a big part of what they do.
Kansas barbecue is famous. That's true. But I think Texas barbecue is better.
Briskets. If I can go with burnt ends, and that's part of the beef. But like if I could go with that would be the choice of barbecue I'd go with for the rest of my life.
Yeah, and sausage. I mean, you can't go wrong with sausage.
No.
I mean, we know all the places around here where you can. And the thing about what's cool about here is that you have this place probably has the best brisket. This place probably has the best sausage. This place probably has the best chicken. Yeah, we're depending on how all of that works, but yeah, man, the brisket you just absolutely cannot.
And a giant beef rib too, done right. Some of these places around Austin just absolutely crush the beef rib.
Yeah,
I mean, it might cost you like $55, but like, it's worth
it. And the ones that do it right, it's like when you start heating that up. When you heat it up for the third or fourth time, you just pop it in the microwave just to get a little heat in there.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's like it brings out even more flavor.
So National Barbecue Day.
I'm good with that.
It's also National Mimosa Day.
We don't need those.
Double R, you a mimosa guy? Tom, you're not much of a drinker anyway.
I'll do it like when I go to cycle class. When I'm at cycle class.
While you're on the bike?
No.
You ripping a mimosa?
We come out of cycle and they've got the champagne and the orange juice there waiting. So I always oblige. I'm one of those guys where I just want to fit in well with all the ladies. So I have my mimosas. So
you fit in well with all the ladies.
Oh, absolutely.
That's why they keep inviting him out there.
Yeah, these hairy legs. It's like, okay, we need enough hair in here to compensate for the lack of it on legs.
Yeah.
With other people around.
They want that. No, that's good.
Yeah.
That's why
I come rolling up, and they have to have an extra bottle of champagne when
next time I'm at the gym, if I'm on the Peloton, I'm gonna have mimosa with me.
You should.
I'm gonna see what kind of looks I get around my gym.
They'll all think it's just orange juice.
Yeah, they'll think
trying to be healthy.
Yeah.
They should know better. If they see me anywhere else besides the gym, they're gonna know better. I'm not the biggest mimosa guy in the world because champagne does give me the headache that I don't want, but pretty easy to drink. On a Sunday brunch, just they bring those big carafes to the table.
Yeah,
those are pretty easy to do right there.
Well, I've got to tell you because I've been taking a little weight loss supplement, and for whatever reason,
Ozempic guy now. You injecting yourself?
Injecting myself, but for whatever reason, it's like tequila or champagne just causes a massive backfire. So I can't really drink that stuff. It's like the only thing that I can drink these days is like cheap beer. That's the only thing that doesn't upset my tummy, as they say.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I know. And that's mostly water. So they say hydrate.
Yeah,
so
I like that.
It's all good.
I like that. I kind of want to ask what you mean by backfire, but I'm not sure I want to know what you mean.
We already know. Come on, he's on a show with Wags. We know what the backfire is.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yep. Also, okay, so it's National Barbecue Day, National Mimosa Day, about National Pizza Party Day.
I'll just go with Pizza Day.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine too. I'm sure there's another National Pizza Day, but National Pizza Party Day. I remember as a kid, like
it's every day.
Anytime there was a pizza party at school,
pizza is that one food that there is no chance of me walking away from.
No,
that's the only one. I could walk away from almost any other kind of food if I'm kind of feeling full. I could be stuffed and somebody put a pizza out and I'm going to eat it.
Because even bad pizza is good.
I know,
right? It's like people compare it to intercourse all the time.
No, they don't.
People do.
No.
Yeah.
No, you might. People don't.
I am people.
A person does.
No, that's a common thing. It's like even bad sex is still sex. Even bad pizza is still pizza.
That's your comparison.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were saying it's as good as sex.
I'm not putting pizza in the bed.
Well,
now I'm thinking about it though. I wonder how that would work.
Yeah. I don't mind cold pizza for breakfast, and at the same time, I don't mind cold intercourse for breakfast.
There you go.
So I guess they do kind of tie in together.
Yeah. Cold intercourse.
Cold intercourse.
What does that even mean?
What does that mean?
Crank that AC down.
You go in like a cryo chamber.
I thought it meant she was still asleep.
Oh,
It's like, she's
oh, like
knocked
dead,
out.
like a dead,
knocked out,
dead
you know.
body.
You know, but take these
Interesting.
4 sleeping pills. They'll make you sleep really good.
Best pizza topic while we're on the subject of National Pizza Party Day.
Topic?
Yeah.
Man, I'm an easy pepperoni guy.
Yeah.
It's like, you know.
Italian sausage and mushroom, my favorite.
Okay.
Sausage and mushroom.
Go
How
wrong
about
with that.
pineapples? What's
I'll throw it on there if it's there. I don't care.
I've never tried it. It's one of those
It's
things.
good.
Never tried pineapple on a pizza.
No.
All right.
It's like sushi. You know, I say I hate sushi. I don't like sushi, and they're like, "Why? Did it make you sick?" I've never tried it. I've never had it. I don't know.
You're missing out.
You know, I hear that a lot.
All right. Also,
People like different stuff. Yeah, that's how we know. We know that for sure.
yeah. Also, National Classic Movie Day.
Oh, there you go.
Best classic movie of all time, fellas.
The day the earth stood still.
Oh,
The Day the Earth Stood Still is the
Michael
Bucks'
Mann.
answer.
Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man.
Oh, that is a good one.
that's pretty good.
You turned me on to that one a couple months ago. Solid.
I like Smoking the Bandit all the time.
Okay.
All the time, over and over.
Does Shawshank count as a classic?
Oh, if it
yeah.
does, no, sorry, that's number one.
That's the best movie of all time.
So I will tell folks, kind of a shameless plug right here. They don't advertise on TSU, but they need to. I was telling you, my daughter works at the Paramount Theater downtown.
Yep.
They're actually doing a summer series where they're showing, countless classic movies. I have the whole list, and it's amazing. I think we're going to do like a family get together on a Sunday, 3:00. We're going to go watch The Sandlot. You know, as a family.
Nice.
So that'll be good.
Yeah, overrated movie.
Yeah, I
But,
think so
you know,
too.
it's okay.
I didn't want to.
The Sandlot's overrated?
Yeah.
I didn't want to be the butthole when they're like, "This looks fun. You want to go?" I'm like,
Hey, people love it.
"Yeah."
It's, people call it a classic.
I
But
think there's a lot of classics that are overrated, but that, people are allowed to like them. So
Well,
I'm
they
not gonna
just
go
remake
there.
them again.
of course. Also, National Piercing Day.
You know?
You guys into those? I know the Buck is.
See it?
No, we don't want to see
Yeah,
it.
we
Bucky.
see your ear. That's all you have, right?
No, we don't.
You still have that butterfly tattoo on your lower back? Is that still there? Or that down arrow on your lower back?
Bucky has a tramp stamp.
Point here.
He has that. He had that dragon on his back at one point.
Did he get that on the beach in Florida?
I think so. Yeah, when he woke up sore at the Dude Beach.
At the poop deck.
At the poop deck,
Yeah, at
as
the poop deck.
as they call it. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
why he walks weird. I think it's still from that
Is
experience.
that why
in
he's humped
spring
over
break.
like that sometimes?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
It's NASCAR Day, Double R.
Is that right?
Apparently, the third
Nice.
Friday of May
Nice.
is NASCAR Day. So, congrats to you and your people.
Oh,
out
that's
there.
awesome. I'm going to go bid on the Dale Earnhardt Jr.
On it.
Portrait over
They
there.
have
didn't even see
NASCAR Day on a day that they don't do NASCAR.
No, they actually are doing NASCAR. This is All-Star Weekend at North Wilkesboro, so it's one of the
Oh.
tracks they have brought back. So it's actually a huge weekend.
But they're not racing today.
No, they don't race today. They race tomorrow and the Saturday and Sunday.
They're
What's
not-
today? Thursday.
Friday.
Okay, they race Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go.
It's also National Do Something Good for Your Neighbor Day. When's the
I
last
like
time
that
y'all have
day.
done
That's a great day.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Every day should be that day.
Yep. Being at the Mullet Open charity event. Feels like doing something good for our neighbors here.
I fertilize my neighbor's yard through the fence every now and then when I take a leak. I got to do the outside thing.
Oh, that's awfully kind of you.
It doesn't have to be your actual neighbor. Let's just say do something good for other people.
Oh, no. Perfect being here today.
Yeah, I still, my neighbors are fine. My upstairs neighbor at my apartment complex, I still hate them. I'm not ever doing
Is that the
anything
chicks?
nice. Those are the chicks.
Now those are going to call chicks because I remember when they moved in.
Yeah, that's, you're being nice by calling them chicks.
Oh.
They still haven't thanked me.
They still haven't
for-
paid you for your
No,
services?
no.
Oh, you moved some stuff for them, didn't
Yeah, they were moving in. I was just walking around outside. They're like, hey, do you mind helping us for a bit? I was like, sure. And then I helped them out.
2 hours later, they give
I
them
thought
the-
it was like, oh, they had like a couch they needed some
Yeah.
help lifting up. And it was no, it was like 2 carloads full of stuff.
He's like Ralph the doorman on the Jeffersons. He's standing there like this.
Yeah. And I'm thinking like at some point they're going to give me something. Like at the end of the day, they're going to offer me money or, they're going to knock on my door
Give
like
them
the
a beer
next
at
day.
least.
And
Yeah,
yeah,
something.
here's a case of beer. Here, we baked you a cake. Here's some money. And no, now like whenever I look at them, because I'm the guy, I always like wave and like head nod and smile at anybody
Right.
I run into. And they're like, they act like I don't exist.
Is that right?
Yeah. It's probably because all these Stars games, I'm yelling the entire time. Maybe they're
Could
pissed
be.
off about that.
Could be.
But no, I can't stand them. I hope they're listening. I
Well,
hope they hear
maybe
that.
you wake them up at 7:00 in the morning when you're chatting with Bucky. So maybe that's what it is.
Maybe that's it.
It could be
Maybe
that.
that is it. I need to start yelling loud.
That's what I always love at hotels. I was doing chaos theory one day at a hotel. I think it was in Kansas City.
Yeah.
And we got done with the show. We were like really animated that day. And I get done and knock on the door, and it's the the cleaning person, and then she's like, "Is everything okay in here?"
Who are you talking to?
Yeah. She's like, everything fine? Because we were like yelling back and forth. I think she thought there was going to be a fight or something in there.
That's hilarious.
And Wags dropping F-bombs that day.
Of course. It was a day that ended in Y, so that checks out.
That's right.
Right there. Yeah, maybe we need to start at 6 so I can wake up the neighbors a little bit more.
That's what I'm talking about.
I like that. It is Bucky's favorite. It's Malcolm X Day today.
How many damn days are on one day?
Also the third Friday of May. Interesting. Malcolm X and NASCAR Day on the same.
That fits in.
I don't know if the clientele is the same. And Wags' favorite day, it's National Honor Our LGBT Elders Day.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect.
LGBT elders?
Honor Our LGBT Elders Day.
What does that even mean?
That is the third Friday of May. Also weird.
I mean,
that is
old
on
LGBT.
NASCAR. The old LGBTers.
You know, that's Malcolm X, LGBTQers, and NASCAR. Man, you can't go wrong with that. Everybody's covered.
Yeah.
I think.
Seriously, you've hit pretty much every demographic right there.
You've got everybody there. I bet Wags is probably honoring some of those folks right now.
I bet he is.
On his way. I bet he made a pit stop somewhere and is doing a good deed.
And he's cussing
Doing a
somebody
good
out.
deed, Wags.
Yeah. Do something good for your neighbor today. I don't know if Wags is celebrating that one very much. So there's actually more national days, but like those are all on today. So that is the most loaded national day of the year.
And a lot of people take these national days like really seriously. I mean, I'm sure the NASCAR one, I'm sure up there in North Carolina, and I will do some research when we are done today. I'm sure there's all sorts of stuff going on. Yeah, because people really, really honor those days, like the ice cream days and all that, you know.
That's the thing. Like everyone's going to go get barbecue today. We're getting some here, but it's like, just wait till tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, like Cinco de Mayo, everybody goes to like Tex-Mex joints.
Yeah.
And gets tequila and gets tacos and all that. It's like, let's just go on May 4th or May 6th. And there's going to be nobody there. And the
Not
food's
trying
going
to
be
dog
better
anybody
and whatever.
for the Cinco de Mayo, but I honestly did not even realize it this year. And I was someplace at dinner time, and they said it was Cinco de Mayo, and I went, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
You didn't text Rodney?
Yeah, man. I'd have
It's his
hooked
favorite
up.
day of the
Never
year.
even
Yeah, are you
registered
kidding?
to me this year.
That and the SECs. Those are the days I live for.
Those are big ones right there.
Big ones right there, man. It's all about that. Yeah. So a lot of people tell me, "Do you want to go out for Cinco de Mayo?" I'm like, "For what?" To me, it's May 5th.
Right.
You know, hell, every day is Cinco de Mayo to me. You know, so come on, man.
I like that. Yeah, we've Americanized that holiday.
Yes.
Honor Landry
We've made
Day.
it our own.
Honor Landry.
I don't know if it's Honor Landry Day.
Oh,
That's
Honor
a reference.
DY.
Vince Young was announcing a Tennessee Titans draft pick a few years after his career was over, and the player's name was Harold Landry.
Wow.
And Vince Young, in front of a room full of people on the mic, said, Honor Landry. He said it twice instead of Harold.
And Honor Landry now a New England Patriot, I think. I believe.
Is that right?
I think he got traded to the Patriots.
Yeah.
Got a little bit of a contract there too. So
Congrats to Honor Landry.
on the
I don't think
rebuild.
anybody's ever going to blame Vince Young as being the most intelligent human being alive.
No, I don't think anyone's going to credit him for that. I don't think they're going to credit any of us for that either. So
Yeah.
Might be one of the best college football players ever.
Yep, he's got us beat in that.
That's all that
department.
matters.
That's all that matters.
That's all
to
that
us.
matters.
That's all that matters.
We'll take that. All right, we are live at Lost Pines Golf Club for the 24th annual Mullet Open, benefiting the Burke Center for Youth. Again, if you want to make a donation, head over to the website, burkecenterforyouth.org. Tom, I know you spent some time at the Burke Center, and you've been out there pretty recently, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we actually just donated a Jeep Grand Cherokee to them.
How about that?
Yeah,
awesome.
they'll accept older vehicles and vehicles because they've added a full auto repair, teaching the guys how to become auto mechanics. So you can donate a vehicle to them and get a nice write-off for that if you'd like. That's just a little throw in on top. But the guys who work on it then when they transition out at 21, the guy who they actually get the car.
Oh, that's excellent.
So they can have a vehicle to drive to. I mean, they're not new cars or anything.
Sure.
But, hey, it's a car.
That's great.
So that'd be a great way. If you got an old car, you're going to get rid of it instead of getting rid of it for the Blue Book value. Donate it to them and get 2 times the write-off.
You get a tax write-off for that, too, and you can help change a kid's life. I like that.
Yeah.
It's a great thing.
That's
right
a really good thing.
Yeah, they have got an incredible facility out there now. They've added with Tito, of course, building them a gym, and then one of the
Trying to do something good for my neighbor.
a gentleman from downtown who's completely anonymous, so nobody's allowed to say his name, but he donated an unbelievable horticultural facility.
What you call me?
Yeah, there you go. But they grow all their own fruits and vegetables. They have indoor and outdoor full system. And also they use the tilapia in water.
There you go.
So when they get older, they get to eat the fish as well. No, it's a really cool place, and they teach the guys a lot of stuff. And these are really troubled kids that get sent to the Burke Center, and they go through that time period from like 13 years old. Some of them I think they start at 13, but they go all the way up to 18, and then they can transition out from 18 to 21. And they have counseling there. They go to school every day on site.
Yeah.
And just a great facility, great way to help the community. And I think everybody should be donating. If you're not coming out here, drop some money in this thing, let them donate it to them, or go out there and donate to them.
Yeah.
You can go on their website and do it. But the Burke Center for Youth is just a fantastic organization out there, and Steve Fournier is unbelievable, the guy who runs it.
Yeah. Again, National Do Something Good for Your Neighbor Day. I mean, this is a good way to do that, right? And like you said, Tom, I mean, these kids, they go through a lot. Troubled homes, they deal with abuse. I mean, all kinds of physical and sometimes sexual abuse, and they're in bad spots and they have nowhere else to turn. And the Burke Center for Youth takes them in and gives them education, gives them life skills, gives them a place to live comfortably and safely. And, it's been life-changing for so many people. There's so many success stories, too, of kids who grew up at the Burke Center for Youth and have, turned their lives around and ended up having very successful lives as well.
Yeah. I think it's so powerful and important because in so many of these situations where you have, kiddos like that. I mean, the one thing, obviously, everything that they've been through, the trauma, and then you're going to have PTSD after that. You're going to have a hard time getting over that. But the other part of that is the one thing that they're going to be lacking. It's going to take so long for them to be able to establish is trust in anyone or anything or any system. And I think it really is you want to talk about a servant's heart is a center like that to where you were actually trying to provide a path that life is really okay, that everything's going to be a lot better. Maybe it's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be a lot better.
Yes.
That's what's so great about this event.
Yes, indeed. And shout out to all of our great sponsors. Of course, AV Consultations, a big sponsor as well. 85-inch TV.
I saw it.
We'll be giving away. Someone will be walking away with that today.
As long as they brought a pickup truck. Don't come out here in a car if you're going in the $10 raffle.
Don't show up in a Miata.
Because you're taking home something that's going to take a pickup truck, because you wouldn't believe the prizes that they're giving away out here.
Oh, man.
Wow.
We got kayaks out here.
Got a cool little go-kart looking thing over
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Little four-wheeler.
Four-wheeler that
Nice.
just looks badass.
I haven't been outside yet to see the big raffle prizes, but
I don't even know if you could fit that wheelbarrow full of alcohol in your car. My God, that thing.
yeah, not a good day to have an Ultima. I don't think. What if I win the TV? How pissed are people going to be if my name gets drawn for this?
If your name gets drawn, you get to auction it back.
There you go. That's
Oh,
good.
there
I'll
you
trade it with somebody or auction it. Auction's a good idea.
Now, if you win,
I like that.
the alcohol, now that's a whole different story.
Oh, and the alcohol, yeah.
Yeah, it's going home.
Hey,
Then I'm following you home.
hey, you can have the wheelbarrow double.
There you go. Thank you.
I don't need the wheelbarrow.
So
for my
when I'm out planting my roses.
Yes.
When I'm out planting my roses.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
You can have that. That's all you. Yeah, BurkeCenterForYouth.org. Shout out to AV Consultations, too, one of our great sponsors. Tom, do you want to do a live read for your company right now?
Oh, no, I think we're good. Why don't do you have an old spot? Since the kid isn't here, we could play one of the old ones, like when she was 13 years old or something.
There you go.
Do I have the throwback? I've got the throwback.
That's worth it.
Here's not.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of
Laugh at herself here for a second. Do that often enough.
I don't think I have it queued up. It's in one of our breaks,
That's all right.
but it's not a standalone.
We don't need a
spot.
live read. My name's been said enough.
255-8678 if you want to call this guy. And if you don't win the TV today, then you should be calling this guy
That's
very,
right.
very, very soon. TV, surround sound, a whole home lighting. Don't forget about that interior and exterior lighting that they can hook you up with. Shout out
We've
to
also
ABC.
added heated flooring now.
Heated flooring now.
Heated flooring.
All automated into your system.
Oh.
Your bathroom floors can be 89 degrees, nice and warm on your toasty feet.
You guys do apartments with those?
No apartments.
Okay.
Sorry.
I don't think that.
Yeah.
Actually,
Can't be a rental because we have to tear the floor up, put down, and put the floor back.
checks out. That checks out right
So
there.
is there like heating coils in the floor? Or
Hell yeah.
Like at Lambeau Field?
Very cool stuff.
Is that what they do at Lambeau?
I think Lambeau has, yeah. 'cause
Lambeau has heated ground, just like the
Heated
ice
ground.
arenas have the
Okay.
AC from underneath.
Yeah, didn't even realize that.
See, the whole ice bowl was a sham. That was a sham.
Fake
that
news.
That didn't really happen.
Did you guys see in Double R? I don't know if you and Wags are planning on talking about this during Chaos Theory, but this Caleb Williams story came
No,
out yesterday.
no.
It's pretty wild. Apparently, Caleb Williams was so concerned about getting picked by the Chicago Bears that he considered signing with the United Football League just to avoid going there. Apparently, there's a whole book coming out about this, but there was a big article from ESPN that dropped yesterday morning. It says Caleb Williams was so concerned about being picked by the Chicago Bears in 2024 that he and his family weighed circumventing the entire NFL draft, consulting with lawyers to figure out a way around the league's collective bargaining agreement, and also considering signing with the United Football League.
Wow.
His dad, Carl Williams, told Seth Wickersham, quote, "Chicago is the place quarterbacks go to die," end quote.
Well, he's not wrong.
So they were so worried about going to the joke that is the Chicago Bears that they almost decided to sign with the Arlington Renegades.
How great would that have
the
been?
DC Defenders or somebody else in the UFL.
San Antonio Brahmas.
That nobody's watching these days.
And other than money, he would have been just as successful there, probably.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hopefully a little better for his sake. But yeah, I mean, they thought about doing the full Eli Manning bit, but for a while they were telling NFL people that they did not want to go to Chicago. And to Chicago's credit, they're like, nope, we're still drafting you. And then to Caleb's credit, Caleb actually convinced his dad, because it sounds like his dad was behind a lot of this. Caleb, like, I'm doing it. Like, we're doing it.
Yeah.
I'm going to go there. I feel like I could turn their franchise around. We're not causing a scene here. And, well, now the scene gets caused, I guess, a year later. But
Wow.
how about that?
Just when I thought he was on the right path, just when I thought that they were putting the pieces in place to keep him upright and such,
Yeah.
now that comes out.
Yeah. Well, there's also some pretty damning allegations from Caleb Williams about his first year in Chicago, basically just dunking on the coaching staff. He's like, I go in there and watch film by myself, like, all the time. There was nobody ever there to watch film with me to tell me what I was doing wrong, what I need to see, what I wasn't seeing. And they had a coach that was fired mid-season.
Yeah.
That may be a part of that, but it sounds like, and it's no surprise, the Bears have been a dysfunctional organization for a long time, and they've had no quarterback success seemingly ever. No surprise that they haven't handled this whole thing very well on their end either.
Yeah. This is a franchise that went to the Super Bowl with Rex Grossman.
Yeah.
So that kind of gives you an idea of what the quarterback play has been.
That's the
there.
thing. If they just get good quarterback play, then maybe they'll actually do something. I mean, with McMahon, they were able to win one in '85. No one would ever call him one of the best quarterbacks.
The great Jim Harbaugh, he was the quarterback there.
Right. So it's like they just can't figure it out with the QB. And Caleb Williams was sacked more than any other quarterback in the league last year. He looked okay, 20 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, but held on to the ball too long, was running for his life too much. And you see what Jaden Daniels did in Washington, the pick behind him, Tom. It's not a great look for Chicago on that draft pick so far.
Well, I think Caleb Williams in Chicago looked a lot like he did the last year at USC.
Running for his life?
Yeah, I think they proved if you put pressure on him, he's not as great as everybody thought he was.
Yeah, that mental clock that they talk about for these quarterbacks, like how long you have to get rid of the football.
His is a second and a half too long.
I was going to say, it needs to speed up a little bit more. If Caleb Williams is going to turn into the guy a lot of people thought he was going to be, he's got to speed up his whole process.
You're over 3 seconds standard, you're too long.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And I agree. I mean, it was my thought going into the draft that the hype around him was just a little too great, in my opinion.
Yeah.
For what we saw. I mean, I know that there were little periods of time, and plus, it just the proof was in the pudding. He definitely does. He seems to hold the ball. He doesn't react quick enough. And I know that's easy for me to say. I'm a fat guy in Texas that has never played in the NFL.
Yep.
But he just seems to be, like Tom said, he's a step slow. He's a step slow.
Yeah, and he's out of excuses. Like, I think, look, rookie year and the coaching change. And, look, Matt Eberflus was a horrible head coach. Now the Cowboys have him as the defensive coordinator. We'll see how he does there. But, like, I think there were a lot of things going against Caleb Williams in year one. Now he's got Ben Johnson. That was the hot commodity on the coaching carousel this year. The offensive coordinator for the Lions the last couple of years, that guy turned Jared Goff's career around and turned him into an MVP candidate. So a great offensive head coach. They've got more weapons. They've got good backs. They've got good wide receivers. They spent a lot of money and resources completely revamping that offensive line. Like, it's a tough division. You've got Detroit. You've got Green Bay. You've got Minnesota. 3 playoff teams from a year ago. But it sure feels like there should be a year 2 surge for the nail polish guy.
And they didn't help him in the sense, because the whole narrative going into the season last year was that Chicago, went out and got the pieces for him. They went and got more. They went and did everything to utilize him the way that he was to be utilized. But still, you couldn't protect him. I mean, like we were talking about with C.J. Stroud yesterday. I mean, when the guy's running for his life, I mean, you're not going to be effective. And that was the problem. But that division is a gauntlet. And we'll see. We'll see how the sophomore season goes.
Hey, I'm just looking at this text line. Hey, Gringo Horn 65. Don't know here, but Rodney dips too. So and he can't actually see the spit, so it's okay. I made sure it was a yellow bottle.
Yeah,
so.
I quit for I think I made it 21 days of Lent without doing that.
You made it 3 weeks? I thought it was like 21 hours.
Yeah, no.
It was 21 days?
I think it was 21 days, and then I fell off the wagon and fell hard.
Okay.
And this is my one bad vice probably that I do have for all my life, because I had to quit drinking back in 1988.
You've had worse vices.
You gotta allow this one. Come on now.
You got to do something.
Yeah, everybody's got to have.
And Pat, just so you know, if you call the shop, I'll be happy to come by next week and take a look at things for you.
Did you see that text?
I did.
That comment? Okay, very good.
There you go.
512-255-8678.
I'll come by personally and check out your house, Pat.
Yep. Be ready, because if it's in bad shape, he's going to tell you this looks.
Doesn't sound like it is.
Yeah, that's good.
Gringo Horn said Rodney supposedly quit. No, again, he tried to quit for Lent, but didn't make it very far. Just like Wags with his fast food. Wags was convinced. Wags is it's 3 days. That's a weekend.
What was he was asking about? What some kind of pizza, wasn't it? Where you were like, is that considered?
Oh,
fast
the Mexican
food?
pizza
The
from
Mexican
Taco
pizza.
Bell. Oh no, is it like Domino's or
Domino.
something? Yeah. Domino's pizza. What? Yeah.
Is that considered fast food?
Is fast food pizza fast food? It's only in the name, Wags. He was convinced that he could go a full lentil season without eating any fast food. So much that he
Hey, Wags, you want to get on here, big boy?
It is 9 o'clock. You still owe me a fast food meal for that, Wags. I haven't forgotten about that. All right.
Oh, we got to do the Jay. Yeah, we got to go eat Jay's food.
Yes.
The MREs.
The military meals.
The military
The
meals.
pre-made food. I've got the beef taco, an enchilada, and the pizza ready to go. Yeah, next time we do a remote show at St. Patrick, you guys are going to do your show there too, and we're going to spend an hour trying to not throw up from government/military rations.
Well, but the good tacos are here.
Yeah, we got Smoky Moe's this morning. Smoky Moe's coming through with the breakfast tacos out here.
There's a whole table full of that.
Down in one of those in a second. All right, Tom, before you pass off the headset here, any final thoughts on today?
Oh, I'm going to come back and talk to Wags.
Oh,
later.
good.
Yeah.
I'm the one who should be giving up my headset.
When you give up, I'll take over.
No, Wags, you take over
you
for
stay
me.
on. Stay on.
My show's over. My shift's done.
We'll be the Von Erichs all day. There's three of us.
I'm going to start drinking here. So that's.
I don't know if the text line wants me to stay here. They're dogging me pretty good right now. It's okay, guys. I appreciate it.
That's part of this job.
Welcome to the gig.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah.
Welcome to the gig. All right. Double R, I'll let you take over, I guess, while we do this little transition here, man.
All right. Yeah.
Wags,
We're
going to go over here where Double R is.
Oh, you sure? All right.
Somebody's got to run the board.
Oh, I meant take over talking. I didn't mean take over the board.
Sorry.
No, that's all right.
All right, welcome to Chaos Theory. Today, we got some live talking action there. That's what you're supposed to do, boys, when you're on the mic here. You're supposed to actually talk.
That's right.
Unclear. All right, welcome to Chaos Theory. For everybody out there, you can hit us up on that coded text line, 512-222-9328. Again, those lottery numbers are 512-222-9328. What's going on, man? Am I getting shit already?
No, you haven't gotten any shit.
Apparently, Tom is the one that's getting it.
What's that? How was your all's drive in your morning?
Morning drive was absolutely fine. Took me less time than the map said it was going to take.
I took the wrong route. I should have ended up going to toll roads here, but unfortunately, I took 183 down. And heard your all's conversation. You guys would be shocked. Actually, I do something for my neighbors every week.
Piss in their yard, right? That's what I said.
No. You fertilize. I actually take their garbage cans.
It's a good man right there.
Well, they're a little. I wouldn't say they're in geriatrics phase, but they're a little elderly. So usually, So don't sit there and throw me under the bus and say I don't do bad things for my neighbor. Or say I don't do good things for my neighbor. What's up, gents? What are we talking about today?
We were talking about basketball for a while, and then some.
Don't be looking at him. You're leading, bud.
A little bit of baseball, a little bit of football. We were talking everything except for hockey because we were waiting for you so we could talk about the game last night.
Yeah, I want to get some hockey 101 today. Now that I have you both here.
So we are. It's Friday.
I don't have to be an article reader when you're here. You know what I mean?
You guys are supposed to be friends here, and already you guys throw me under the bus.
Hey, I do have something for you guys. So this is going to be your homework for when we're done. So this morning, Good Morning America, ABC TV, Bill Belichick, Michael Strahan, one-on-one interview.
And it was absolute garbage.
Softballs.
Chris CB was watching that.
Softballs.
Yes. CB, thanks for the updates, by the way, because I don't have to watch that interview now.
What did you guys actually hear?
I heard it.
No, but CB's been telling us what he's saying.
Well,
yeah.
Give me a little bit about
that they talked about the book. I mean, it was to promote the book. I think that was the main thing. It's about 7 or 8 minutes. So they're talking about, he did acknowledge that he talks about what's her name, about Jordan. That Jordan's mentioned in there. I don't know if he goes into detail on how they really met or any of that stuff. He does acknowledge that he didn't mention Bob Kraft. The Art of Winning, is that what this thing is called? And The Art of Winning.
You're the one who saw it.
Yeah. So anyway, and then they go to, Coach, are you happy? Oh yeah.
Well, duh.
Yeah. It's like, oh yeah.
Well, let me ask you, what's the over/under on you guys thinking he's going to actually be there year or day one of NC or UNC?
I'm hearing more and more rumblings that he's not going to make it to day one.
We'll see. I think it's all done in Belichick fashion so that Steve can take over immediately. That's what I think.
I don't think it matters. It's UNC football.
They were relevant with Mac Brown, wouldn't you say?
No.
I think so. They were playing for the ACC, a watered down ACC title.
Okay. What does that mean?
I'll just say that they have nice uniforms, and we'll leave it at that. I like their blue.
They do have the Carolina blue.
Did you hear that? I saw this poll that was years ago.
Let's go win the American Athletic Conference. There you go. Good job.
There it is.
It's Atlantic Coast.
I know. I'm talking about the AAC though. That's about what their quality is.
I saw this thing. It was probably about 4 or 5 years ago, to where they said that the UNC colors, the UNC outfits or jerseys, were the most popular with gangsters. I'm thinking that blue gangster, it doesn't really correlate. I would think that they'd like a Texas Tech red and black or something,
I have no idea.
These are the scientific things that I find,
I think the baby blue is probably something that they're trying to bring up because it's a gang color that wasn't out there or something before. Maybe I don't know.
Well, let's get into it, gents. Where you guys want to open up with, Rodney? Where do you want to start?
Let's start with what do we have? Let's start with hockey. Let's start with the Stars.
Ike, if you're there, we're sorry. We're going to talk hockey for 5 minutes.
Yeah, we'll get hockey done. And
we're not allowed to talk hockey. Is that the thing?
Oh no, Ike doesn't like when I talk about hockey. That's.
Are you kidding? That's when
we got to touch into my misery here.
But I like Ike, so we're gonna bug him anyhow.
Yeah, that's right.
Where do you want to go? Where you guys want to go first here? I'm changing the radio station. You guys are driving. What's up?
So Stars just want to win at home, right? Is that what we're doing here?
I had that game. I had that series going 7. I think it's only going to go 6 now. I think Dallas will win it on Saturday night.
What was the strong thing that you saw last night with the Stars?
Last night?
Yeah.
The Texas Stars. The Dallas Stars had nothing strong last night, but it didn't matter.
You think they stay with 11-7?
I think so. I don't think that was the problem. Hellebuck's good at home. That's it. He's absolute garbage on the road.
Jets were ready to win one anyways, right? Like,
how many times has Jake lost back-to-back?
0.
That'd be 3 times in his history.
0 in the playoffs. So
yeah, so I have a feeling Dallas is all good.
Yeah, we'll go to the Caps real quick. We kind of thought that this was going to happen. Right? Like this is finally came to fruition. We knew that the Caps would survive, or I knew that the Caps would survive the first series, but then when they got to Carolina, they're kind of built the same way as Carolina is. But here's the thing: you can't be the second leading team in scoring in the NHL, right? You can't have the second best offense in generating scoring in the NHL and then absolutely die into the postseason and rely on Logan Thompson and basically the crossbars to get through it. The defense was absolutely in shambles. Ra was basically a turd, just non-existent out there. And it was relied all on my mic. It was relied all on my damn. Excuse me. Sorry about. Thank you. It was relied all on Tom Wilson to generate some offense there, and they couldn't get anything done. So again, with Logan Thompson being able to come up big, it was just a matter of time until the Caps were about to fall out. You can't generate offense. You can't generate pucks in the net. You're not going to win the game.
Yeah, well, you were talking about that yesterday, to where it was not only that, but just so much more of what your opponent has and the way that your opponent plays. And pretty evident last night there, to where it was kind of, unfortunately, the writing on the wall for you guys. But yeah. Yeah.
And that game
clear cut
happened
there.
early too. Like that just put me in a bad mood all night. From 7 o'clock, I was already shot. I was done. We're getting feedback, I think.
Yeah, I might need to scoot behind the speaker.
I think it's him.
No,
Let me get behind the speaker.
yeah, but
I
it
think
happened
that's
around
what it
7 o'clock last night, and then after that, I was just kind of waiting and watching, kind of just blind watching Dallas, and yeah, it sucked.
I actually watched the Dallas. I had to watch the
the
Dallas game at 10:30 at night. We started it because I went to the Texas Stars game last night to watch them whoop up on Milwaukee in the first game of their round 3.
It hasn't been. I don't know. It just hasn't been good for Washington, right? And this is kind of like the trends that they have when they get to the postseason. They're falling right back into it. Now you lead you get the President's Trophy, and then you're the best team in hockey, and then all of a sudden you just flail and you put up a damn goose egg in the playoffs here.
Sounds a lot like Winnipeg too.
Well,
Year after year after year.
to that point, yeah, and also Toronto too, right? Toronto usually has a
Toronto's
decent squad.
very disappointing right now. They built up. They added defense,
Well,
something
Florida's
they
bad.
hadn't done in years.
Did you not have Florida in your picks?
I had Toronto out of the East.
Well, I think Florida. I think especially that was before you had Marchand going to Florida too,
Right.
Right. But once Marchand went to Florida, that kind of changed the tip.
I think it'll be Carolina.
I don't know, man. Carolina's good, but Aho's not even on his game yet. We got to wait for them to come back, and that might be a reason why Carolina could be so strong, right? They're still waiting for their offense to wake up. They're relying on their defense. Frederick Anderson's playing fantastic.
They're playing Bob way too much. Florida, he's not gonna make it in the next round.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so.
That happens to a lot of them. They got to be young.
The best goaltender and not play, right?
True.
You got to wear them out.
Well, they had to pull Hellebuck 3 times in the series last.
Yeah, and
series.
Skinner was in for Pickard too, which is wild, and they're still pitching out shutouts.
And Skinner played. Oh, sorry, I was at that game in Vegas the other night because I wanted to watch theirs because I figured they'd wrap it up. So I flew out to Vegas and saw that game, and that was a. Those 2 goalies shot their wad so bad they are totally done. Obviously Vegas's goalie's done, but Skinner and Hill played such a ridiculous. I never gamble. Everybody knows that. I will pick stuff for everybody, but I don't gamble. I walked through the casino on the way to that game. I put down 3 bets for the first time ever and won all 3 bets on the goal in overtime.
Looks like I'm taking you to Vegas.
Because I had the over-under, which Vegas is still, by the way, picking the over-unders way too high on these hockey games. It was 6.5 in that game, so that was an easy bet. And I had Edmonton to score the first goal and Edmonton to win. So when they scored in overtime, and I'm there in my Dallas Stars outfit, you're like sitting right by the glass, and everybody's looking at me like, "Who the hell are you, and why are you here?"
Mr. Irrelevant with money on the line.
Yeah. Here's this guy. So I do want to ask you. So with the Stars, I know the Stars have work to do, but if you get Dallas and Edmonton, Wags and I were talking about this yesterday. I think that's going to be pretty little Western Series right there. I think
that's what we picked preseason. I had that in the preseason conference championship. I have Dallas winning it, so I'm not changing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now that Dallas has everybody back, I feel very good about it.
I feel good too, but here's the thing, right? Like we know the buzzsaw that Edmonton has with their offense, and now the fact that their defense is playing lights out. Their second and third lines are starting to come on strong again. It's not just relying on their second and third strong's been pretty good in their first and second matches of this postseason right now. Here's the thing too, like Pickard, I didn't expect shutouts from Pickard. I didn't expect shutouts from Skinner either. Jake usually thinks that when Dallas plays Edmonton, Skinner just kind of gets on his head and starts playing out of his gourd. We'll see if they continue the rotation there. I think they'll probably ride with Pickard until he starts to blow leads and start to let, I guess it's a winning. Hell, what is it? 7-game winning streak now? 3 games with being unscored upon?
Well,
it looks tough, man.
The conference championships come down to goalie, and I don't think Dallas has the disadvantage against anybody left.
Yeah.
What would you say Edmonton, though, with the pair of Skinner and Pickard, though? They're pretty damn hot right now.
I think I'd go along with Lundqvist on the NHL Network, where he had them as the 8th of the 8 left.
Yeah, usually the King's pretty good, and he knows what's
because they are not the best goalies at all.
Yeah, and what
they play well though.
Why is it that Edmonton? And I mentioned this to Wags, and again, I'm newer to all this. They seem to be really good at falling behind, but they come storming back, and here they are again in the Western Conference Finals. That they the confidence level. I mean, it is. It's like it seems like it takes a little bit for them to get going.
If you've ever watched a game of theirs live and you see the actual speed, and I don't want to be one of those fans who just glorifies a dude, but you watch Connor McDavid play live and you realize he really is that much better than everybody else on the ice, and it's just eerie. It really is. I mean, he's so much faster throughout the whole game and just so much better at finding the spots. It's weird. You watch him and you get that's every time he touches the puck. If you're rooting against, like in the Canada-America game, every time he touched the puck, it was no, just get it away from him.
Wow.
I mean, just get Connor McDavid away from the puck, and you can beat them anytime, in my opinion.
Kind of like Steph Curry. Kind of like Steph Curry, that guy that's going to sneak up and get you.
Jake, I agree with you. Aho had a good first round. He just hadn't done anything since. Yeah, well, a lot of credit was also Tom Wilson and the boys from the Capitals too. So that has a lot to do with it. They're playing a tough squad. Will kind of put your best guys down. Addressing some more comments from this Coda text line and Yahoo or YouTube chat. I'm going to say Yahoo YouTube chat here. Does Ovi go ahead and retire now? I don't. He said he doesn't have any plans on retiring. You finish a season this strong, 30-goal plus season. Tom, would you retire on that, or do you think that's still telling that there's still gas in the tank?
I think Ovechkin just wants to stay until he has completely destroyed that team.
Well, so here's the thing. Like I would agree with you, right? Because that was kind of my take too. Like, how much longer do we got to invest in, in geriatrics until we allow the youth to actually shine here?
Viagra. Get him some Viagra.
Yeah,
he probably doesn't need that.
He doesn't need that, man. He's out.
I mean, he still plays well. It's just he's taken up too much of it. He takes up too much of the play and the power play still. People have figured out the shot. They don't have to worry about it anymore so much.
The goaltender's already over there before the shot.
So I just think Ovi should. I wish he would go away. I wish he would have gone away earlier, of course, but
it's hard to argue when they finished as well as they did and he played as well as they did this season. It was supposed to be a damn rebuilding year for the Caps, but all of a sudden they're able to reload. It didn't take too long. And my question is, where do the Caps go from here?
That's what I was going to say. Can the Caps do this again next year?
I don't think so. No. I think this is
not if they keep the old guys. They can't.
I'm with you. They got to continue to move on and get something new. But here's the thing too, like Logan Thompson played absolutely out of his gourd all season long, and their defense was there too. And not to mention, you compile that with having the second best offense all year. You can't just rely on goaltending, and then that's what happened. That the Caps absolutely lost. And now Tom thinks it's going to be Carolina to advance out of the East. I'm rolling with Florida, man. I think Florida looks hot. Marchand, I think, was a good key cog to be over there. I think Bennett might be the goal. No, it can't be. Not with Rantanen now. Bennett might be the lead goal getter in the East. But Florida's just so damn tough, and Chucky playing good too. Florida's probably, at least my favorite to advance out of the East.
I'm feeling good about Dallas since I picked them preseason for the first time ever.
You don't think you put a hoax on it?
Hell no. How many times have I won? My preseason pick is won 10 out of 19 times.
Yeah,
That's better than most.
I don't know where you're getting your algorithm, and I don't know where you're getting your sources from, but I'd like to know. I'd like for you to introduce me.
He just feels it in his loins, I think is what it is. Is that what it is?
Of course, the New York Rangers pick was bad, but that's because their goalies choked.
Yeah, and also I want to say.
And Logan Thompson was not supposed to be an outstanding goalie. Nobody can tell me he was supposed to be.
No, but he ended up being fantastic. And it doesn't happen. It doesn't hurt when Ludwig is 15th or 20th in the damn league too. So here's another thing from Dallas. One more quick note on the Stars here for me. You have Tom. It's a great pick to have them coming out, but of course we talked about the buzzsaw with Edmonton here. It's going to be a great matchup. I don't want to sell Winnipeg out just yet, but with the advent of Miro coming back and then having Robo kind of coming back into postseason form right now, Dallas looks like the hardest out to get in the West.
Yeah, the only advantage I think Edmonton has right now is the fact that Dallas has to play Saturday, and Edmonton's getting a couple days of rest. That game in Vegas was big for them because they knew that they would probably get it, the rest if they won that game, and they played so well. I mean, 0-0 in regulation in a game, a do or die game for Vegas. That That was just unreal to watch.
Yeah, it just seems like Dallas, I had some concern, again, not with the knowledge of you guys, but I had some concern going into the playoffs because they limped into the playoffs. I mean, they really did. They kind of limped into the playoffs the way all of that started, but they just have continually gotten better. And
Who limped into the playoffs?
Dallas.
Oh.
You know,
they have the third best record in the NHL.
No, I mean, just kind of the momentum, the momentum at the end.
That's because everybody was hurt.
Well, yeah. But as those pieces have come back, they've gotten continually better and stronger, and they seem to be peaking at the best time. I think Dallas is going to win this. I think Dallas is going to win the Stanley Cup.
Could be, gents. Where you guys want to shift to now? Before we do that, let's get into a quick little ad read here. Since what, 1985? Is that the
1988?
1988. It's 35 years since 1988. My math's wrong. You're a genius at math.
37.
37 years. Boom. Well, I didn't add up the months. You're
making me look really freaking old, by the way.
It doesn't matter, man. You've been doing it for a while. You've been doing it since the best. You've been setting the standard, man. It's the audiovisual consultations, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Look, you guys know the deal, man. Whether you want 2 TVs, 3 TVs, 4 TVs, get on out there. Call this guy. He'll be out there. They'll give you a consultation. They'll move your furniture out of the way. They'll have your house rearranged, and all of a sudden your wife will be like, oh, I guess this is our new dream theater that we're having right now. And then, ask them about the Sonos surround sound system too, man. You can play it. It's very easy. You put it on this bad boy, and you can play it from the access of your phone. And then also, maybe you want to play your favorite Christmas carols in the summertime like I do and drive my wife nuts. And she's, it's all fun and games, and it's all deadly, man. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Absolutely. Also got to tell you about McCall Custom Homes, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. If you're looking for that, or if you have that renovation project, whether it be a living room, a bathroom, you want to add a second story to your house, your outdoor space, all of that, don't try to do that yourself. Do not try to do that yourself. Get professionals that have been doing it for, and that's the thing we talk about with Tom, all the years with AV Consultations since 88. McCall Custom Homes, 40 years. A father and son team have been doing this for countless Central Texans here in our fair area, and they do it extremely well. Like I'm telling you, that free estimate for TSU listeners, just reach out to them. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Let them come take a look, just like Tom does. They'll come out and give you an idea. Like I said, with our project, Mike came out and here's what we wanted to do. He said, but if you do this, it might be more cost effective, and this might look better. By the time it was all said and done, we have a bathroom renovation that looks amazing. Check them out today. It is McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered for that free estimate. McCall Custom Homes.
Right on. Yeah. So I wanted to eat this burrito before I got on the air here.
You don't need you to eat burritos when we're on the air together, dude. I know what's going to happen to you.
I'm not going to start.
It's right over there.
The bathroom's a long ways away.
Legs go horizontal as soon as I put
it's a little ways down over there.
And they would prefer you not to blow this one up.
Nah, man, I don't. Usually I'm pretty good, man.
Yeah.
Except it's the fast food though. This looks like it was decently cooked.
You're probably okay out here because they're probably on septic out here because we're like out. We're kind of.
We are out and about. We are at the 2025 Mullet Open here out at Lost Pines, the 24th annual Mullet Open, guys. Make sure you hit us up. 512-255-8678 is the code of text line here, and hit us up on this chat channel too. Got a lot of things for you guys to bid on. Make sure you guys get out here. It's going to be a great day. Looks like it's a little balmy, but I think this overcast is going to burn off here once the humidity.
It is going to be so hot, and I'll tell you what, if you're not playing in this, what you ought to do is just come out here and enjoy the festivities and the food and the raffle and buy some raffle tickets and just benefit the Burke Center for Youth, and because this place is a blast to be at whether you're playing or not.
Yeah.
This is my third time out here, man. It's always a blast coming out. I think I played out here once or twice. I can't remember who I was with. I think it was with one of my buddies, Michael Virgin. That's not a made-up name, I swear to God. That's his real name. I can't remember if we played here or Star Ranch. Star Ranch is up north.
Oh, I remember Star Ranch,
more
yeah.
Up north, though. But this place is way better than Star Ranch.
Yeah, you know what I don't,
I'm pretty sure I would remember.
Yeah, Star Ranch is one of those courses because I used to play there way back when Star Ranch was new, and there wasn't anything out there. And I mean, the last time that I went to Star Ranch, we're here at Lost Pines. You go out and everything's open. I mean, because you're essentially in the middle of nowhere. And that's what's so cool about this spot is you can come out here, whether it's for a round of golf or come spend a weekend out here, and it feels like you're in a totally isolated area. And then you drive, 3 miles down the road and there's 71. So
yeah, the nicest thing about here is you don't have to worry about hitting somebody's house. These guys over here will test that, right? You never have to hit a house here. Yep, look at them all. That's right.
Yes.
Your ball can go as far left or right as you want out here.
Yeah.
My goals for now, my golf game. I'm not trying to be braggadocious at all, but my golf game has jumped up considerably. I was telling the story. Reliving our story. I don't know if you were.
Oh, don't you dare!
I don't know. Were you listening to the show yesterday?
No,
I was telling the story.
I was flying yesterday.
We were out at Great Hills at the catamaran. What the hell was it? The catamaran? That we were playing in?
The Gold Rush.
The Gold Rush.
Yeah.
The Gold Rush. That's what it was. Anyways, we're gonna leave the names out of it, but it was a pair of brothers. They were playing Journey, right? They were blaring Journey.
The Journey is just too much, man.
It wasn't just that.
Guys, no much, Journey today.
What was too much is when they were blaring Journey and I unzipped my golf zipper, right?
Yeah.
At a very low volume, and then the dude yells at me for unzipping the golf.
We will say name Dennis Neller. If you're listening, we're talking about you. That was 10 years ago, I think, and I still remember that day because that was the most hilarious thing ever.
Was that 10 years ago?
It must have been.
It felt like
Neller went off on you so hard. That was so funny.
On a zipper, and he had no idea.
And they're listening to the biggest trash crap music in the history of the world, and we didn't say a word.
Finally, Tom goes off on him.
He finally had enough.
Neller was so close. He was this close about me snapping his neck like a twig, too.
No, but
then he found out I was a Marine. He apologized quick.
Yeah, I'm sure.
He apologized very quick.
No, but I'm totally with you about the houses, man, because it's like, so my not best, but it's probably a shameful story, but we were out at Forest Creek one time. And this is where I had been playing a little bit more golf at the time. I'm not good. I never have been. I never will be, I don't think. But I bought like new golf balls. I had new golf balls. And so I'm teeing off and I'm using these really good balls. And I tee off. I'm a lefty. So I tee off and it goes straight left. It goes straight left. There's houses over there.
Yeah, like a Jackie Gleason slice. Caddy check too.
Big time slice. And so somebody's having a pool party over there, Tom. And this thing just goes straight left. And you hear the music going. You hear everybody having a good time. And I hear the ball hit something. And then I hear a kid. And I said, I told my buddy, I said, man, that was one of my good balls. I gotta go get my ball. And he's like, you're not going. He's like, I'll give you a freaking new ball.
If you hit, well, I'm like that too. I'll do a chase $3 ball. He yelled at, he used to get frustrated at me because I'd be going off into the water or I'd be trying to go into the woods.
I got one of them things you can get it out of the water with the little thing on the end. I got one of those.
Nah, man, if you buy Callaway balls, you absolutely got to sit there and
oh hell yes, I chase
go
them.
after chasing the $3 balls, man. I ain't doing that shit. I ain't giving up $3 balls. That's just not what I do, man.
Yeah, no.
I don't worry about that. I just play with range balls.
That's a good idea.
Taking it.
Just play with the ball I find. So
well,
here's one.
I'll say this, man.
Are you the guy with the yellow ball?
It's the one that glows in the dark.
Yeah.
The pink lady.
The pink lady.
Another note too. Make sure you mark your balls too.
Oh yeah. Well, and I figured
that guy right there plays with the pink lady. You know it, don't you? You don't? Oh,
good man. Well, I figured something out yesterday. Again, I'm kind of getting back into golf because I have to do it for work a lot now. And so I heard the guys talk. I heard those dudes yesterday on the PGA Championship where it's like the problem is that the balls are too muddy. And I'm like, my balls are always muddy, so that must be why I'm so bad. Because my balls are always muddy.
My balls are always clean.
So look, I'm telling you, my not to be braggadocious, but my game took flight probably and just changed. You need to drink water?
No, you need to put your mic up. There you go.
Just tell me. Don't give me the hand signal.
Okay.
Just tell me.
Put your mic up by your mouth.
Pull your mic up, man.
So what changed my game considerably is when I was probably, 3 years ago, I just started letting the club do the work, and I didn't start overhitting, right?
Yeah.
I come from, a baseball background. I'm sitting here trying to swing for the fences thing, not apply the physics of the actual club structure here. The club's going to actually do the work, man. You just come through, swing natural, and, hit and spit is what I like to say, man.
Well, and
All of a sudden,
I was telling you,
you'll have a
the
good game.
biggest problem that I always had that I seem to have corrected, because as I've played the last couple of times, is I'm actually hitting the ball, which was always a struggle for me, and I can get somewhat of a decent velocity on it. And it's just the easy things, keeping your head down. I swear, I would be looking up all the time, and you know what happens there. But it's a fun yet very frustrating game at times if you take it too serious. Which I'm sure all these guys are going to take it real serious.
I don't take anything that serious. I take it so serious when I play. That's why I had to quit playing so much, because my Lord, everything is a tournament.
Probably one of my best courses that I played on was Mahogany Run out in St. Thomas? St. Thomas, man. Yeah. Mahogany Run, the last three, they call it the Devil's Backbone. Holes 13, holes 14, and holes 15, where you're right along the drink there, looking in the Caribbean Ocean, man. Fantastic. This is a wonderful place, too, out here at Lost Pines, as a matter of fact. Make sure you get your all asses out here. Bet on the raffle, or I guess it's not betting on the raffle, but just sign up for the raffle.
Sign up for the raffle and win automatically.
That's what happens.
Everybody wins.
What happens.
And there's some good stuff over there. I mean, there's some.
And if
really,
you like
really
alcohol, which I guess I can't anymore for a long time, but if you like alcohol, guaranteed you're going to get plenty of that out.
Oh yeah, it's out here. Did a little bit of a video here to show you some of the prizes that we have for you guys to bid on here. Sent that to BK. We should be getting that up on social media a little bit here in just a tad, but I thought that was a guitar signed by Stevie Ray Vaughan at first, man. I was getting ready to take that thing.
Well,
Rob, you're right. There's always a few shots to keep you coming back, and it's almost always that second shot on the 18th hole when you stick it about 3 feet after you shot 104. And then you go, oh, yeah, I'm coming back. Hell yeah, I'm good now.
What do you usually shoot consistently?
When I played,
Yeah.
I'd shoot high 80s to 90.
So I finally got into the 90s. My best that I ever shot was 91, but I'm consistently in the 90s now, which, anytime you fall back into the hundreds, you're thinking about, quitting the damn game and throwing your clubs into the damn river again. But again, you just got to stick with it, roll with it. And you're not playing the guy to the left and to the right of you. You're playing yourself and you're playing the course.
That's the whole thing. So I actually need to go out and get a few solo rounds in to see if I can establish what I'm actually shooting. Because as I've played lately, it's been in scrambles. So it's always.
So you're 10 below par every time.
Actually, the one that I played in Dallas, we were actually 1 under par, and I'm like, that's really good. and the guy that I'm playing with, he goes,
last place.
Yeah, we got second to the last. These dinglings are over there shooting 22 under par. I'm like, you need to be on the freaking tour for crying out loud.
Some of the golfers are here already, out here eating.
They're looking over here,
and I can tell you right now, somebody out there is gonna post a 59.
Post or just write it in.
That's what I mean. They're just going to write in a 59 because they're actually going to shoot a 71, but that 59 is going to look really good.
Yeah.
All right. Where are we going next? You had an event last night. How was that?
Oh, Nikki Glazer? Yeah. Oh, boy, I tell you, it was great.
She's awesome.
Oh, man, she is so freaking funny and so beautiful. Oh, my Lord.
I don't think there's any woman that can talk about her vagina that much and still be funny.
Yeah.
That's all she talks
about it all the time. And she very blatantly calls it pee. And when it rolls off her tongue, it's like, oh, my goodness. And she talks about body parts, and it just sounds so nice in the delivery. But I'll tell you, the worst part of it was.
Do you not get uncomfortable when you're listening to her around your wife?
No, she's a comedian.
Yeah, that was my gift. There were a couple of times where Tracy's sitting next to me, and Nikki's doing this whatever, and Tracy was kind of like, ooh. I'm like, no, that's the comedy I like, and I think it's even
what was
better.
She wearing last night?
She had on this brown button-up dress thing that went really well with her spray tan.
She didn't have a mini skirt on.
It was very mini.
Okay, that's what she always wears them way up high.
You've seen her too.
Yeah, she's awesome.
She kept having to tug that thing down because it was like, because when she talks, she's like,
it's marketing, gents.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it worked. I bought a T-shirt. Are you kidding? I was going to wear that today, but wanted to be in the company line, So I'll have that on later. But I'll tell you the worst part about it was because she had a show at 7, and then the show we were going to was at 9:30. Well, of course, everything runs late. It doesn't start till probably 10:15. So it was a late night. I'm not used to those late nights like that.
Yeah, Ike says that he needs to play in the Mullet Open. I was expecting to see Ike's ass out here with a Parmesan stuffed crust pizza.
Oh, but what I was saying, I need to go do I forgot to finish the thought. I need to go do a couple of practice rounds by myself, play 9, play 18, whichever, to see where I'm really at. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to like smaller courses. I'm going to go to like some state park.
Like par 3s?
No, well, yeah, maybe par 3, but like I want to go to Lockhart.
That wouldn't be a bad idea. Like par 5 is forgiving, right?
Yeah.
But par 3 is what I would think get you on your game or doing your damn game up pretty quick. You got to be precise.
Absolutely.
Especially if you're working on your short game. That's usually the holes that I struggle in. If I'm having a decent day at the golf course, I'll probably struggle and get back into the negative there on par 3, man.
Yeah.
I just suck at it.
And it's only, like to get better at the chip and run and all of those things. I mean, that's the stuff I need to work on, but there's a lot I need to work on. But yeah, I'm going to hit some of these smaller courses. If you have small course ideas, put them in the chat right there, because I'm going to go on a small town golf course tour.
The fam,
2025.
The TSU fam is coming up with an idea to come out here next year and have a listeners team. And also, I'll add on to that, we could have a listeners team, and we could also have a hosts team as well. So maybe we do like a little competition between a host and a listeners.
There you go.
Between there, put like a specified little bet or a specified little prize wager there for some of the contestants.
That'd be all right.
Yeah, that's all I have is ideas.
No, that's really good.
That's all I have.
You're a marketing genius over here.
Side bets going on. No
side bet. That's
side betting, baby.
That's not what I'm trying to generate.
Oh, I am.
Yeah, I'm betting on the listeners.
I'll play then.
I said a specific prize.
I don't gamble, but I'll bet on myself.
Pete Rose.
I've got a pencil and an eraser.
So what? Yeah.
It's 8-2, boys.
I can shoot a good score.
I
can shoot.
There you go. The best club in the bag is the pencil.
Yeah, give me a damn pencil, man, and I'll roll up out of here.
You got that right, Ike.
I will roll up out of here with the
prize. That is the one bad thing about being around you. You guys talk about vices. One of my vices that I gave up was dipping. I used to have a Copenhagen pocket, man. And every time I'm around this guy, I'm always wanting to dip.
Yeah, no, actually,
when you're around, I didn't bring it in. It smells good, but then when you go,
you get to drink.
I don't drink though.
Oh, shut up!
I drink the frou-frou drinks when we go on vacation. Yeah. That's the only thing.
Well, I was on vacation with you last year, I recall. Yeah. You drank a little bit.
I had to be loaded. I was out of my element.
I just say
my stars, beach whale.
My stars.
I just say I don't drink. I guzzle. But Tom, speaking of Pete Rose, so I heard you talking about something as I was driving in this morning that I kind of wanted to elaborate a little bit with you.
The whale.
A little bit with you, because he and I were talking the other day about the Pete Rose thing, and we really went into a good segment about the steroid era, and you are so dead on to where it pisses me off to where it's like it's these writers that are going to keep these guys out. I mean, these guys that was such a huge era of baseball. I think the steroid era, the whatever you want to call it. Was it corrupt? Yes, I guess. They broke the rules. I totally get that. That saved baseball, in my opinion.
Agreed,
you have to
100%.
Tell that story. You have to tell that story,
yes.
or you can't tell a full story of baseball.
Right.
It astounds me that they want to pick 5 guys, basically, and say those 5 guys aren't going to get into the Hall of Fame when everybody knows that it was every team had at least 5 guys.
Brady Anderson was taking roles. Of course. You're going to go and tell me that Brady Anderson had 12, 7, 8, 2 home runs, and then all of a sudden jumps up to 35 home runs, and no one's going to bat an eye? Come on, dude.
Yeah. Well,
everybody was on roids. It just wasn't the marquee players.
And then you want to your point, you want to take the guys that are most responsible for, fanfare, publicity, TV ratings, you name it, revenue, all of this. You want to take the core of the people that were doing that, right or wrong. Let's kind of take right or wrong out of this.
Brady hit 50
and leave them out.
Brady hit 35 was his approach here, but Brady Anderson hit 50 home runs one year. Sorry to cut you off.
No, that's okay. I mean,
my ADHD.
That's to that point. I mean, you can't exclude that. I mean, those guys are an integral part of baseball.
Yeah. The weirdest part is they picked the guys who made the biggest impact on it, didn't do anything to the others. And yet the guys who were taking steroids and said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you can go in the Hall of Fame then."
Yeah.
No, it's all or none. So let them all in, because none is stupid.
That's right, man. One of the best races I ever saw, and we were kind of talking about this the other day, one of the best races I ever saw in baseball was Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire.
Absolutely.
That was fantastic.
That summer was
so fun.
unreal.
Yeah. And
it was must-watch baseball. You couldn't go without seeing. Like, hey, did Sammy get it, or who's winning? Is Mark in the lead, or is Sammy in the lead?
Remember, they flashed back and forth. Yeah, they were flashing back and forth.
It was like two heavyweight prize fighters throwing haymakers.
Yeah, and like I mentioned to Wags, you were 3 or 4 years removed from the strike. You remember you had yet another strike that interrupted a baseball season, and people were totally soured. A lot of people were soured on baseball. I mean, not watching it as much, didn't really care for whatever. And that truly brought baseball back to the forefront. And that was amazing. That was an amazing summer, just back and forth.
Would you say baseball's back to the forefront now?
It seems like it.
Right?
It seems like
it's energized.
Yeah.
Geese up. I'll tell you what's back on the forefront. Well, I guess it's for the first time, right? SEC champions, baby.
Hey, there it is, right there.
For that, I had to throw it in.
We talked about it for a long time.
I had to throw it.
That's pretty impressive.
Well, and who do you beat to seal it with 2 games to go?
Oklahoma.
There you go.
Hey, congratulations to the kid, by the way. I heard the announcement that she's going into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
I just hit that Oklahoma note, so that.
And she's flying in tonight for that.
That's awesome.
Tell her to give me a critique on my Oklahoma there.
She was listening earlier. She
wind comes
texted in a
waving
little
down
while
She
ago.
heard that and turned off.
Yeah, as soon as
usually
Wags
what
got
happens.
here, she said, I'm out.
Canadian Idol, not American.
There it is. There it is.
I'm good for Canada. I'm the top voice in Canada, not America.
So I kind of stole your bit a little bit. There's this guy. He's a race announcer up in Louisiana, and so he goes on this karaoke tour, and he's in some finalists of a karaoke contest or something in Louisiana. I said, dude, you are freaking Louisiana Idol, and he's like, man, I love that. I'm gonna run with that. I'm like, dude, if you want to call yourself that,
what's your go-to karaoke song?
Me?
Yeah, I'm a Warren Zevon dude. Like usually, the first Warren Zevon.
Oh, I thought you said Dionne Warwick.
No, dude.
I didn't know you could throw your.
We are the world. No,
we are the world.
Mine is Jimmy Buffett. Why don't we get drunk and screw?
That's a good one to open up to. Warren Zevon, Werewolves of London is usually the one I open up with. Right?
Yeah. He just likes going, oh.
Yeah.
I actually like saying his hair was perfect, right? Like Trader Vic's, baby. No, I mean, Warren Zevon, it's a good open up. It's a good, party jam to get going. But usually you knock him off with a little John Legend, man.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah.
I do a little Johnny Lee, Looking for Love. Remember Urban Cowboy?
Yeah, man.
Dude's got a.
Is that Scott Glenn from Urban Cowboy?
Yeah. He was the one that was hooking up with Sissy. He's the one that drank the worm.
And
remember that?
Remember
that?
It's
like
out of the tequila.
I remember as a kid, I'm like, what the hell is that?
That was
I soon
mezcal.
Yes, mezcal. That's right.
We used to have competitions doing that back in the drinking days. See who could get the most worms off of a table of bottles of mezcal.
Nah, I'm good. Count me out, Clark.
Yeah, no,
count me out on that, Clark.
That was the old days.
This plate in my head, if I, get a dent there, my hair just won't sit.
Yeah, that's a little much. But yeah, I do that. I like to sing Funky Cole Medina.
There you go. A little tone low.
Yeah, a little tone low.
A little tone low.
Yeah.
Drugging women to have sex. Good job. Good choice.
Is that what he did?
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's what that song is about. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. Hell, I don't listen to the words. I probably don't even know that. I probably don't even know the words.
It's about giving them the date rape drug.
Yeah.
He
worked on his dog.
What's your go-to karaoke songs? Put it in the chat channel.
That might need to be the top 5 next week.
No, we forgot to give a top 5 though.
Oh, hell,
That's what we forgot.
What was the top 5 this week?
We didn't select one.
We forgot one
because we were late on one last week, and now it just carried over. So,
well, it's a good thing we had that extra time because we got it in this week.
Hey, Ike, what's the top 5 for today? You're out there listening.
Yeah,
we're not doing the top 5.
We got time.
We don't have the wheel. I don't have the wheel, Tom.
We don't even need it.
We do.
I'll
spin you.
I'll wheel it.
We got to do the top 5 raffle giveaways over here today.
Hey, we didn't talk basketball yet. Can we talk hoops?
We can talk hoops.
Get some hoops here. Denver pushing this thing to the sexiest word in all of sports. Game 7.
Yeah.
How about it, gents?
Yeah.
Denver, we're ready to write Denver off. And don't get me wrong, like Oklahoma City gave us everything, all the proof to write Denver off here. But I mean, when you're the best player in the NBA, or arguably one of the best players in the NBA, and Murray's starting to come on his game, you're getting key contributions from the Cogs. Porter's actually starting to show up a little bit, or Porter Jr. is starting to show up a little bit here. But still, is it enough to contend with the offensive firepower of Oklahoma City? Shea's probably the best silky smooth one in the league right now. I love Anthony Edwards, but Shea's game I think is just a little bit more smoother than Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards just a little bit more raw. But you combine like not just a Rudy Gobert or a Julius Randle, but now you have like a Chet Holmgren that can step out, hit threes, use his size that way, and then also take people off the dribble and then throw lob cities to Hartenstein. Now it wasn't really working last night there. I thought Jokic got the better of Hartenstein, but is Oklahoma City do they have too much firepower for Denver to surmount a comeback like this? Game 6 is fantastic, but we're talking about a Game 7. Will they have enough left in the tank for a Game 7?
In my opinion, conceivably they do. It seems like Oklahoma City has too much firepower, and we've watched them. I think what's going to rear its ugly head again, or what could rear its ugly head again, was something that was talked about at the beginning of this series, where the youth of Oklahoma City was really showing itself, and that's some old dudes on the other side.
You mean the youth was showing itself to the advantage, right?
No, to their detriment.
Okay, so I would say that their youth, the fresh legs, is actually going to be a benefit going into Game 7.
Yeah. See, I don't know if Denver, after 6 games, I don't know if Denver, being a little elder, I don't know if they have.
You can be the mentor and you can be the crafty veteran, but
absolutely.
When does fatigue actually set in?
Yeah. And this is where I think that with that firepower, if this thing is 2 or 3, if we get 2 minutes to go and it's 2 or 3 minutes, 2 or 3 point differential here, Oklahoma City ahead, I'm getting really worried if I'm a Thunder fan, because that's when the experience. If Denver's able to stay that close that late in the Game 7, that's when I'm getting worried, because that's when that long in the tooth thing is going to show itself.
I think the NBA has to be just cringing right now at the fact of who might be in the finals.
What type of NBA?
If Boston doesn't get there, they're not going to have a big market team.
Nope.
Or New York too, right? Or New York. If Indiana gets there and Oklahoma City gets there, that is an absolute nightmare.
I think it's absolutely hilarious. They try to stack those teams so hard.
That's the series I want.
Can't figure it out.
I want Pacers in Oklahoma City. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Now the Golden State's out. I wanted Golden State.
Yeah, but with Boston, I mean, I think we were talking about this.
Not done yet.
Boston is.
We tried to write them off.
We
tried to write them off. They're not done yet.
And they really do look. I mean, the style of play that they have when Tatum is out. I mean, we did write them off before the last game. I think the style of play that they have with Tatum out, even though Tatum is so important, I just think that Jaylen Brown is such a good facilitator with them.
It's not just Brown.
He utilizes more.
He utilizes
more, man. And I think they're honestly maybe a little scarier to me right now.
That's a great point too, because maybe they don't feel compelled to go through Jason Tatum, right? Or to have JT go out and get his 50, right? They can, get 10, 15.
All them dudes were in double figures the other day. Yeah,
they can spread the ball around. They don't have to go through one outlet or 2 outlets and play just between Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. What you got?
Who is the best player on earth in this game, Jake? You posted that. I'm just curious who.
He's gonna go.
What's LeBron have to do with this?
He's gonna come on, guys.
It's
Friday. You're gonna upset Jake here, man.
No, I'm just curious who.
I'm sure
LeBron's on vacation for crying out loud. What
are
we bringing him
Luka
into this
didn't
for?
do anything. No, he's talking about somebody now.
Oh, Jokic then. The best player on earth is Jokic.
Okay. Sorry.
Usually, when he refers to the best player on earth, I think he's talking about Luka.
Yeah. I didn't know.
Nikola Jokic.
He's at home too.
Yeah. Yes, he is.
No, I take it back. He's in Dallas maybe by now. He's got to go sell that house, I guess. Figure out where
he's got somebody selling it for him. He's got, I'm sure he's got people selling it for him.
Should still be in real estate. Maybe I'd have gotten that listing. That'd have been great.
Did you ever do deals up in the Dallas area?
I did do some deals in the Dallas area. I actually did a couple over there in that Colony area. I had some really cool ones over there.
I would think that you could turn some high value on Dallas.
You really can up there. That is that's kind of all the markets are cutthroat. Austin's getting there, but that's a whole different animal over there.
Austin's so cutthroat because it's intimate, right?
Austin's cutthroat because it's the agents. The agents are the ones where it's like somebody asked me the other day. Now that you're out of real estate, I want to ask you a question. What's the one thing when an agent opens their mouth that you don't want to hear? I'm like, hello. I don't want to talk to them anymore. If there are any here, I'm not.
We don't apologize. It's Friday. It's Friday, gents. Yeah. So that's my take on Oklahoma City. I think that they're the best team remaining there. It's hard to count out Denver, even though they just forced a Game 7. I still think there's just too much firepower and there's too much youth on the wheels of Oklahoma City. Now, look, again, the crafty veteranship could come in handy, but the stars aren't really aligning for me for Denver. They just lost their coach, or I don't know how well they can do with an interim coach going into the postseason. I don't think that they can continue this run.
What's his name? What's his name's the coach? Why is his? Oh God, his name is escaping me now.
I don't know. You threw me off too, amigo.
I'll tell you in a second.
As far as the East is concerned, I still think we'd be way out of line to think that that Boston's completely out of it. We just kind of made our reasoning why and our proof why. Other than that,
Indiana does look good, though.
My God, it's not just Halliburton. You're getting better play from Siakam now. He's starting to revitalize his scoring prowess now. You can't count out Turner. Turner's fantastic too, man. Yeah. There's some pieces in play here for Carlisle's squad.
Yeah. Russell Westbrook, he's the coach of Denver. You see the other day when he was sitting in the coach's chair? he was sitting in the coach's chair. I'm like, okay, there you go.
I thought you knew that there was somebody going to be lined up for the new job, like an actual tenure job.
I don't know who'll get that job. That'd be a pretty sweet job. But yeah, I think that
Malone won't be out of a job for long. You'd like to think Malone's going to find a spot.
Yeah, absolutely. But over in the East, I mean, I think the thing is with what we saw from Boston, and again, we only have the one game to kind of base anything on moving forward. But I think, Wags, like we've talked about with the Knicks, I mean, obviously you've got Brunson, but like we were talking about yesterday, the solid 2, the solid 3, the solid 4, you have to have that to beat this Boston.
I don't think it's a solid 3 though.
Yeah.
Right? Like I think they got 2.
Yeah.
I think they've been getting an anomaly of play from Mikal Bridges. Like he's not a guy that's going to give you 25 and 12. Like that's just not what he does. Now Towns being able to bang, if they found their resolve for Towns here, then I think that Boston's actually got a chance to. Who did Missoula play in? Was it Crofton? I can't think of who Missoula played the other day in the stead, but they actually won. They won that matchup against Towns.
Yeah, and that's the thing where with New York, the 3 and the 4 seem to be by committee. I know it's not scripted that way. I know that's not what they're planning, but there's just not the solid 3 or 4 where I just like the continuity. I just like the ball movement. I like the shot selection that you're seeing from Boston. I mean, it seems like it's slowed itself down a little bit, but I'm just a dude that likes to watch the basketball being moved around the perimeter and then looking for the best open shot. I mean, that's the basketball that I like. That's what made the Spurs so boring. That's what they did. Honestly, I think Boston's a little scarier right now. What we got over there?
I like New York Sal over here. I know the Knicks are going to let me down. It's always funny to me to go to a lot of live games. You hear the fans and the other, the fans for the team that you're visiting, and they're always so negative about their team.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable to me. Sal, just root for him, big boy.
Yeah. I'm a Cowboy fan. I always believe that we're going to find a way to mess up.
My favorite is the Boston Bruins fans. I'll tell you what, those guys, their team sucks all the time, no matter what. When they were winning the Stanley Cup, you go sit next to those guys, our team sucks. I'm thinking, dude, you just won a cup. What the hell's wrong with you people?
High expectations.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, the standard. They have a standard.
I mean, I don't know. I'm the same way though. Like I feel like I'm a doomsdayer when it comes to my professional sports teams, or I feel like the only reason why they're losing is because I'm watching them, right? Not that I'm a narcissist. I'm just feeling like I'm the bad luck.
Mine is that I wear the wrong jersey or something, so I have to make sure I'm wearing the right jersey for that game.
I have fully convinced myself in the last year and a half, if I watch an Astros game, they're going to get beat. And I mean, 9 times out of 10, I shit you guys not. I'll turn an Astros game on. They're winning 4-0. I'll sit there and watch it. 3 innings later, it's 6-4. They're behind. I'm like, okay, I can't watch it.
I turn the O's off every day.
Yeah, I cancel Fubo, one of my many services. I'm like, I'm not going to watch them anymore. Boy, that AL West, y'all were talking about that. That is a juggernaut, isn't it?
Oh, the AL West is just some stellar baseball. Woo!
The AL East ain't that great either.
AL East.
talking about my squad.
Yeah, at least it's hard.
But the others are.
They're not supposed to be. It's Baltimore.
What are you talking about? They're one of the best teams in baseball. They're supposed to be one of the best teams in baseball. But this is what happens when you take pitching off the squad.
See, that's why you cheer on. That's why you cheer on the Astros or the Rangers, because hell, you're always going to be in the hunt. At least right now.
Oh yeah, you could be 50-50 and be in the hunt in that division.
Yeah, because Seattle's going to run out of steam. I mean, here at some point, you know how that goes. But just give it time. But yeah,
AL East reminds me a lot of the SEC. They beat each other up throughout the year, and they're ready for the postseason.
Very bad. I would say that Baltimore being down, Tampa being down. Well, Tampa ain't exactly down. They're just kind of trying to find themselves. It's
a new home.
I have to agree with you. Yeah, finding a new home. I have to agree with you there. Walk that back a little bit. It's not that they're that bad. They just continue to beat the shit out of each other. So
yeah. No, that's the thing about it. I mean, that's what you get. And the Central, I mean, the Central's gotten – I thought that's what the AL West would be.
Well, the Central's beating the brakes off the East, too. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Early. Still early. That's the thing about it, though. But, yeah, if you're an Astros or a Rangers fan, you're going to be in the hunt this year.
We'll see. We shall see.
Whether you want to or not.
Where else we want to go, gents? We got a little bit more time left here before the boys from the Lone Star Playbook get on.
Lone Star Playbook. Tom, I guess we maybe talk a little bit more about this event, and you've talked throughout the morning about the Burke Center there and just the amazing things that happen there. And like we were talking about earlier, I think one of the things that's so special about this event is that it really is giving kiddos a second chance. And that's they've been through so much and the trauma and just life lessons that they learn at a very young age, and they learn them the hardest way possible with that.
It's actually life lessons that they learn that they have to be taught aren't the correct life lessons.
Exactly.
And the Burke Center for Youth is very successful in turning these kids' lives around. I think it's an important part of this community. And it's out in Driftwood, but they handle children from all over the Central Texas area, and it's just a really great place. The people there are incredible. It's a little bit of a military attitude because they're trying to teach them discipline and self-love even.
You get a strong foundation.
Yeah, because these kids are beaten down, and they're just it's sad why they are there. So the fact that they can leave there being completely ready for integration back into society in a way that they can be productive is fantastic.
Well, I mean, you say a military structure, right? But what we really mean is like discipline, like instilling discipline and instilling self-confidence in people.
Yes.
Right? That's not a bad thing.
Oh no, I'm not saying it negatively.
But a lot of people feel like disciplining children or
and these guys had none, and so they're getting some, and that's the main thing, because that's a problem with a lot of them. Obviously stems from the parenting that they had originally.
Failed parenting. Yeah. That's exactly what it is.
So I think it's great that they get a second chance, and the majority of them succeed, which is fantastic. And they really want to. Whenever you go talk, you can talk to them, they want to succeed, and they don't want to be a burden. They don't want to be a pain in the ass. So it's kind of nice.
Yeah, I love what you were saying earlier, where they have like a program like for auto mechanics program and those type of things.
They also have a welding shop now.
Oh man! And see, Wags and I talk about
skill of trade.
Right. Yeah. We talk about that here so often, to where it's like, a college education and so forth. Yes, it's valuable. It's something you strive for. But if that's
brother, I've been laid off for about 6 months, man. So let me tell you what that college education has done.
If it's something that doesn't work out for you, one of those things, and you get a kiddo like that, Tom, I talk about it all the time. I know electricians, plumbers, welders, mechanics that are making more money than a college graduate would even think of making.
I learned most of the stuff fixed around my house working with his crews.
Yeah.
Like most of the people on his crew know how to do.
Yeah,
they know how to retro power. I mean, they know how to do it all, man.
Yeah, your guys, like when they showed
They're
up
basically
at the house,
contractors.
You know what I mean? Like when
they are in a couple of situations.
Yeah, like when they showed up and they're drilling.
They redo the entire living room. Sometimes.
They were like drilling into that brick fireplace thing that I have, and I'm like, dude, how are y'all gonna do this?
No, I've got guys who do the sheetrock work, the brick work, the rock work, the electrical work. We've got everybody on staff.
I had a dude, and I'll give him a shout out. His name was Jesse. He actually moved a chimney, right? To basically retro power and retro sound to go down through a surround sound system. I was absolutely amazed. And when we were done, I was just like, dude, that was some of the craziest stuff I've ever seen in my life. And, you should definitely be taking pictures of your work and showing it.
That guy and his crew are actually over at working nights this week and next week at 100 Congress, the building downtown. They're remodeling the third floor, the entire thing.
That's over there by where the old Hooters was over there.
So if there's demolition to be done down there, that's what
Jesse, tear those walls down, big boy. Tear those walls down.
Rip them down. Absolutely. But no, that's the thing with you there with the Burke Center. I mean, that they do afford those opportunities because you can have a very fulfilling life and career doing those type of things. And those are skills that not just anybody can roll up and do.
Yeah, as Ike says too, Ike comments on what you're talking about here, Rodney. It's just it's coaching youth sports. It's very rewarding. It's just I don't know. It's what you put into it. You're going to get back 10 times.
Absolutely.
Full, right?
Hey, Ike, shout out to the Laga Vista Little League. That's right. That's
there
Ike's world out there.
Absolutely. And while you're out there shouting them out, give them a call for a Parmesan stuffed crust.
That's right. Get a pizza while you're out there having a game.
There you go. Yeah.
Always hard to turn away a pizza there. We're about to turn it over to the boys from Lone Star Playbook here. Gents, anything off your that you got to get off the billet here before we turn?
Oh, they'll be in here in a minute.
They'll be on.
Oh, okay.
They'll be on it.
Yeah, we'll see them pop in here, man.
But yeah, you got anything off your chest, or you got to get off your chest before we turn it over?
I'll have one. If you're driving in the city of Austin,
well, don't get me started. I had a rough time.
If you're driving in the city of Austin, the left lane is actually the passing
lane, right?
Get the hell out of it if you're not passing.
Can I actually comment on this? So, and one thing, like I was trying to get ready to take the toll road, right? I should have took the toll road. Rolling down Mopac, asshole. I shouldn't even say that.
You can.
The guy 5 miles
What he is.
slower in the toll road, in the fast lane, 5 miles slower than everybody else. Like, we get it, man. We absolutely get it. You got the dough to spend on tolls and everything, and you want to hold everybody up and ruin everybody's Friday. You are that guy.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah. The only
and
time,
if I mean mug you, you know why.
Yeah. The only time that I feel bad about cussing at somebody that's doing that is when I finally get around them. And, I go by him and I look and it's like an older lady or something. And then that goes back to, should she even have a license?
Stop that.
Okay. Sorry about that.
I'm at that age, dude. You gotta shop that shit.
you ain't that age, man.
No,
by the way, speed bumps in Great Hills don't exist for Tom.
No.
Boom, boom, boom. We're flying full send, baby.
But you're exactly right. But I've noticed here in the last couple of days. So I went downtown last night. Yesterday I went out to Barton Creek. Every major artery around here, and I mean as in road, is under freaking construction.
At once. All of them at once.
And during the day too.
Yeah. 360. That thing is all tore up. That is a mess. 183 is a mess. The tollway is always under construction. That one's on the weekend.
I like the Sal says, if you want to see bad drivers, go to New Jersey. All I can say is if you want to see anything bad, go to New Jersey. What the hell, Sal? Come on, man.
Jersey's got some bad drivers. DC, some bad drivers. You'll usually get a right-hand turn from a left-hand lane.
Puerto Rico. It's like there's no laws, it seems like, over there.
I don't think there's any traffic laws.
My goodness. It's like, holy smoke.
It's starting to feel like that in Austin. But yeah, that was my little trek out here this morning. I was a little bit late. I planned on.
Did you come 71 or?
No.
You went 183
I went
straight.
180. I went 183 to 71. And then
183 is pretty nice and wide though now.
That's what the place told me to take. And I don't have toll tickets or toll tags on Katie's car. I took Katie's car out here, not mine.
Oh man. We should have commuted. I didn't even think about that. I was going to call you last night.
That's the beauty of living at the end of the tollway. Right where the tollway ends is where my house is. So I just jump on the tollway everywhere.
There it is, gents. Looking forward. We got finishing off. I'm hoping that the Dallas Stars will take care of business and
tomorrow night. It's over.
I'm hoping. But
what are you hoping for? I already said it's done.
It's done.
Well, and then Texas Stars Sunday.
Texas Stars Sunday night game 2. It's almost sold out already. You better get tickets because that is a good series. There's going to be some. Oh, it got physical last night. Wow.
I wonder if I can touch on the 20,000 raffle ticket money or the. What is the
50-50 raffle?
50-50 raffle. 50-50. I want it usually gets up to like $20,000 sometimes, man.
Yeah, that's awesome. Oh,
Texas Stars Foundation.
Texas Stars Foundation.
Make sure you're hitting that 50-50 raffle up.
Got to tell you guys about Cobra Bee Cave, cobrabcave.com. Check out their weekly specials right there on the website, or go out and see those fine folks out there. You've got over 40 acres of new and pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs out there in beautiful Bee Cave. And like I said, check out the weekly specials right there. That's where you can find sometimes, as they call them in the auto industry, the hidden gem that you can find right there. And how about a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave?
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Where you are always treated like family.
There's Hayden. Y'all be nice to Hayden.
There they go. Be nice to Hayden, as Rodney says. All right, what do you guys got planned for the weekend? You guys going to be able to stay out here?
I'm going to go get the kid at the airport today.
That's right.
She's flying in. So
congratulations, kid.
Big doings for her,
yeah.
man. Big doings for her.
And she's going to hang around for a couple months, apparently, and do some work.
There you go.
All right.
Was this senior year?
No, she's only going into senior year.
All right.
There you go.
So my kid just graduated Round Rock, so we're getting ready for the transition into college.
There it is.
There we go.
Her goal over the summer, I hope, is to get her second book published. She's got it. She's almost ready for it.
Right on.
Love it. Man, that is
on.
awesome. That is awesome.
I want to see if I can get a late reservation out here. Do the lazy river here. I got to do this. I was going to say stupid course, but I'm enjoying this course. Game development here. 1 to 3.
You can just go jump the fence and go in the lazy river.
Then I'd get kicked out of this place too. So
it's okay. We've been kicked out everywhere else.
Just tell them you know Bucky.
It is a trend. We got to kind of do the check in the box, right?
Tell them you know Bucky, and then the Mullet Open.
Are you able to get back on at Great Hills? Or are you bullshitting with me? I got you kicked off.
No.
Oh, okay. I thought you. Well, he said one time he goes, "Yeah, I'm not a member there anymore." He, making it seem like I was the one or the reason why he got his membership lost.
No, I just moved out to Georgetown. It was too far.
It's just like, oh man, well, we want to go play at Great Hills or anything. He goes, we can't since that
not
tournament.
allowed.
We can't. Yeah, that's what he said. That's how he posed it. He's like, we can't since that tournament. I'm not allowed to play there.
They got y'all on the wall like that. Like the outlaws.
Blacklisted.
Way to go,
That's
buddy.
it. That's it.
Way
Keep
to
the
go,
riffraff out of here, for crying out loud.
Yeah, man. Any weekend plans for you, Rodney?
I'm home all weekend, so I think I'm going to find me a little course and go maybe try to play 9 holes and figure out where I am here. Probably do that. Got a lot of NASCAR racing to watch. Going to watch some hockey. Got to watch some basketball. So I'll be enjoying my AV Consultations home system.
That's kind of where I'm going to be. Not to get all nerdy on you, but I'm going to watch some sports and play a little video games.
Wags, I have been out amongst the people for 2 days in a row.
Yeah, I've had my fill.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I've had my the people I've had their fill. You know,
I need to chill this weekend a little bit, so I'm glad I am, because this last week has been flying and running and crazy all week.
I need to get back into my den.
Yeah,
right. Tom likes to travel. I don't do well when I travel. I don't do well when I'm around the people.
Yeah,
I just don't.
I've got an event next Friday evening in Fort Worth, Friday and Saturday. So I've got a car show that I have to go work there. So I want to enjoy the time at home.
All I'm saying, Jules, I got a threshold, man. I got a threshold. And when you cross it, bro, when you cross it, Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, I knew that one.
What's up? What we got?
Text line.
Text line.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see the last ones from these guys.
Call the text line 222-9328. Remember, you can check in with that as well in the Lone Star Playbook.
Rip Dimebag Daryl. Dimebag Daryl Rip. That's what they're saying on the text line. Here.
I know who that is, actually.
I do not.
Talk about Strawberry?
The rapper, isn't he?
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I don't know who Dimebag Daryl is.
I don't know.
Rap artist.
Sorry.
Oh, Pantera.
Pantera. That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Dimebag Daryl.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Thanks for the contributions, guys. Pantera. Appreciate that. See Jordan Scruggs in the background here. We're going to bring him on. What's up, Jordan? How are you, good sir?
I'm good. Doing little Friday show, and then got to drive up to Tulsa. My twin brother is.
Can you guys hear Jordan?
Maybe.
Nope.
Yeah.
I don't know if they
y'all can't hear me.
Let us know on the YouTube chat line there if you can hear Jordan Scruggs.
And if that is the case, then maybe we are going to turn it over to Jordan.
Yeah, because we can't.
I can hear Jordan. Cool. They can hear Jordan.
Okay,
we
perfect.
Can't hear you, Jordan. But we can hear you. You look great, by the way.
Yeah, you're a beautiful young man, buddy.
We wish you were here. We wish you were here out at the Lost Pines here.
We're going to
get lost ourselves. We're going to go. Yeah, I've been trying to eat this burrito for a while. Are you good? Thumbs up if you're good.
Yeah, I'm good.
He's going to take it away.
He's
all
like,
right, we're going to turn it over to Jordan and the crew. It's the Lone Star Playbook today, guys. Thank you so much.
Come see us at Hyatt Lost Pines.
Come on out here to Lost Pines. Coming out here for the 25th Mullet Open. Thank you. 24th annual Mullet Open.
There it is.
24th annual. I knew I had my.
That's because we skipped the COVID year.
We did.
Oh, that's right.
Did. All right, brother. Hey, thanks, Jordan. Have a great weekend, brother. We'll see you.
See ya. So welcome in. So Nick is on vacation, so I'll be doing the show with Will today. He's, I guess, a little late getting on. But welcome in, Lone Star Playbook. And later today, going to be heading to Tulsa to see my twin brother graduate. Feeling a little old, won't lie. I've been working full-time for about 2 years now, so I don't know. We welcome all the other kids my age to the real world, I guess. And excited for him, excited to get up there and see some family. Most of them got up there yesterday, but, had to do some work. And my girlfriend's working too, so we'll be headed up there later today in the afternoon and got about 5 hours. Yes, my brother is a Tulsa Golden Hurricane. Always give him shit about the football team. He doesn't really say anything because apparently no one at Tulsa goes to football games. And Tulsa is actually a smaller school than the high school that my brother and I went to, Lake Travis. They have less kids than Lake Travis does. It's that small of a private school. So, yeah. But give me just a minute or two real quick. Sorry, just texting BK. But yeah, DJ Kenny's alma mater. And it's funny. Whoa. Yeah, Jake Bayless. We're not doing that. But no, it's funny. I pre-CFB 25 coming out, I was like, y'all need to make a dynasty with Tulsa. If you're going to do a G5 dynasty, do it with Tulsa because they signed a few kids out of Texas in what was the 2025 class. They had no business ending up at Tulsa if, the transfer portal didn't exist because those players were probably lower end Power 4. I don't know, maybe like a Rutgers, Northwestern, a Baylor. Not trying to take shots at the Bears this early in the show, but they'd have better opportunities, and the portal has kind of killed those opportunities for those kids. And hey, now they're ending up at Tulsa. And yeah, I don't know. I've talked to my brother about that. Why are they the Hurricanes if they're in Oklahoma, smack dab in the middle of the continental U.S.? There's no hurricanes up there. If anything, they should be the Golden Tornadoes. But my brother's pretty pumped to be getting out of the state of Oklahoma. He got a job in Houston, moving down there early June. So I don't know, and I'll be in Oklahoma next after that. But yeah, so I don't know. That's what we're rolling with. I guess I'll just get into it again. Not sure what's going on with Will. It was kind of late, but nonetheless, I'll begin with Texas. They extended an offer to Cohen Brown yesterday. Cohen Brown is a 2026 wide receiver at Waxahachie High School. Not quite South Dallas. I'd say the southern sector of Dallas, if you even want to call it that. Pretty far south, below the 2 and 4 area. But nonetheless, he was a former USC committed to USC in early April, stayed committed for only a little over a month. And now it's opened up. Notre Dame offered 2 days before he decommitted from USC. That's kind of where the buzz was around. And then, hey, Chris Jackson showed up. Extended an offer to Brown yesterday after watching him practice and in checking in with some people in Austin. And because I was like, hey, this is interesting. They still have 5-6 top receiver targets on the board that are uncommitted and that I think Texas at least has, if not a good shot with, a fighting shot with. And, I checked in with folks, try to get a better read on where exactly Cohen Brown stands on there. And was kind of told, hey, it is an offer that they're putting on the table because if things kind of fall apart months from now, he could be a guy that they still have that dialogue with, that relationship with. So not quite sure if I expect an official visit to be scheduled in June. But I do think, they're going to keep him warm, keep him on the radar, keep him on the board. And, I guess we'll see what happens from there. I actually really like this kid's game. He's an 86 3-star, which is, I guess, relatively low. I'm obviously not on the scouting team. If I was, I'd have him at least a bit higher. This is a kid who is sub-11. He's gone sub-11 several times, PR'd at, I believe, 10.69. And he's also playing in the hardest district, or the most talented district, I should say, in public school football across the entire country. They're in the district, Duncanville, DeSoto, now Lancaster, Mesquite Horn, Cedar Hill, you name it, it's loaded. That district probably sends more Power 4 talent to college football than any other district in the entire, country that is public school. The only one I'd say is above that is the Trinity League, which, St. John Bosco, Servite, Modern Day, that's the district or league that those guys play in. But, those are all kind of those private school academies where it's like, wow, this 5-star running back, he's been at Modern Day for 3 years. Where was he his freshman year? Oh, he was in Stockton, California, 4 hours away. That's wild, homegrown talent over there at Modern Day, which I'm not knocking it, but you can't compare those types of schools to what there is in Texas. You just can't. But as far as Colin Brown goes, saw them play Lancaster this past year. Really, really enjoyed getting to see that game. That was a great game. I was mostly there to see Jaquan Snell, who is a safety in the 2027 class at Waxahachie, who's ranked in the top 100. He's actually our number 84 overall prospect and one of Texas's first offers in the 2027 cycle. So I was down there to see him. Obviously, when I'm at games, I pay attention to the other prospects that have offers or Division I talents that, might not have a Texas offer. But, I'm interested in the game because, hey, of course, Texas could always offer him down the road just like they did with Brown. And with Brown, he had north of 1,000 yards. He was the second leading receiver in that district behind only Decorian Moore. And it was a really big step up for his junior year because as a sophomore, he only had about 100, 200 receiving yards. So, the arrow is pointing up here. He checks the boxes from a track perspective. He has north of 3 dozen offers. So, there are plenty of schools across the country interested in him. And, honestly, I see a lot of similarities to DeAndre Moore here. About 5'11", 6 foot, and just a really sharp all-around receiver that, he has sub-11 track times, which are impressive, but not necessarily an explosive, I guess, short area quickness guy. More of a longer build-up speed guy, if that makes sense. So, sometimes he'll get caught playing in the district he does play in, but, more often than not, he's finding his way into the end zone. So, yeah. Yeah, their mascot, he does kind of. The only times I've seen him was when my brother sent me videos of when his frat basically sent in somebody going to football games, and they would be throwing stuff at the mascot because that's, I guess, the Tulsa football experience, So, yeah, Midlothian's biggest rival. Yep. I'd say, I don't know if Midlothian's the biggest rival. Is it not Ennis? I thought Ennis and Waxahachie, that was the rivalry. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah. And actually, I had no idea that Bryce Petty went there. I knew Bryant Wesco was there. I watched Bryant Wesco and Micah Hudson play each other their junior year. And it was a great game, phenomenal game, went into overtime. And, they both were kind of just trading turns being who's the best player on the field. So, yeah. And hey, thanks for reminding me, CB. How about the Texas Longhorns getting another SEC championship, first year in the conference? For folks counting at home, that's now 9 conference titles Texas has won this year, 8 of them in the SEC. Baseball, Texas women's basketball, Texas rowing, Texas soccer, Texas men's swimming and diving, women's swimming and diving, men's tennis, and then the Texas beach volleyball team won a title, but they don't play in the SEC. I don't think the SEC has beach volleyball, but hey, nonetheless, incredibly impressive for Texas. I think a lot of folks remember I think a lot of folks remember how much, talk and banter was online. Can the Longhorns really compete year one in the SEC? And, hey, it would have been 10-2 if Jalen Gilbo was blocking downfield on Ngati Bear and pick 6. Sorry to activate PTSD for anyone, but it is probably the truth there. So, they'll look to change that next year. Antoine, I did not. Did you send them to me? The Chris Whaley's Suns highlights. I didn't see him. I also had a pretty busy day yesterday. So I mean, yeah, but Midlothian's main rival, I think, is Heritage. In Midlothian, I mean, they constantly have at least one like pretty high end Power 4 kid. Obviously, Wesco. A couple years ago. Can you hear me now? Wags. Yeah, they can't hear me. You're all good. Yeah, but Midlothian always has like at least one Power 4 level kid. It feels like they had Wesco the 24 cycle. This past cycle they had Nelson McGuire, who is kind of a late riser, interior offensive line prospect, guard prospect. Picked up offers from like Auburn, Ole Miss, A&M, I think USC, Georgia. Like he picked up a lot of big offers late in his senior season and ended up at Texas A&M. Yeah, and then ended up at Texas A&M. Will probably not play as a true freshman, just considering how hard it is for prospects closer to the line of scrimmage to play early than guys further from the line of scrimmage, if that makes sense. But yeah, so that's kind of the rundown there. They also, and then this year in 2026, they have Noah Best, who's Midlothian, another IOL prospect, I believe, as OV set up with like Oklahoma, Baylor, a few others. So yeah, but gonna get Colin Kennedy on here because Will is, I don't know, might have slept in again. Who knows? We did talk yesterday. He said he'd be here, so I guess we'll see. But yeah, y'all can hear me. Now we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
I can hear you.
Now we can hear you.
How's that? Perfect. In a
great.
Perfect world. It's great to see you, Jordan. How are you, man?
I'm great.
What are we talking about?
Great. We were talking about Midlothian Waxahachie football. Yeah, I don't know where Will is. He said he was going to be here today. He might have slept in again. Who knows?
Actually, I just saw Will on the third hole.
Shut up.
I'm not lying. Like, he's out here. He's trying to raise money for the event here.
Shut up.
I'm not. I'm serious. Well, you were supposed to be here too. You actually didn't get the message.
All right.
No, I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you.
But no, Colin Kennedy, shout out the boy.
Boom.
He hit me up, asked if we needed any help to fill in. I'm like, yeah, come on. So I think he'll be hopping on here soon in a few minutes.
Right on, man. Well, anything you want to bounce off me, I'm here for you too, bud.
Hey, Texas baseball, ACC champs. Now the 9th conference champs the Longhorns have this year. How about that?
How about it? It only took one, baby. It only took one. That's right. It only took 1 year for us to get to the top. And, I guess you want to call us, a poacher of coaches. Sure. And I'll take Slosh, any day of the week. But it does feel good, man. I don't want us to beat our chest too much, though, because we do got to address some issues with the pitching, right? If we're going to put it all on Riojos here, we got to get him some help. There's got to be some help in the field with defense, and the bat's got to come, or I got to say the aluminum. The aluminum's got to come alive here again.
Yeah. I'll be honest. I haven't watched Texas baseball since they played A&M. Lately, when I'm watching TV, it's been NBA playoffs.
Rightfully so, man.
Going to be tuning in. When is the tournament in Hoover starting?
I think next Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have the actual date myself either, Jordan, but it's I want to say I think it's next Wednesday it starts, but I could be wrong. I absolutely wrong. Let's go with something that we do know, which is a little bit of NBA playoffs then, if that's what you want to talk about.
Yeah, hey, Nuggets getting one last night. Love to see it. I've
Do they have enough in the tank though to finish this?
I don't know, but they got the Joker, and that's kind of the ace in the hole there. So we'll see what they can do. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, I'm really starting to get sick of his ass. Like the flopping. Can we get this out of the game?
It's part of the Canadian game though, right?
Yeah, I mean, hey, I don't know. And man, didn't they create rules where they can give technical fouls now, right? If you're flopping in a game, can't they just give out?
Yeah, if you are, we call that malingering. If you are malingering and trying to sell a bad call, you can get a technical for that.
Yeah. Have they even called that in a game before? Once.
No, but they're never going to. And also, where are you at though with the playoffs here? There's been a lot of inconsistency throughout these playoffs. I'm of the favor of just let the dudes play and let them bang out and get it, get gashes above their eyes and almost look like no holds barred.
Yeah, I mean that's why OKC struggles at times. They don't know how to play through physicality, and they also have little to none playoff experience. And their leader is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who gets half his points from the free throw line. So,
right.
I really want the Joker and the Nuggets to win, and especially the title. I'd love if they could stick it to their management and be like, "Hey, y'all shouldn't have fired the coach."
Yeah, and that's the thing too, right? Like to see them doing this well without Mike Malone at the helm here in a short interim span, it's kind of beyond me. And of course, the emergence of Jamal Murray coming on strong here in the playoffs, looking like bubble Jamal Murray, as a matter of fact. It's a force to be reckoned with, especially when they can get key, contributions from Gordon, who's hitting game winners that when that's just not in his pedigree and he's not supposed to be doing that. Porter Jr., you're starting to get a little bit of positive minutes from him too, but ultimately I don't know if they have the pieces to keep up with with Oklahoma City. Now we say that they're a boring and lull you to sleep team, but you just mentioned it. SGA gets to the free throw line, at least 20. It seems like at least 20 times a game. So that's 20 freebies there. And then also you add a unicorn like Chet Holmgren out there that 7 foot. He's a monster. He's got length that can protect the rim, and then he also can hit from the perimeter. And then Hartenstein might not be your key piece or like your marquee center that you that you want to put on the billboard there, but he's a key cog that can actually, that demands your attention at the cup. And for anybody, Jokic or anybody else, he's a threat. So, or he just not so much a threat, but he demands attention.
Yeah. Chet Holmgren, I can't stand him either.
Yeah,
man.
He's another guy that I'm not a fan. I'm usually not a big Gonzaga guy, right? Like,
man,
usually
it's not just that. Like,
it is for me, damn it. It is for me. You play in the Mountain West, bud.
He had
not
so
Mountain
much
West.
buzz.
You play in the Mountain or the Pacific Coast Conference.
He was one of those kids that had like buzz as a middle schooler, where it's like, oh, there's this 7 foot middle schooler or whatever, or 6'5" middle schooler, right? So he's had eyes on him for a long time. And, like the Gonzaga thing, I think, is a part of it now that I think about it. But the dumb shit he says online, like talking about Kevin Durant's OD from Trey Ball with Hank, like, what the fuck are you saying? Him talking about his favorite food is oxtails. You're from Minnesota, buddy. Like, what are we talking about? So you're trying too hard.
Yeah.
I'm not a Chet fan. I don't like his game. Get your big ass in the paint. Stop shooting
That's
threes.
it. That's how they play these days, bro. Look, Carl.
Yeah.
I mean, and here's a credit and a shout out to Karl Anthony Towns, right? For the first time I think I've seen in his career, he's playing in the paint, and I think that is the differential in this Boston-New York series. Now, great, you could say Brunson. Sure, I know Brunson's the man. I know that Mikal Bridges has been going off and getting 20-point games, but look, when you break this thing down, man, Karl Anthony Towns is beating Kristaps Porzingis. It's that simple.
Yeah.
From the mean streets of Minneapolis burbs.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna bring Colin in.
Sure. What's up, Colin?
You
want me to bring him on?
Yeah. You can. Yeah, Colin, I gotta ask you.
Can you hear me, Colin?
Yeah, you guys got me.
Yeah, we got you, Colin. There's been a little bit of a buzz with the Gremlins here, man. I'm gonna back out and let you guys have your conversation. Is that cool? I'm gonna go play. I'm gonna
Wags, I just want to say, Wags, I want to say before you go, I know Jordan's a hater, but like I'm pretty disappointed in you, man. Like slandering the Thunder like this, I thought better of you.
I've loved to see the Thunder. I want to see the Thunder in the championships championship series here. I think it would be great to have two mid-market teams like the Thunder and the Pacers go at it. That's what I'm rooting for here. But I'm not a fan of Shea either. So that's just
it's a shame. I thought that
I wasn't a fan of the Spurs either. I wasn't a fan of the Spurs either, right? It's good, it's efficient basketball that works, but ultimately it's just not that entertaining to me.
Honestly, that's fair because I was a big Spurs hater as well. So I have no counter, my friend. All right, man. Appreciate you.
Hey, Colin, thanks for jumping on. You guys have a great conversation, man. We'll have a great weekend.
Hey, thanks for filling in, Wags, too. We appreciate
All good,
it.
Man. All good.
Yeah.
But
got to look out for my guys.
Colin, so I know, lifelong DFW resident, obviously are a Sooners alum. A lot of families a Sooners alum. You Thunder or Mavs guy? Where do you stand?
No, I'm a Mavs guy. I'm a pretty much a Dallas area sports fan through and through because obviously, like you mentioned, it's not just the fact that I'm from DFW. I grew up 20 minutes away from AT&T and the American Airlines Center, whatever else, Globe Life and all that. But I obviously lived in Oklahoma for 6 years. And so a lot of people that I know are huge Thunder fans. And when you live in Oklahoma, you kind of gotten a sense of this with your brother graduating this weekend from Tulsa. If you know Thunder fans, they want you to know that they're not only Thunder fans, they're the biggest Thunder fan. It's this weird cult feeling of like everyone wants to claim top dog Thunder fan status. So it's made my viewing experience these past few days both incredible and miserable at the same time.
Yeah, hey, it has been awesome. Here's someone from the OU market kind of melting down on Twitter every other night when the Thunder are playing. I love to see that. Can't get enough of that.
Dude, I have seen so much of my timeline melt down in both instances when Lou Dort is either a massive problem on the floor or he is absolutely killing it and they don't know how to handle themselves either direction.
Yeah, you'd think Lou Dort is a terrorist the way they talk about him on the offensive side of the ball.
I get it, but it's also like, to me, you can't complain about his whole defensive player of the year candidacy and throw all those fits that they did, and then also just tear this dude down after what he did all regular season and how much you tried to like claim him as the best defensive player in the NBA. You know what I mean? Like, you're like, all of a sudden we're comfortable trashing one of your best players on the floor. I don't know. It's been fun to watch.
Yeah. It makes sense why they're all, such big Thunder fans. What else is there to do in the Sooners state besides cheer the Sooners on in the Thunder? And hey, Sooners a little bit down in both football, basketball, baseball too.
No, baseball was pretty good this year. They're playing Texas right now. Obviously, Texas took game 1 yesterday. So game 2 coming up today. Red River series, when I was living in Norman, that was always awesome. The baseball field, Eldale Mitchell Park, there's hills in the outfield. Now they have like a section, but the Red River series in Norman, there's like thousands of people camped out on the hills in the outfield. It's really cool. So encourage folks to obviously watch. But yeah, hey, don't hate on the OKC Comets now. They used to be the OKC Dodgers. Now they're on like their 4th rebrand. That's always fun to follow.
Hey, they don't have shit on the Round Rock Express. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I have a soft spot for the Frisco Rough Riders here in our neck of the woods because I don't know if anyone out there has gone to the Rough Riders ballpark recently, but the lazy river in right field is a bucket list item for me right now.
What?
So you didn't know this?
Where is the Frisco? It's obviously in Frisco, but like, what is the stadium close to? I didn't even know they had a AA or single. What are they?
All right, so someone in the chat knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay,
Patrick, I already see. So Jordan, when you're driving out to the Star, you know how you take that bridge exit and loop around? Yes, right by IKEA. Thank you. We'll overlook the Rough Riders ballpark with the IKEA sign like right there. And growing up, I used to go to a ton of Rough Rider and Ranger games. I remember one of the most loaded teams I've ever seen was a Frisco Rough Riders team. That squad had like 11 future pros. It was wild. And
I think I'm the first person in my entire family's bloodline to have a conversation like this about the Frisco Rough Riders.
Okay, so I'll fast forward because I know you're not going to be interested in this, but like as a baseball nerd, like that team had Joey Gallo, Odubel Herrera, Nick Williams. They were stacked. Hanser Alberto. Anyway, they recently put in, I want to say, what was it, 6 years ago? There is a lazy river in right field. And you can buy tickets for $25 on Thursdays, and I want to say you have to, I don't know, there's some trick on Sundays. But you can go watch these games in a lazy river. And I have told everyone that will listen to me that is something that I have to do, and I have not yet done it.
Man, yeah, I need to spend like a weekend in Frisco, go hit the Cosm place, and then, you know, after you got a few drinks and you go watch the Rough Riders in the lazy river. Sounds like a fine time.
All right, hold on real quick, because now I'm going to get this off my chest because we're doing a little DFW thing. That area, Grandscape, Frisco, folks, if you're out there and you're wondering like, hey, what could I do that's new? I don't know if I told you this. Carly and I, my wife, went and tried these new man-made hot springs in like Frisco, the Colony area. I will highly recommend that for like $60 during the weekdays, or I think it's like $100 on the weekends. You can do 3 to 6 hours of man-made hot springs, and I have never been a part of anything like that before. I had a blast. It was so cool. So,
yeah, Ashley keeps trying to drag me to that, but it's like, hey, we moved from Louisville to Fort Worth. That's not a 20-minute drive. It's now an hour and 20 minutes. Like, I'm not driving up to go sit in some hot salt water or whatever, you know. Like,
Patrick, I've been to the Tiger Woods golf course as well. That's actually pretty cool. But you know, Jordan jumps on me for the DFW staycation ideas. Don't hate on it, man. You get a nice little cheap hotel out in Frisco, the Colony, do all this nonsense for a day. I highly recommend, folks.
Hey, there you go. Just wanted to highlight this. Lou Dort is also known as a terrorist on defense, according to Jake Bayless.
He's built like a truck. He is built like a linebacker.
He is. He needs to get his ass in the box. Antoine, by the way, I started the show off talking about that Cohen Brown offer that Chris Jackson in Texas extended yesterday. So I guess just go back to the top of the hour. Went pretty in depth, I guess, on that. He is a Texas target now, technically, but not really expecting him to OV this summer, and think it's more of kind of a thing down the road for Texas to have the offer on the table in case things go south with the other targets and they're in August, September, and they need another receiver. Hey, we offered this kid in May and have had some dialogue there. So we'll see how he feels. Obviously, most kids, you know, even if it's the Longhorn logo and Texas recruiting them, they still want to feel like a priority and a need, and not like they're the 8th option and they're only getting recruited because Texas missed on the guys in front of them. So, yeah. And you are correct. It does seem like they've offered everyone except Jason Bradford and Ben Duncombe. Jason Bradford at this point, they did invite him to camp, but it's like, man, I've camped there the last 2 years and performed great, and y'all still didn't offer me. I'm not doing this shit again. And I get it from his point of view. It's incredibly frustrating, especially someone that's like the leader of the Jason Bradford fan club. And then Ben Duncombe, I don't think his camps, besides like going into his sophomore year when, I mean, he's come a long way since then. He was not an offerable prospect then. And he'll probably have to have a pretty damn good senior year. But, hey, still uncommitted, has a few SEC OVs coming up, Kentucky. I think he has, like, Oklahoma State, a few other random ones. But definitely a long-term kind of project type. You know, you can't teach that wingspan, that size, and he's also throwing like 60 feet in the shot put, but they're going to need to coach him up some, put some weight on him. But hey, the bloodlines are there. Dad played at Texas, uncle played at Texas, and then older brother played at SMU. So, he's on the right track. But wanted to go ahead.
I was just going to say real quick for Antoine and the folks curious about Cohen Brown. I had a little story about him, but also some thoughts about Texas' pursuit of him. So every summer, for those who don't know, the TCU and SMU mega camps are massive, especially for folks like us. They invite thousands of kids, not just from the state of Texas, but surrounding areas, to come compete in front of a ton of coaching staffs. And I was at the TCU mega camp, and this 5'10", 5'11", built like a running back type is lining up at receiver. And I'm like, who is this kid? And his first rep, I'm talking about burns downfield, kind of slot fade ball. And I went, whoa. And he had probably 3 or 4 more reps of similar nature. And I asked him, I was like, hey, what is your name? And obviously it was Cohen Brown. Looked into him. One thing I did want to bring up, look, he is kind of like you mentioned earlier in the show, Jordan. He is a linear speed athlete. But I also think he's kind of just this slot merchant, very by the book, specific skill set. And one thing that Texas is going to have to weigh, like you were mentioning, you're not 100% certain that he's going to end up being an OV guy. Depending on how the receiver board at Texas falls, like you would have to know that taking Cohen Brown would mean you're pretty much taking him specifically to play the slot. And obviously you're looking for receivers, especially in that Sark offense, who can move around a little bit and seamlessly transition from the outside to the inside. I'm not sure that that's Cohen Brown's game. But on the other hand, if he were to end up in the Texas class, this is someone who I think is one of the better in the state, just building up speed in the slot and creating explosive plays. But like Jordan mentioned, he's an 86.3 because kind of not your typical build and maybe a little bit limited in terms of what he can do across the field.
Yeah.
And I did want to mention while you're looking at that, you brought up Midlothian. I don't know if you've mentioned this. Have you heard about this Brennan Jackson kid, the receiver? You were talking about Wesco and all of them.
I have not. Sorry. Just got caught a little off guard. Texas is there's a kid committing to Texas either tonight or tomorrow morning. So
well, there we go. We'll
growing.
You build up what you can say on that front, but I do want to mention Jordan mentioned that Midlothian always has like one Power 4 guy, Wesco, and so on and so forth. I went out to a Midlothian game last year, and I was talking to Noah Best, their offensive lineman. They had McGuire and Best on the offensive line. But I asked Noah, I was like, hey, who's going to be the next one up whenever you guys leave? He's like, I'm telling you right now, it's Brennan Jackson. He is like that. And he plays for Texas Threat in the 7-on-7 circuit. He plays for Flight and some of these guys that we know really well. I have become a pretty big fan of Brennan Jackson. I'm going to tell you right now, that to me feels like someone that Texas and a number of others will inevitably get involved with later down the line. He's a 2028 receiver, so we've got a while, but I just wanted to mention like Oklahoma and a few others have already offered, and I have liked what I've seen, and so have many others.
Yeah. Man, I'm sorry. You probably could figure out who it is based off my reaction. Been a long time coming for this kid. Really, really happy for him. Man, it's about damn time, I should say. But no, yeah, Midlothian's always got guys, always. And I'll be honest, I've never heard of Brennan Jackson, but excited to stay tuned with him. And then Noah Best, is he an OU lean at this point? I know him and Texas have kind of gone separate ways, but, you know, he presents a guard center take that is kind of one of the rare kids that, like, I think has experience playing center or projects very well to that. Most IOL types have never snapped a ball in their life because they're playing left tackle for their high school.
Yeah, I think Noah Best, honestly, there was a point where I thought that Texas and Oklahoma could get further involved. especially whenever I visited him. At that time, I had talked to him for UNI about both Texas and Oklahoma, but I think a lot has been made, and maybe a little bit too much, about him being quote unquote from the state of Oklahoma. The thing that no one really talks about with Noah Best, honestly, is that he's pretty much from the state of Missouri, and he has a ton of family in the state of Missouri. I know that there's a crystal ball in for Noah Best in relation to Oklahoma, but my intel would suggest that maybe some things would have to happen there. And so I kind of think Mizzou's the sleeper there for him. But you never know. Like this 2026 offensive line class in the state, it's very weird. I don't know how else to put it, and I feel like that kind of could create some chaos whenever we get into the summer months.
Yeah, and I'm actually working on a story. It'll actually be Horns 24/7 Stampede on Monday, where it's 10 thoughts kind of coming out of 2 weeks on the road for spring ball. And one of them is like, man, the 2027 class in state is so much better than the 20. Like, not only the top end talent, but the depth. Like, outside of Keyshawn Henderson and Bo Bentley, who are the other quarterbacks that actually like make defenses or defensive coordinators scared? Because I can't think of any. We're coming up this year, Colton Nussmeier, Kavian Bryant. And then a few other guys who kind of emerged, Weston Nielsen, Jerry Meyer, blanking on some other names right now, but there's some good ones. And especially, man, it's interesting because this is the cycle of the class that Texas really needs offensive tackles. And Ojo is a damn good one. John Turntine projects to play guard in the NFL, can very well, I think, play tackle in college football and in the SEC. But outside of those two, it's like, all right, like, there's no really top end options. And then in 2027, there's 4 kids already at offensive tackle with Texas offers. And there's like 4 other kids that I think are already good enough to get an offer or could be good enough to camp and earn one this summer. So 2027 is kind of the year of the offensive tackle in Texas. And it's going to be interesting because Texas, they're going to take a big class in 26. They want 5 to 6 linemen. How is that going to affect recruiting those tackles in 2027? Because, I mean, one thing that isn't really being talked about right now, Chris Jackson and Texas are kind of having a harder time than last year recruiting receivers because they signed 3 5-stars and Dalen McCutcheon, at the position last year. They had Khalil Lockett, Michael Terry, and Jamie French. Kids, they don't really – everyone wants to play early. And when they see you signed a 5-star the year before – not only does that kind of cause them to pause, it also all the other schools recruiting go, hey, buddy, you're not going to play. Look at that. Everyone negative recruits. It's how it works. So, in CB, to answer this, Phillip Rivers' son is a 2027 quarterback. He's over in Fairhope, Alabama. Texas, they haven't offered him. There's been contact there. Milwaukee's gone out to see him and would not be shocked if he shows up to camp at Texas in June. Thing with him, they're running the recruitment just like Arch Manning, where he doesn't do interviews. They do not post offers on Twitter. And like if they go on visits and the media wants to talk to him, his father is the one going on record, the one talking in interviews, and Phillip isn't saying anything. So those recruitments are always, weird, interesting, just because, obviously what I said. But I don't know. Do you want to talk,
Jordan? I was just going to mention to further your point. It's kind of crazy now that I'm looking at it. You've got Keyshawn, Bo, Jake Fett would be the next one up in this 26 class of quarterback. Then you have to scroll all the way down to a guy I saw last night in Legend Bay, who isn't even necessarily seen as a quarterback. And he would be in the top 4 of currently ranked signal callers in the state of Texas, which is wild to think about. It's very, this 26 class is strange, but like you mentioned, 27 is going to make up for it. I'm excited. I watched some 27s last night that I was fired up about. I'm going to go see South Oak Cliff tonight. Yeah, that 27 group, I'm already ready to turn the page.
Oh yeah. Where's Sox spring game at tonight? Where are they doing it this year?
Sprague. They're out at Scruggs, so I'll be there. And Brian Swanson, obviously, that one kind of feels like a Texas Oklahoma battle. Maybe Alabama sneaks in there. South Oak Cliff has a ton of guys, and so I'm excited to be out there. Sock does a great job with their spring game. I was out at North Forney last night. I had a blast, but Sock usually is the closest thing to a true party whenever you get the spring game going. I'm looking forward to watching them.
Yeah, man. I remember their spring game 2022. Was it? Yeah, 2022. They had Big Mike, Naredo Stoker, commit to SMU, ended up flipping to TCU later on. They had Big Bubba, 4PF Bubba, if you remember him. Most people remember him. He went viral for being like 450 pounds.
Yep.
Now in JUCO, but committed to TCU that day. And then Abdul Muhammad also goes by A-Tray, who's Malik Muhammad's cousin. He committed to SMU that day as well. They had 3 commitments. It was pretty cool. And then they played the game. It was a ton of hype. It was their first spring game after they won the first, state championship of the 2 in a row that they won. And then, the game's wrapping up. People are getting their cars, and someone shot it up or started shooting in the parking lot. So pretty crazy story and day down there in South Dallas. But hey, that's the Sox spring game experience. You'll always have fun out there, and they do a great job getting their kids looked at and getting recruited. Colin, I want to ask you this. Oh, not that. So Bo Bentley is a guy out of Salina that is a top 247 quarterback. Didn't start until his junior year, proceeded to go 16-0 and lead his team to a state title while throwing like 48 touchdowns to 3 interceptions, something ridiculous like that. And hasn't committed yet. Has a top 3 of, I believe, top 2 now that Georgia has Jared Curtis, but of Oklahoma, LSU. But the entire time Oklahoma's been recruiting him, they have a quarterback commit in Jaden O'Neal, who committed to Oklahoma before Ben Arbuckle was even hired. So kind of what's the latest on that dynamic? Like Nathan's comment, there was a crystal ball that went in for Bo Bentley to LSU. Kind of where does this whole thing stand with that QB dynamic?
Yeah, so I don't know if you've talked to the folks out there about this new 24/7 Sports staff prediction thing or staff crystal ball thing, but for those of you guys that have not heard, we made a change at 24/7 Sports to get fans kind of back into the ebbs and flows of a recruitment, because obviously we're trying to find ways for fans to get back engaged into the recruiting process in a transactional era. And so our national team came up with the 24/7 Sports staff crystal ball. And I think largely out there, people see crystal balls as this is where this guy is going to commit. Where in reality, we're trying to more so reflect the current momentum or some of the buzz behind the scenes within a recruitment. And so what you guys are going to see a lot more of at 247sports.com are these like staff crystal balls from our national team, really them telling you, hey, here's the current momentum or buzz behind one team in relation to this recruit. So you kind of get a sense of maybe who's holding the lead at this time. And that's why LSU's 24/7 Sports prediction goes in, because I think that Joe Sloan, a guy that I know you're familiar with, Jordan, the LSU quarterbacks coach. Look, I was telling some folks over on our side, but it's something that Texas fans should probably know as well. Like LSU is arguably the winner of the offseason right now. LSU has been putting in incredible work on the talent acquisition front. Number 1 transfer portal class in the country. Really good recruiting stuff going on right now, including Bo Bentley, who they will get the last official visit from. And I think that factors into this current trend style prediction. But basically, I think that Oklahoma is still optimistic. Obviously, I think that OU understands that because Ben Arbuckle was hired later on in the cycle, they had some ground to make up with Bo Bentley. And let's just be honest, Bo has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder because he wanted that OU offer earlier. He grew up an Oklahoma fan. So how this is going to go, OU is going to host Bo Bentley on June 13th weekend, and he will be the only recruit on campus. The entire staff is going to go all in for him throughout the 3-day official visit, and then he'll go to LSU on June 20th before the dead period and make a decision shortly thereafter. Now, I will say I have heard, and I know that our national team has heard, that a couple of other programs out there, now that Georgia is out of the mix, might try and squeeze in late. I'm not really going to project on that just yet until we get a clearer picture on that front. But Oklahoma fully acknowledges that it cannot miss on the quarterback position in this cycle. And I think that that's going to be reflected in the coming months as it tries to kind of regain the momentum behind the scenes. Again, they have known for a while that because of the staff turnover and things like that, that they have to kind of get Bo Bentley to really buy in. And so LSU is not only doing a good job, Joe Sloan might be his best relationship, but they are very much looking forward to that June 20th official visit. And so we'll see how that plays out. But to the other part of the question, Jaden O'Neal, it's weird, obviously. I mean, I'm going to be honest with y'all. I don't think Jaden O'Neal is part of Oklahoma's class in the coming months. I have long felt like it's only a matter of time before he flips to Florida State. Florida State has been recruiting him heavily. Florida State has an official visit on the books, ironically, for the same weekend that Bo Bentley will be in Norman. And Florida State has been recruiting Daniel Odom, the receiver out of St. John Bosco, very heavily, who is a childhood friend of Jaden O'Neal. Odom also committed to Oklahoma, and arguably another recruit in that class who's pretty much not necessarily committed. And so the best way I can sum it up to close all of this stuff out is like, this is all wait and see mode right now. We could go down every rabbit hole, but we're kind of in the waiting pattern, and we aren't really going to know anything until he takes those 2 official visits, right? LSU getting that last trip is huge. Oklahoma, obviously, with the high stakes, and then that style of weekend is going to make it interesting. And OU is hoping it can get Bo Bentley because that's their guy. And if they miss, and then Jaden O'Neal flips to Florida State shortly thereafter, that's when the doomsday scenario kicks in for Oklahoma.
Yeah, I want to ask you about that. Like, well, first of all, I've never heard of a school spending an entire official visit, like scheduling it to where they only have 1 kid on campus for a June official visit weekend. Like, you can't miss on them doing that. You can't. Because, like you said, whether Bentley's in the class or not, you don't feel great about Jaden O'Neal sticking it out. If they miss on Bentley and they lose O'Neal, do they have any idea where they turn from there, or what do you think would unfold there?
I mean, I've heard of a couple quarterback names. They would probably take a similar approach to last year and offer a quarterback later on that they feel comfortable in the eval. Now, exactly who that name is, it's hard to speculate, obviously, because they don't really want that to become the scenario, right? So that's the best way that I can describe it right now. Is like they would make an offer, but they don't want to make that offer.
Yeah. Hey, Nathan, you are right. This is kind of why this situation is hilarious as someone that covers Texas, because Jaden O'Neal literally moved to Oklahoma for his senior year, is already there, and it's very likely he doesn't even end up going to Oklahoma. So, yeah, and I mean, hey, that's O'Neal committed to a different offensive coordinator, man. Arbuckle comes in. O'Neal has stayed committed, but, like, man, if I was in O'Neal's shoes, I would have decommitted, like, the day they offered Bo Bentley, because it was clear as day who they prefer more. And, I always try to tell kids that ever, come to me for advice, like, you got to go where you truly feel like a priority, and not only you have to like the school, you have to like these coaches, because a lot of guys are moving around, and if they move, they can bring you with you, especially if you're a group of 5 level player and this coach is good enough to potentially be in the Power 4 in a few years. You want to go with him, but man, that's the opposite. If you're getting treated like O'Neal, no way in hell I would go to play for them still. But I mean, hey, kids want to play on a big time level in the SEC. I don't know if any other SEC teams are really after him or whatnot. Besides, it's like Florida State, UCLA, anyone, or
Arizona, Georgia had him like on a back burner, and then obviously they go and get Jared Curtis.
Yeah. Hey, Antoine, I had to duck from stones thrown at me for like 3 months on my board because, you know, Texas was obviously sniffing around with Keelan Russell. People are like, do you think he's better than KJ Lacey? And I was like, no question. Yes, I'm taking, like, with all due respect to KJ, I'm taking Keelan 100 times out of 100 over KJ. You're crazy. Look, even the rankings disagree with you. Hey, look at us now. Keelan finishes a number 2 overall prospect in the country. So pretty good there, and could compete, end up starting year 1 at Alabama as a true freshman.
I was thinking about this the other day, though, and I would be curious for your thoughts. So it sounds like Ty Simpson's going to get the job at Alabama. I saw a press conference at Alabama where they asked Ryan Grubb, who came back to Alabama, if you will, they're like, hey, who gets the job? And Grubb said if a game was played today, it would be Ty Simpson, no question. And I believe those were his exact words. I looked it up. Ty Simpson, I believe, has 2 years of eligibility. And I'm not sitting here necessarily saying that Ty Simpson's going to be a one-and-done kind of starter. So what happens if Ty Simpson starts the year for Alabama and has that extra year and suddenly he has a decision to make, because 2 years of ball can elevate you in the NFL draft, you know? And what would that mean for Keelan? Like, does SMU pick up the phone? Does Texas pick up the phone?
Hey, I'll tell you what. You know who needs a quarterback incredibly bad? Texas A&M, man. They do. And honestly, yes, they're talking to Keyshawn Henderson. He's not flipping to A&M unless they fire Colin Klein. He's not going to play in that offense. And there's some thought like, hey, Florida could open this year. Napier could get fired. They got a pretty good QB. DJ Lagway, he chose Florida over A&M. Could they look at him? They're not getting him either unless Colin Klein gets fired, because he doesn't want to play in that offense. He didn't want to do it out of high school. He's not going to want to do it out of the portal. So would Keelan want to play in that offense? I mean, I think Keelan is one of those rare talents that can like genuinely find a way to fit in any offense. But no, I don't think he would want to play in that offense. They probably need a new OC. So, but A&M, you know, I do think Jacob Zeno is going to end up as a starter. All the Aggies fans think there's no way it isn't Marcel Reed. But Zeno was brought in for a reason. And I know someone who's very close to his portal recruitment. The things that A&M said to him, they fully expect him to end up starting this year in his last year of eligibility. And then after that, Marcel Reed will, I guess, be back to the full-time starter. But, man, their 2025 take was a kid who reclassed. It was a former Michigan commit, 3-star, Brady Hart. Not a big fan of his. And then the 2026 kid out of Corner Canyon, same exact high school as Jackson Dart, Zach Wilson, his younger brother, forgetting his younger brother's name. Anyways, his younger brother's at Utah. But they just produced QBs, so he's supposed to be the next man up. I see him in 7-on-7. I'm like, that's A&M's QB commit? Like, I'm not trying to knock the kid, but, like, he's a 4-star that has a body composition that I do of a dad bod, you know? Like, that's not putting fear in anyone's hearts, especially if he's playing Utah competition.
Helman Kasaga, 6'1.5", 220 pounds listed in our database. So, and I've seen pictures. To your point, it's a funky build, not your typical tall, lean quarterback. I don't want to say like pudgy, but
yeah,
square, you know?
Yeah. A few questions here before we close it out. Antoine said, why did Zachary Turner include UT in his group of finalists? UT is kind of keeping him warm. I don't think they're going to OV him. They're keeping him warm in case they miss out on other targets. And, I mean, oftentimes, even if Texas hasn't talked to a kid in a year, they'll still throw the Longhorn logo on the top schools list because it's the Longhorn logo. Same thing happens with every big-time school pretty much. But with Zach Turner, like, it kind of blows my mind that Texas is keeping him warm and looking at him as an option, and they're not recruiting Javian Martin out of Pflugerville. Javian Martin can play in the NFL. He has great basketball stuff, track stuff, testing data, and he's just starting to tap into his potential because Pflugerville doesn't really have a strength and conditioning program, and he's getting all this stuff off the muscle, works a job, is in a UPS warehouse lifting boxes, like truly getting it out the mud, and he's one of the better kids you'll come across in the cycle. And I don't think there's any way he ends up signing with Arkansas too. But like the fact that they're looking at Zach Turner, who's 6'2.5", undersized for tight end. So it's like, okay, he kind of has a receiver build. Could he play receiver? He's slow for a receiver, but he's not big enough to be a tight end. He could only be a receiving threat tight end. So it's like these guys rarely work out and don't end up in the portal eventually. So like if they end up taking Zach Turner as a second tight end in the class and still don't offer Javian Martin, I'm going to be kind of upset about that just because I think there's a difference in the level of prospects. So, yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on that. Keyshawn to Jermaine Bishop a lot. Yeah, that would be must-see TV. Texas is talking to him, keeping him warm, but it is a very low-key I wouldn't say keeping him warm. It is a very strange dynamic. There's no way in hell they'd be able to flip Keyshawn Henderson and keep Diabell committed. But Diabell's also kind of talking to Ohio State a little. So, we'll see. But, yes, it's being reported A&M and Texas are talking to Henderson. It's being reported, A&M has a better shot at a flip than Texas does. But I have it on pretty good authority that Henderson does not want to play in the Colin Klein offense. So we'll see. And, they're working on putting together a pretty impressive NIL package to try to flip him. A&M has. But I've also heard that Houston has, told him, hey, we'll make you the highest paid player in college football. Now, it's worth bringing up. That's what SMU said to Keelan Russell, and eventually it didn't come down to money. It came down to I want to play on a big stage in the SEC on Saturday nights and not on ACC Network because there is a difference. There's levels to this shit. And Keelan Russell was okay making or taking a pay cut to go to Bama for what I just said. Is Keyshawn Henderson going to be okay with that? Because Houston will match whatever anyone tries to offer him, right? Mm-hmm. So that's going to be a very interesting dynamic. He's very close friends with Jermaine Bishop. They've played 7-on-7 together for years. Jermaine's uncle is Keyshawn Henderson's head coach, who's kind of been his mentor throughout this whole process of, no, you're not going to be an athlete. You need to play QB because, you can really do this. So having Jermaine Bishop will help their flip attempt, but it's just it's a very weird dynamic, and we have to be very careful how we cover it because they do have Diabell committed as a 5-star quarterback still. And he hasn't shown any signs yet of really looking around. But yeah, Naaman Roberts, I'm with you. I get it from Elko's point of view. I do think the Klein offense is, something that can be successful in college football. But, if you were to ask Mike Elko truthfully and off record, hey, if you would have been able to do this again and start back over at A&M like you did a year and a half ago or whatever it was, are you still hiring Colin Klein? I don't think he is. And especially because so many of their offensive problems this past season, they're trying to run a Colin Klein offense with Jimbo Fisher and Daryl Dickey offensive personnel. It's just not going to work. And this year, I think it'll be a little bit better. They got a Keati Armstrong. They hit the portal, got some guys. But they still don't have the full personnel to run that offense. They just don't. So it's a big year for Colin Klein. Is he gonna be able to get it done? I'm not sure because I do think if they have another year like they did last year offensively, he could be fired by signing day. So we'll see what happens. But anyways, we're gonna close it out. The Midday Mashup is coming up on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Go check that out. And then at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be back on the live stream. YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. Colin, thanks for filling in. Might hit you up on Monday. Nick is in Florida on vacation. He's missing Monday's show. But should be some good news for, Texas folks to talk about on Monday's show. They'll be picking up a commitment sometime in the next 24 hours. So time isn't decided yet, but one of my favorites in the class. It's been a long time coming and couldn't be more proud and happy of this kid. So, y'all have a good one. Have a great weekend and happy Friday.